The hero shoved him out of the party with a brutal kick because he wasn't doing a single thing. Not a single scratch, and he still didn't waste time with any flashy techniques. He just stood there, so he walked off, no arguing at all. The only problem? The second he turned and walked away, the whole party started crumbling at the seams. Because the strongest team in the world didn't win by themselves. They stayed right inside his fully automatic buff the entire time. He buffs his allies on instinct like he doesn't even think twice. And he crushes their strength just by showing up. The story kicks off with Ares, the group's fearless leader, standing at the center of everything. The leader barked at Sladmeisty, "Pack your..." He gathered his stuff and stormed out of the group, and the protagonist couldn't help thinking, no offense, like, come on, really? At last, Ares is the only one who can save the world, so he throws his thanks at the leader right out loud for caring about him, and then asks him to keep doing it. He's throwing everything he's got at saving the world. Yeah, he's a hero, and now he's staring at the question, how? But if he could get by without your support after a while, after a moment, MC finally processed it. Turns out he'd been booted from the heroes group the very night before, turning him into a former adventurer. An old friend slid into his life and begged him to join the group. He practically pleaded back to just hang out and keep his skills locked away as a secret. Vlad believed he could fix this, but the real problem wasn't whether he could. It was what was happening right now. He was dead broke, no money for travel, no food to eat. Staring at the 2 coins, the empty flask, and those stubborn little requests, he leaned in like it was his last chance, and he finally got it. No moves without a reason, or the world would rip everything away from him. So, what now? Treat it like a gift meant for the hero. There was no choice. He had to find a job. Period. He was headed straight for the job, so he burst into the Adventurers Guild, the very place this organization runs out of. Modernization gathers medicinal herbs and supplies from Slay's monsters, and he said, straight up, he hasn't even been here. Been way too long, and now the hero gritted their teeth and marched straight for the guild, step by step. On the way, he ran into an elderly woman, and her back suddenly started. Pain finally shot through her, and she stumbled, dropping her bag of groceries. So the protagonist rushed over and demanded, "Are you okay?" He could help. No way he could just shut her out. Not after she begged, "Let me be forgiven." Her back started to fail her, just because of her age. Then she shot upright, shocked, and blurted, "I think I feel better." Like her body had suddenly gotten lighter, he answered with a grin like that? Nice. He thought it, just going full automatic with his support. His power must have kicked in by itself, because he straight up helped that old woman. But the effect only lasts for a moment, like a temporary inco. Boosting physical power and easing aches by strengthening the muscles. Yeah, that's what the name's getting at. It screams that his power isn't really under his control, because then But he also knows it'll all ignite the second his urge to help someone kicks in. So he takes a hard look at it and really thinks. He can't stop thinking about his old group, worrying if everyone else is okay. And then he snapped himself back. No, automatic support wasn't the answer. Not really a top-tier skill, because this crew of heroes is already dangerous even without it. Then, after a bit, the woman smiled and thanked him for seeing her off, and she told him he didn't have to push himself so hard. MC. Sensing that truth, he snapped, that you've got to help people in trouble. He can't slap automatic support on himself, but he'll use it to save everyone else. If he can't save the world with his own hands, he'll at least fight for everyone standing right beside him. Then the woman grinned and asked if he wanted honey. Slade thought sweets were absolute heaven, so, yeah, he loved them to the bone. But because he didn't want to show off, he started refusing the treat, straight up. Right then, his stomach betrayed him with a vicious growl, and she shoved him toward food, insisting, "Go eat." He flashed his gratitude and thanked her for the treat. After a stretch of time, the protagonist finally burst into the guild, and the whole place was roaring with life. Adventurers were downing foamy drinks, throwing down in arm wrestling matches, and laughing like they'd won the world. Selenia, the registrar, greeted him with a grin and asked if he wanted to join the guild, and he admitted, looking awkward as ever, that he'd once been. He was an adventurer once, but he'd already hung it up, so the girl leaned in and demanded, "Do you even have an adventurer's badge?" The protagonist blinked, totally thrown off, and admitted, "I don't think I'll need one. I don't have it on me." Selenia shoved a pen case and some papers into his hands and said, "Come on, fill out this form so they can check everything back at headquarters." And he just stared, stunned. The moment you'd somehow figure out who he was, the girl snapped back fast. After all, it's magic ink. MC stared at the object in pure disbelief and blurted, "No way. This pen can actually help track who I am?" Then he has to carve every single letter cleanly, and once he finishes it all, Selenia tells him they needed to call him the second they confirmed who he was, so please get him on the line before. Wait! At that very moment, Gonza's rough voice cracked through the air. A sharp voice cut through the air, barking at Ethica. "Did you really just lose your nerve?" The elf snapped back, all irritation. If he's not going to feel someone up, he should at least go run down a goblin, because does he even realize he looks like a bearded old man? Then Gons bristled at her words. Slad snapped his head up in shock at the girl, and the rest of his. He'd heard that race hates the smell of alcohol, so you hardly ever spot them in a place like this, while she's practically naked in barely their clothes, and then When he clocked Gons, he sized him up fast. Gear like that screamed veteran. And then he studied the elf, betting she'd only just rolled in from her homeland. The adventurer slammed both hands on the table and barked, "Does she even know?" Then the protagonist stepped in, right between them, and demanded, "Why can't we end this peacefully?" Ethica snapped, furious. "What does he think he's doing? Tell him to stay out of it." Hansa backed her up, because she was right, and then he added, "I just christened you in the guild." Now she had no choice but to feel grateful. Ethica was out. Rage seethed, so what did he say? The MC refused to back down, told the disputants to calm down, and warned them. She can't let herself fold to the provocations of someone towering over her by a whole head and shoulders. Then he finally looked straight at her. The adventurer snapped, saying it was unforgivable of him to treat her like that, so rude it made Hansa. Zaza snapped, completely stunned. "What?" And fury instantly burned through her. He slumped with dark thoughts, and the worst part was, he still hadn't laid eyes on his own face. From the gear he's wearing, it's clear he's nothing but a fresh newbie. Slad snapped to it. This guy was absolutely seething. He seethed with rage and yanked the mug of drink back, smashing it so hard it spilled everywhere. And his swing blasted a vicious surge of power, and the adventurer snapped at the protagonist face to face, shouting with pure rage, right in his face, "Anyone in this guild who mouths off will get crushed, so step out and leave." The protagonist shot back with pure confusion. He never thought they'd have to push this far, but the second he saw the man's reaction, he knew it was to smartest to jump on his proposal. Hansa bolted for the exit, MC sprinting right behind him, and then, out of nowhere, Ethica snapped into view. His arm shot up as he blurted, buzzing with excitement. "It's her fault," he snapped. "She crossed the line." Hansa snapped to a halt, spun around, and wait. So he'd better not do it. And with a cold, commanding stare, he snapped that this had nothing to do with anyone else, only him, then cut her down for daring to speak back. Slad yanked his hand free, like the truth snapped the moment he realized it. Not her. Ethicos, and they split apart, and the whole crowd watched, tense as wire, after they left. After a bit, the protagonist leans in and dares his opponent, asking if he really wants this to go down on the main street. Maybe they should take the long way. In some dark corner, the adventurer growled, "It's fine. I'll make sure he pays." So everyone could clearly see it and waste zero time. Gonza smashed forward at him like a feral, enraged beast. And right then, the protagonist caught the crowd whispering, "Isn't that Gonza, the bear slayer? He's a rank B adventurer in..." At the guild, nobody out there is stronger than Ethica. Ithaca was totally thrown off. This guy was guarding her like she was facing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, Selenia showed up, thanked the MC for his patience, and the whole moment shifted. But then her eyes went wide. He was gone, and she blurted, "Wait, has anyone seen where that guy who was just standing here disappeared to?" Epica snapped that Gonza flew into a rage and hauled the newcomer outside into the street. Selenia frowned, trying to piece it together. Gonza, did that newbie even get black hair by any chance? When the elf looked totally confused, she finally clocked it was him, and she sprinted toward him, hard. She burst onto the street, screaming at the top of her lungs, "We have to save Gon right now!" Ethica's eyes went wide as she stammered, "Wait, save is gone." Hans, right then, the adventurer launched into a breathless, one brutal strike slammed into the protagonist's fate and changed everything. Face. He fired up his thoughts about his opponent. This man. This guy looks like a giant bear. Then, out of nowhere, he moves at insane speed. Speed and savagery that knows no limits. Each brutal hit just keeps landing, one after another. Yeah, those powers were insane. No, wait. They had to be even stronger. Careful, he launched in again, and the adventurer struck him once more, but this time, in. But MC started weaving through his strikes with deadly precision, ripping up the path every now and then, right when they tried to move. Gon blurted, stunned, "Whoa, how fast are you going? Wait, are you really that new?" "You be?" Slag just smirked calmly. "Nah, he's not." The moment dragged on. Then the adventurer snapped back into action and swung again, pure irritation driving every strike. Yet suddenly his breath caught, and a wave of weakness slammed him. He stared in shock. Why was his chest pounding so hard? Somewhere in the crowd, the onlookers went wild. "Who is this guy?" And their cheers turned to disbelief as they muttered, "That duel's so dull. Why is Hansa just playing with him?" Stop pitying him. Then the protagonist locks eyes with his opponent and demands they finish it, because he sure doesn't want. To humiliate a promising adventurer, Hansa lunged forward, armor clanking, rage roaring in his chest. He shouldn't be messing with. He stood there like that. Then he snapped, trying to barrel straight at the insolent newcomer. But his body flat out refused him. His movement stopped mid-step. He jolted in total shock, shouting that he couldn't move at all. So what did this arrogant jerk do to him? The protagonist stayed cool and said nothing at all. Because they were turning everyone against him, his skill was finally turning into something deadly, right on the edge of being used. Was draining him, weakening him again and again with relentless automatic force. The adventurer frowned and demanded, "So you can weaken me again? What kind of skill is that?" And the MC shot back his answer. "This is a one-of-a-kind power, no skill like it, nothing you can learn the natural way, and every person who's ever had it leaves their name in history forever. Heroes don't just get gifts like that. Every single one is one of a kind, and you only ever get it once in your whole lifetime." Hansa stared in shock and thought, "So you've got a special power?" Then he demanded an answer. He snapped, "Why are you telling someone like me? Don't you know there are people out there who envy your power and would do anything to wipe him out or to exploit them for profit? So the most important thing to focus on is their skills. The most secret knowledge." He shot back that he only wanted him alive. "Please, let him surrender," Pansa pleaded. Rage simmered in his chest. Surrender? How could he possibly lose to some green rookie? The protagonist snapped, "Shut up!" and warned that if he wouldn't surrender, his muscles would slowly start to fail. Without them, the damage would spread fast. His bones would snap, his organs would get ripped apart, and he'd lose everything. Lose consciousness and die. Once again, the whole adventure gets ripped away before it ever gets to move. Rage flared as he snapped, "Don't toy with him! No way a B-rank adventurer like him could ever pull that. Succumb to something like this. Total nonsense." And right then the destroyer he started to fall apart, fast, until the aura around him warped, and then he screamed. He dreamed in a voice that sounded inhuman, like something inside him was being ripped to pieces. And when he tried to speak, his words barely came out. The armor suddenly felt like it weighed a ton. MC swallowed hard and fired back. That's... So he pushed for answers about the armor because the muscle loss hit harder and faster than anyone had predicted. This can get nasty fast, so let him say it. He wants to surrender. Surrender. And that question kept hammering through Gon's head. Surrender? The protagonist snapped into action and pushed the newbie along, but that so-called adventurer still wouldn't budge. Would the strongest adventurer in this city really fold and quit to some... nothing? Some newbie. At that exact moment, Selenia snapped her focus toward the Protect. The antagonist, an SSS-ranked adventurer, swaggered in and declared that the guildmaster wanted to meet him. Gon froze in stunned disbelief when her words hit him like, wait, so he's not a... This isn't a rookie. Then he bowed his head to the ground, fully throwing in the towel. MC thought, nice, his hostility's finally gone. And just like that, finally, Ethica sprinted straight at the protagonist, and he snapped in surprise. She was. He was totally naked, and the elf lunged into him in a fierce embrace, slamming him down onto the floor. The floor. Confusion slammed into the protagonist as a nearly naked woman suddenly wrapped her arms around him. What on earth was happening? Ethica blurted out, I can't believe this! So thrilled it almost hurt, but terrified he'd get hurt because of her, and tears started spilling over in her eyes. He shoved her away and snapped, That's it, forgive me, then left her to deal with the fact he'd scared her so badly. She clocked his questioning stare, blurted out her name, then heaped out another apology for interrupting her and thanked her like he meant it. The crowd murmured in confusion, and the receptionist shot back, Wait, he's an SSS-ranked adventurer? No way. Right at that moment, someone came in and greeted the guildmaster. Then he stepped in, reached the scene, and looked the MC straight in the eye, calling him an SSS-ranked adventurer. The insurer swallowed the irritation and told him their guild had apologized for the whole mess. Every single person there shouted his rank on the spot, then gasped in shock. Wow, Slad muttered, all sheepish, like he could already feel what he was about to admit. I would have been thrilled if the guildmaster hadn't said that, then, sometime later. Later, over steaming tea, the guildmaster leaned in and blurted it out with pure excitement. Imagine thinking an SSS-ranked adventurer could actually show up in a guild like theirs. The protagonist gave a nervous chuckle. What are you talking about? Then shrugged it off like, that's old news. The guildmaster just snapped back. Modesty? The weakest dragon slayer, peerless, invincible, and somehow unemployed, had finally heard the wild overseas rumors about his ridiculous nicknames. And when the protagonist said, I see, it hit him. He was still totally stumped. His powers were nothing special, but those two tricks, auto buff and auto debuff, turned allies into stronger versions of themselves and left enemies slipping fast, weaker and weaker. All he wanted was a fresh start, so he set sail for the new world. The guildmaster leaned in and demanded, So what dragged you to our guild, kid? What's your story? MC Sheep. She muttered with a guilty little chuckle. Doesn't he get it? This was about cold, hard money, and the guildmaster burst out laughing, totally baffled, shouting, Wait, is he? Seriously, is he messing with us? SSS-ranked players aren't just strong, they carry real power, massive status, and all the prestige to match. Prestige? That's insane. They'll never have to stress about money again, Slade blurted out, totally thrown. Nope, he's got no cash like that. Just lives in the village and makes do on his own. The guildmaster burst out laughing and shot back, Is he messing with him again? Because the protagonist is totally baffled. Why wouldn't he believe it? The guildmaster's smile vanished, and suddenly, serious as stone, he said, Jokes aside, he's got to have an S-rank badge or higher, because with that, he can score free food, drinks, and lodging from A guild member starts shopping, and the protagonist is completely caught off guard. Then, much later, as he finally heads out after leaving he stormed out of the guild, stared at the org's towering building, and thought, man, finally, my rank actually mattered. Andy, Ethico kept eyes on him from right behind. He ducked behind a tree, then his instinct screamed. He snapped around. She spun around, but she'd already slipped behind it, and a dreamy smile bloomed on her face. Across the elf's face, meanwhile, Disha and Rameri seethed with rage. They fired back at their leader. What do you mean? Slad couldn't possibly have run away without. Alex casually shot back, like he didn't care at all. Forget that little fish. She's out of the picture without even a word. He blinked in stunned disbelief. Then, just like that, he walked off without a single word. With pure irritation, that bastard bolted, leaving them in the dirt and betraying them. She refuses to stop until she finally lands a hit on him. Rameri just argues back. Slad wasn't having any of that. No way could he pull something like that after everything he'd taught. About a half-breed like her. The language, Disha wouldn't stop pushing. And still, how could she? How could he do that? She didn't get a single thing, and she couldn't even finish. She just couldn't. Be able to live in peace until she beat up the guy who stabbed his comrades in the back. He snapped his gaze at his allies, totally baffled, and after a beat, the protagonist. He cradled the book in his hands like it was sacred and blurted out, "This is a story about heroes." He called it a city flea market, a spot where you could hunt down anything your heart wanted. Desires. So of course, this book's stories would spell out everything about the races, dwarves included. Stubborn as a rock, but lightning fast and razor tough, El's moves feel strong and agile, and yet his face barely ever betrays a single emotion. They're painfully shy and suspicious of strangers. At that very moment, the compound bowstring snapped on him, slamming him to the floor. Then the elf looked away, sheepish as hell. She apologized cheapishly, and the protagonist snapped back in irritation. She felt nothing like the elves he'd read about. Just an hour ago, the guildmaster stared at him in shock, then asked for a fresh slime quest from the Karuna Ice Cave, and MC snapped back, yes. Yeah, he'd be down to try the ice slime candy they handed him as a reward. Only the guildmaster stared in total shock, asking if he really couldn't eat that stuff every single day, since he had all that money. He'd rather grab a lazy quest, like hunting down the dragon Elzad out west, but Slad shut that down hard. No way was that an easy win. Then the guildmaster leaned in and said, "Go explore the ancient ruins." And the moment they'd been hammering into each other mid-argument when it all suddenly started to smoke, Selenia gasped, whipped around toward the guildmaster, and he shouted that the table was basically on fire. So the protagonist decided the only smart move was to back off right then. Ethica clutched the quest in her hands and demanded to know what all the shouting was about, right when he burst into joy at her arrival. The elf explained there were barely any quests she could tackle solo at her rank, and then asked if he was free to take one with her. He stared at the request and burst into happy excitement.
Goblin extermination? That's perfect!
Because he just wanted an easy job, and the guildmaster blinked at him, completely baffled. Then he cleared his throat and said that by welcoming newcomers and fueling their adventurous strength would surge. The guild would flourish, and with it, the roaring economy of their bustling town, MC and. He stared back at the elf like, wait, what? And somehow that look still left him utterly confused. After a quick pause, the guildmaster nodded and said, "All right, send them out." And then he cut off mid-sentence. "Get everything ready and pack the supplies for the quest," he said, and his allies nodded with smiles, cranking into action while he fumbled through his gear, mortified. They were set to chase destiny, but their pockets were empty, so they tore into the flea market, hunting the bare essentials. At the market's chaos, Ethica, still digging through every scrap of merchandise, snapped, waved a blade in his face, and blurted out, and right then, she had the dagger he needed in her hands, so he could finally stop searching. "Yeah," the protagonist said, This'll do. The elf. Elf tried to explain, but she demanded a reason. So he started to say his class isn't some thief, right as the next thing happened to them. Right then, the shopkeeper burst in, raging, "What's going on here?" The MC stammered, promising it wasn't what he thought. Then the shopkeeper kept going. He told them, "Just look around while I'm gone, then slam down the rules. Clean up this place right now, or you're paying for every bit of it." The allies sprinted to carry out his orders, eager as sparks, while the guildmaster and Selenia kept their conversation going in the background. A girl poured tea for the master and blurted, "Aren't we just supposed to handle the goblins? Why are they handing us this job so easily?" Honestly, it's weird as hell. While the guildmaster sipped his tea, he called out how rude the guy was being. Yeah. And here's the real problem. They've got to deal with those goblins. Just yesterday, even a crew of battle-tested adventurers marched out on. On this mission, he vanished and never came back. Now everyone's whispering about what really happened. And just to be safe, they're dodging it, so yeah, this. This mission ranks among the highest, and Selenia listened to him. No interrupting, no blinking. After a while, the allies finally geared up and launched straight into the mission. Ethica leaned in and asked if the goblins were as big as kids, like, were they really that small? She'd seen them in the elven thicket 1,000 times. They admitted, out there by themselves, they're small and careless, easy to crush. But once they team up, they turn lethal. So you've got to slip out with expeditions now and then to sweep the area clean. And yeah, there are goblins who go after girls and mess around, so they call those filthy creeps hobgoblins. The moment he pictured it, cold dread slammed into him, and he swallowed hard. Then he pressed on. Hobgoblins trace their bloodline back to a girl from the Earth race who got pregnant by a goblin. Now these creatures are smarter and tougher than most. Some of them tower over everyone else, up to more than 10 meters tall, and then a goblin made the move. He suddenly spotted her, and the MC burned to tell her about this species too. But he clamped down, stared at her, and held back. His pale face said it all. He'd been talking way too much, and everyone knew that wasn't something you ever say to a girl. Ethica grinned and said she understood. And then, he was. So funny. She thought her request to join her would be a nuisance, but now she can see it's all. She's fine with it, because if she has to build a team, she's only inviting him. He figured elves had to be cold and suspicious, but Ethica blew that idea out of the water. Right then, she snapped, "Those are goblin They clung to every mark in the dust, following the trail straight into the monster's lair, slipping into the cover of shadows to stay hidden. Slade blurted, "It's them! Right there! Their lair is smack in the middle!" Deep in the forest. So how are they going to pull off escaping? Or even worse, how do they plan to wipe out the guards? Ethica burst out. Exactly. She hasn't told a thing. She hadn't told him what she could do yet, so she dropped right into a prayer pose. He chanted the spell and boom! Summoned the wind spirit Sulf, and suddenly, a creature materialized right in the middle of the sky. The antagonist snapped with shock. Wait, she can summon spirits? So she's a spirit priestess? Ethica shot back. He shot back that she was, and he couldn't shake the memory. He clocked it instantly. Priestesses have a special gift, and the more skin people expect to see, the more dangerous their skill gets. The more he understood, the clearer it got. Spirits get closer the more you expose yourself, and that's why she's in that skimpy getup, not because she's an exhibitionist. He realized his mistake just in time. She stared at him, furious, and snapped, "That's what he really thinks of her." Then he shushed her. If they weren't quiet, the goblins would sniff them out. "Come on," he joked. "Let her borrow Sylph's power and blast the goblins from here." The elf nodded at the spirit, but warned that her friend was more intense than usual. Finally, the protagonist eyed her bow and arrows and said, "One arrow, split it, and take out 3 enemies." Enemies surged in at once, and Ethica froze. She'd never heard anyone speak like that. Then he answered her, straight away. He can't help her at all. so she has to trust her elf friend, because the moment the elf activates her automatic support, everything changes. And launched a barrage of shots at the monsters, so brutal that the impact was nothing short of explosive. 3 goblin guards dropped at once. Every single one of them was hit, so... One survived, Ethica shouted, then shot back into the fray. She stared, stunned. What kind of terrifying power was this? Her gaze snapped too. He froze in shock and blurted, "Wait, this kid is unreal. She's insanely strong, and she just dropped 3 enemies in one go." MC blurted, eyes wide with admiration. "Sylph is insanely strong." And the elf snapped, grumpy and jealous. "Yeah? I'd love it if you praised me, too." Then, at that exact moment, one of the goblins snapped to its feet and started getting ready to strike. And get ready to strike them. Slad didn't hesitate. He snatched his sword. He swung his sword and drove it straight into the monster's neck. One clean strike, and it dropped dead. Ethica was... She watched, shaking her head in confusion, and blurted out that she was definitely going to hit him. Right there, in that vulnerable spot, he snapped back, "No, that's impossible. You can totally miss it while your senses are being hijacked by automatic." Dramatic support. The protagonist locked eyes with her, studying every move, and he tore into the monster's corpse he'd just slain, dissecting it piece by piece. The elf blurted out in pure confusion, "Wait, what is he supposed to be?" "Wait, what's he doing?" he snapped. And then it hit me. He's out there gathering materials. They'll turn his pieces into materials, then use each body part to chase that reward, slice after slice, right up until the proof of victory. Then the goblin's price came due, costing exactly that amount. And when he saw her disgusted face, he knew he'd struck the final nerve. With that said, he kept going, because being an adventurer just doesn't feel as glorious as being a hero. Money, fame, ambition, these greedy cravings drive them, and only the person ready to do anything survives. Then it hit him. Ethica was just too kind. Even when monsters were everywhere, she still treated them with mercy, and that's when... She jerked out of instinct and swatted the arrow aside. No special training, no secret talent. He couldn't teach her anything magical. Just show her what an adventurer's life was wild. Then he shoved the blade into her hands and told her she should try it too. He admitted it was a brutal, messy disaster. She found the method, and once she knew the truth, hope surged, because for the first time, she could actually make it back home. Right then, the universe pulled a wild prank. Out of nowhere, a massive monster burst into view and started sprinting straight toward me. A hobgoblin? That question ripped through the protagonist's mind, leaving him utterly baffled. How big is this guy? Is he so furious he won't even spare them a glance? This enemy's got to be coming at him with pure hostility. To get the debuff to trigger, then he and Ethica were... They're in danger right this second. The elf snapped her bow up fast. Sylph hit her automatic support mode, and click, her ethics system kicked in hard. Ithaca screamed at the monster, daring it to even think about touching her. Her family charged in and attacked the enemy, striking him. MC's fist landed like a thunderclap, smashing him with a deadly, powerful blow. Stunned, speechless by what she just said, she bolted toward. She lunged at him, yanked him by the collar, and blasted, "This isn't what you..." He shot back, totally baffled. Wait, what does that even mean? Then immediately squealed that it hurt, and Ethica told him he'd saved her by risking his life. So boom, they're family now. Clinging to the ones she loved most, was that selfish dream really enough to make her an adventurer? He remembered their recent conversation. She read him a bedtime book she'd snagged from a flea market, and then he turned to the elf, begging for answers from the family. Family, she finally confessed that elves and humans didn't exactly get along, yet they still called the family of their recognized comrade. They held on tight to their family bonds, and those connections stayed sacred for the rest of their lives. Then, the protagonist suddenly remembered something from a book, And right there, they claimed elves were cold-blooded and didn't trust strangers. Yet somehow, none of that mattered to anyone. They looked after their family with real, wholehearted devotion. Staring at the hobgoblin she'd already crushed, she just couldn't look away. And then, with her thoughts still heavy, she leaned toward her quiet companion and said, "A goblin's ear, if you prepared it right, could be turned into real medicine." That could have sealed up a bunch of bruises for good. He stared right at her. He shot her a warm smile and said, "You're really kind." And he couldn't wait to finish missions with her and travel alongside her, too. He shot his hand out and shouted, "Welcome to the team!" The elf blinked, staring at his own hand, then at his double, pure confusion flooding his face. Then he grinned and shook it again, yelling that she'd try even harder. Ares snapped at Chicha. "How could you just walk out on me like that?" The girl shot back, telling me her time as a member of the hero's party is done for, so the leader barked, fists clenched in fury, because this team isn't some random pack of adventurers. She was about to bolt and quit saving the world. Was she completely out of her mind? He sprinted after her and snatched her. Snatching her by the clothes, he yanked her back. Chicha spun toward him and hissed, ice cold, "What do you think you're doing?" Because he wants to stop her, unlike that witch and the Holy One. Holy Maiden, she didn't care one bit what happened to this world. He figured the hero's crew was his shot to raid that dungeon again and score even more treasure. Dungeons? What could possibly be better? So why did it feel like he had nothing at all? Anything left at all? How did this even happen? That guy slaughtered them. Everything was fine until the one they called a simple. The simple porter left, and Ares snapped. He slammed his fist on the table, muttering, "Him again," while the leader barked out the same complaint, annoyed and impatient. Maybe, so what does this even have to do with him? Sheikah ripped free from his grip and snapped, "That's it, I'm leaving." And she made it clear she wasn't running away or chasing some dream. She was done. "A traitor!" Ares shrieked like her lungs were on fire, even as that useless idiot had dragged himself into the fight. No matter what he did, nothing would have changed once he got to the door. The girl whirled around, flashed the leader a grin, and boldly said, That's what she planned to verify after she waved him off. Then she slipped out of the room. Chicha, grinning in that room, caught Ares cursing, and she decided, right then, it would be like that from now on. Starting right now, she's calling the shots. But what happens if Slad loses his temper? Rage boiled in Disha's voice when she talked about his gift, because she knows it better than anyone. When he snaps from anger, he stands there like a nightmare, terrifying as hell, so she better be insanely careful. Meanwhile, Ares replayed every detail of the moment it all started. The priest stepped forward and announced that Ares' coming-of-age ceremony was about to kick off. Now everyone was about to see what he could do. The crowd erupted, chanting, "He's born to be a hero. He was destined to save their world, and at just 15, he became their savior, the only one who could. He just had to beat the devil. Yet by himself, he didn't care about anyone, until the whole crowd fell into rhythm with his command, and all he could do was soak up the sight of them bowing their heads. They stared up at him, frozen in fear. Then he snapped that he'd fight the devil himself. But he laid down a few conditions, and that idiot still managed to mess it up. Slade blocked his path. Ares was absolutely certain that if he could just wipe out that trash, Slade would drop dead for good. Once the attention grabber was gone, the girls finally snapped their focus onto him. So tell me, why did everything collapse and end like this? Brawls erupted inside the team over the loss of a plain porter, while Epica kept barking orders at the protagonist right beside her like, "To the right!" Leftward, it goes on and on, nothing but rocks, dirt, and sand stretching everywhere, over and over. And tell me, how much longer do they have to haul those things? She pushed herself deeper through the cave, no words from the protagonist beside her, just silence as she called out. He blurted it out, then stopped short, snapped into an apology and warned, "The goblins might spot us, so we've got to put out." "Snuff the torches!" The elf shot back. What do you mean? He didn't seem to get it. This was supposed to be easy. It was going to be rough for her, but if he didn't do it like that, he'd be blind in the dark. So he promised her, "My eyes will adjust, and time will take care of the rest." And back in the day, his comrade was a master thief, but he trailed behind everyone, blind to the traps waiting to snap shut. Maybe he could dodge them by copying their moves. Now he was right here with her, and everything felt way easier. She just had to stay sharp, flip the night vision on, and cover him. Ethics practically bubbled with delight, because then he could finally trust her. So, do they really have to stay on guard? That hobgoblin is their leader, right? MC says, "Yeah, I think so." He's absolutely massive, so he's probably the leader, until the goblin is so hopelessly lost that he doesn't even spot them on their path. It was a... She stared at him in shock, like he was sprinting away from someone chasing him. Rattles start up ahead, and the elf barrels toward them. Standing at the edge of that massive pit, he blurted, "What an obvious trap! Who even thinks this is?" He'd even walked right into the trap. Then he snapped at her to stay where she was. But it was. Too late. Her foot slipped, and she went crashing down hard. Slad lunged and snatched her arm right before she dropped into the abyss, saving her from the fall at the left. Right at the last second, he yanked her out of the pit before disaster could swallow her, and Ethica kept cleaning. Clinging to him, she stared in terror at the spot where she'd nearly slipped away, and fury burned in her chest. They baited him with a fake trap, and right beneath them yawned a deadly abyss. "These goblins are downright cunning," an elf screamed down into the pit, and everyone heard the last word echoing like a slap in the face. The protagonist stared at the trap and wondered, how deep does this plan really go? If they skirt around it or charge right through, either way, the person... He warned, "If you drop in, you're done," and grinned because, yeah, a goblin mage is almost certainly waiting in that hole. Ethica's jaw dropped. Wait, a mage? Just how powerful is he? Then the protagonist finally answered. He answered her. Then the goblin slid into dark magic, weaponizing her worst feelings with nasty effects, and he pressed his hand to the surface. Stared at the hole and wondered, could they squeeze through before those rattles swallowed them whole? No, a goblin. Dublin popped up nearby. Suddenly they'd be at a disadvantage, and he couldn't afford to ignore ethics or safety, so MC stared at his companion, thinking hard. Then it hit him. An idea sparked, and he shot upright so fast the girl startled and flinched. Slad leaned in and asked, "Can you call the Nomu spirit as tiny as possible, even if it's this small?" That tiny spirit was hanging on by a thread. They needed it desperately, and Ethic fired off a spell to summon it. A Nomu. It was this tiny little thing, like a wooden man come to life. And then she snatched it up. He snatched it up, froze in shock, and realized, yeah, it actually worked. The protagonist. The agonist leaned in and told her to trust him. She and Nomu started to... Who could possibly survive that? So the battle kicks off right there with the sphere. Spirits step in and swell the hole wide enough to handle. Goblins screeched ahead, and the sound clawed at the air like a warning. The protagonist blurted at the girl, "They're coming!" as he kept his eyes locked on that monster. The monster barreled forward exactly like he'd feared. Of course, the goblins were. They dodged every trap like it was alive, and the goblins kept rattling their snares on purpose. Then they slipped right past the traps. Traps came sprinting at them, and the MC's mind snapped to it. No way, we've got a trap too. Just waiting around for the perfect moment. Right then, when the timing finally felt perfect, as the monsters fell back and drifted far from reach, Ethica loosed magic arrows from her bow and shredded through the enemy. The last enemies dropped, and the allies exploded into cheers, hands slamming together and the elf blurted out in awe, "Wow, you actually did it!" Because yeah, that was a huge win. "Great plan." Slade rubbed the back of his head, mortified, and admitted, "I just thought of it." If a smart goblin is running the show, his underlings better know where every trap is hidden, so he turned and stared at. He stared at her and snapped back to the spirit Nomu. This one could command the earth, so he stepped in and helped them grow the original. A gaping hole tore open bigger than anything they'd ever seen, and the goblins bolted down what they thought was a safe trail, until they plunged straight into. To their trap, simple on paper, but only a mind trained to outsmart the enemy could have built it like that. He'd learned the trick from an old friend. Etika pressed Nomu's spirit to her cheek and, with unforgivable certainty, blurted that they'd have to ask it to plug the deep hole that refused to budge. It muttered something in its own language, and the protagonist shot me a look like, so that's what it said, seeming to beg them to trust it. So the girl spoke back, tender as a whisper, hard. Hard worker, huh? Then they tore into the rattles and scoured every inch around them. Eddie Cook wouldn't stop badgering the protagonist, asking question after question. "Whoa, what's wrong?" he shot back. "It's no use, nothing special here." But she spotted it and snapped, "Look over there!" The road they'd just come from and the other paths were linked, and there were way too many. There were footprints all over the place. This room was clearly a secret shortcut, used to jump between paths. So right here, a goblin could pop up at any second. So what if we ditch Nomu's friends right here? They'll handle it, no doubt. MC shot back, but here's the catch. Spirits can only be summoned from one spot at a time. He insisted on taking this path. Then the girl smirked and said she'd call up a bigger spirit this time and not waste a second. They'd all team up and go at it, just like that. He blurted out in shock. "Wait, what are you talking about? Right now?" "No, let her wait," Ethika started to say, but it was already too late. She snapped her spell and then he summoned a spirit, and it turned out to be insanely gigantic. Slad gasped in total disbelief, because this wasn't a moose at all. Samu's friend. They wouldn't let him through until he finally woke up. Then the elf looked guilty, apologized fast, and admitted she hadn't. He'd planned to call up something that massive, and when it went wrong, he swept in and reassured her, insisting none of it was her fault, that it was his, while the protagonist started to think, "My automa." Automatic support had a nasty catch. It boosts the target's abilities without them even realizing it, like it's silently strengthening them. It saps the momentum from the enemy, slowing their moves, and even grants terrifying power, though you can't control it no matter how hard you try. That's why he just asked the ethereal guide to summon the smallest spirit, and when the goblin finally showed up, it stared at the massive. A massive spirit exploded with terror and bolted off in a flash. Ethik spun in shock, gasping as he realized what happened. He escaped. MC caught it at once. This had to be the boss room run, so they braced themselves and got ready to blow in and strike. The elf snapped her finger, then blurted, "No, it's her!" And the girl slammed her magical earth into the. Slade burst out of the exit where the goblin had fled, staring in shock. Wow, she slammed earth down and sealed the passage. And he couldn't help blurting, "So that means she can block every other route too, except the." "Then the enemy reinforcements won't make it through," Ethik snapped. "That's right. When they finally crack and try to run, they'll get caught right here in our trap," and he added, "They'll toss the dug-up earth back into this passage." Ethika's eyes lit up as she blurted, "Let the battle begin!" The protagonist snapped right along with her, buzzing with excitement, and then he stared at it. With my own hands, I caught myself wondering when I'd last had an adventure that hit this hard. Because all I'd heard from the heroes team was non-stop swearing, and the moment I resigned, people wouldn't stop testing me, daring me to prove I still had the skill. Ethika clocked his gloomy silence, leaned in, and demanded to know what happened, because why was he just standing there, stuck like that? She closed in on him and stared straight at his face, and a sweet scent hit him hard. Then he blurted, "No, nothing. Everything's fine." At least, that's what he thinks, because this is what adventures are supposed to feel like. And then the allies. Lies kept crawling on, and the elf soon felt it. Something foul hung in the air, and skulls stared back at him from everywhere, like the darkness had teeth. In the walls, someone's bones lay scattered near them, and the protagonist snapped, Goblins! Americans are all about rituals like this. Wait, the mage can't be far from here. Ethica, stop! Nearest! A skull stared up at him, and the instant he realized it wasn't fake, just a real human skeleton, confusion hit like a punch. Gelatin. And right in that instant, the aura snapped into something completely different, like the air itself just changed. The protagonist shouted, "Goblins!" and a wall of fire erupted right in front of them. The elf jolted back in shock and blurted, "Wait, are you guys having an internal..." Internal conflict hit the MC hard. Then he realized, this fire isn't going out, is it? Is it a fire magic spell? Then the boss is trapped somewhere nearby, inside a sealed space. Right when it felt over, a massive throne slammed into view ahead. C snapped back in shock. No way. This wasn't just some mage. It was a rare monster. A monster, yeah, a goblin witch, sat there on the throne, a flamboyant queen with a wild grin, staring off into the distance like she was laughing at what was coming. A cheerful smile flickers as Slad thinks. Goblins and tiny monsters swarm together in tight little groups, the essentials of the hunt. Turns out these fancy, high-class goblins come in two flavors. Hobgoblins, who smash things with brute physical power, and a goblin mage who hurls hatred magic. Males treat fiends. Females as slaves, and then, rarely, a female can shut the powers down and mute it. They mutated, unlocked goblin mage powers, and then they mounted up and rode. They're about to climb higher than ever, because right in front of them now, a rare monster looms, and it's absolutely terrifying. A goblin witch, fueled by hatred of male oppression, is nothing like the goblin mages. Then a hobgoblin tries to flee from her domain. What kind of place is this? He spun to Ethica and demanded to know if that monster was working with the other goblins. Problems. He had to shout for reinforcements right now because the elf was already drawing his. He snapped his gaze to the procession, stunned by the thought, how on earth had they? They captured the adventurers, the same ones who'd arrived here before. The allies the guildmaster promised? They marched in one by one, dragged along in chains, step after step, as the whole crowd watched. He muttered, staring at that horrifying path. Human bones were there too, and they were about to drag those guys into some twisted ritual. And he knew he had to stop it before it went too far. He had to step in, but he knew this fight would hit Ethica like a truck, because even if she's a rookie, that monster's holding something rare. She had those rare abilities until the goblins lunged, snatched Ethica, and dragged her into the chaos. And the protagonist yelled her name as it finally hit him. He suddenly remembered. He still heard Ares sneer, calling him a porter and a mediocrity. And now, the leader's judgment finally felt dead on. Just some regular guy with no crazy strength. His talent worked quietly on its own, and nobody even noticed. He clocked it, then sprinted to make the most of all those items behind the team, only for the moment to slip out from under him. But he was still trailing behind, because he always stayed in the show. In the back of the pack, yeah, but now he finally had a shot to save those wild adventures. Is an ethic, and he's the one who's going to punch through this boss and bring it down. He snapped at the elf to back off the witch's attack, then, instead of holding back, let her unleash Nomu and tear through the surrounding enemies. She fired back with a sharp reply. He answered, and then boom! The massive, dormant spirit epic finally kicked into gear. The epic had called out a force so woke and wild it charged the enemies, sweeping the protagonist along with it. He barked, "Yes!" and shoved Nomu forward, screaming for Ethica to follow. With a Nomu at your side, you tear into the monster closing in around her. She unleashed a furious sweep, blasting the goblins away in every direction. MC threw himself out of the way, dodging every nasty potential attack that came flying at him. You thought about the elf, and then, well done, he activated the massive thing. He hurled a blazing fireball spell and sprinted straight at the witch. He grabbed the stone, thinking, no way, I'm not letting her hurt anyone. He clocked it right away. Nobody ever uses this move, and it's just painfully ordinary. But it can also be used in other ways. The protagonist. He activated the taunt skill, then hurled a stone straight at the enemy to pull them in. The witch's glare pinned him in place, and he knew she was coming for him with everything in this attack. Then he did what needed doing, and the witch unleashed her magic with terrifying power. And a massive blazing fiery vortex swirled under the witch's complete control. As it drifted through space, a terrifying aura surged out of it. Ethicus screamed at him to run, yet the protagonist, Honest, kept his cool, hunting for the perfect moment to unleash his fully automatic. He went to trigger the debuff, and the moment his skill fired, the countdown to disaster began, right as the goblins got trapped inside a scorching whirlpool that burned everything in its spiral. They got it all because their boss made it happen, and yeah, that boss is pure magic. Her magical power fizzled out, she shrieked, and the scream cut off. Rage simmered on his tongue as the MC growled that darkly she was completely shocked, and the next moment, everything spiraled. Ethica stared in pure confusion, while Slade muttered that the witch still hadn't caught on. She was drained to her core, and when she looked at him, it was like she couldn't even process how astonishing he was. So she'd unleash her poison claws and drop her guard without a second thought. Everything played out exactly like he feared, and right then, the witch snarled and started stretching her claws toward him. He said, "You're moving way too slow," and the protagonist felt the pressure hit like a truck. The protagonist bolted toward her, snatched her hand, and squeezed it like he needed her to stay. The crunching sound hit the air, and she still lunged to attack, even though everything felt brutally impossible. She swung in with her free hand, fingers clenched around her magical power. He had to slam his defenses into place to shield himself. He braced himself against those spells and deadly poison claws, and then he blurted to the witch, loud and clear, that she was all. Totally helpless, she couldn't hold it anymore. Then, after a few heartbeats, she tore the air apart with a terrifying scream and went still, crumpling to the ground. He planted her to the floor, and the protagonist stared right back, only to realize her hostility still hadn't vanished. Epica blinked, clearly lost, because she couldn't figure out what was happening, and he thought the elf finally knew his rank now, so he had to tell her. That's why the MC blurted the truth, claiming the witch was crumbling under his one-of-a-kind skill, a fully automatic debuff that just kept stacking. She couldn't even prop herself up the moment the elf asked. Confusion hit like a wall, and her strength just vanished. "So, a unique skill?" he blurted, totally thrown off, because that's exactly why Gonza had given up in the fight, and Ethica screamed in raw confusion. Confusion hit. What was he even saying? He kept going. The fully automatic debuff slams the enemy's physical strength down to nothing, and with every step, every second ticking by shoves him closer to accelerated aging, and at first, nobody can see a thing. But the damage keeps stacking, growing stronger the farther it goes. That's why even the gentlest touch makes bones snap with a sickening crack, she muttered, stunned. That skill was way too dangerous, so the MC dropped into a crouch in front of the witch and pressed on. But once the hostility vanished, everything snapped back to normal. Woken by hatred, the goblin witch has no clue how to trust anyone. Honest, she's doomed to live with that bitter fear. So yeah, we've all got to feel bad for her. We had to get her medicine in fast, no debate, because the protagonist shoved back, and that was it. Was totally useless because the witch was hit with an accompanying effect. You could poison her and even drain her blood, then bam, this rare skill lands a perfect strike right on time, right when the enemy least expects it. Set on wiping out the witch, so the only way to end her is to let. They could let her die naturally, or they could poison her, or drain every drop from her blood. So yeah, his powers came in clutch right then. Ethica. Suddenly, she broke down in tears, and the protagonist scrambled to calm her down. She swore she understood it all, yet this witch was dragged to survive on hatred, and every curse she muttered still burned deep inside her. Everyone. What a miserable creature. MC stared at her, then snapped his gaze to the witch and thought this would be her undoing, and now That hatred will finally bring her down. He prayed that in her next life, this time, for real, she'd finally get to be happy. After a tense stretch, they finally broke the chains and set the adventurers free, who burst with excitement, telling them they had genuinely saved them. If they hadn't rushed in to save them, those people would have been swallowed up by this time. Already, right now. Temple. Then they tracked Ethica down. She was a dead shot with a bow, and it turned out Nomu was in the mix too. They were incredible. Slad was cool too, but what did he actually do? The elf shot back. He used pure provocation. Talk about the perfect distraction right there. The protagonist let out an awkward little laugh. Feeling so painfully awkward in front of them, everyone started talking, and it made it even worse. They tore through the crowd, and at last, there it was, the exit. After a while, once everyone finally got saved, safely they made it out, and the protagonist let out a breathless cheer to celebrate. Ethicon finishes her first mission. She remembers every word of what she promised, but before they even stepped into that cave, she told them it was her selfish need, her burning desire, to guard the people she loved most. Those adventurers were total strangers to her, but they didn't show up to mess around. They came to protect her. Protect the city at any cost, always. So first, they threw a celebration in her honor because she had saved them all. Tears shimmered in Ethica's eyes, and the adventurers erupted in pure joy, finally free, breathing in that bright, fresh air. The adventurers closed in around them, clinging to their saviors like they'd just been reborn. He leaned in and told her she was an incredible adventurer. Then, after that, they all rolled home together, shouting that they were about to throw a party at the bar. Then Ethica swung toward the protagonist mid-route. The antagonist paused, and when she thanked him, she admitted she was honestly thrilled to go, to set off on her very first adventure with him, because without him, she would have hit rock bottom and crashed hard. It fell apart, so she refused to quit and pushed to keep working as a team with him, because he knew they'd already talked it through during that mission. Mission on the table, he decided he'd stay right by her, and when the protagonist told her, "Okay," she exploded with excited, sparkling energy. With fierce confidence, they'd keep pushing forward, bow in hand, ready to summon spirits with every step. She figured the next mission would crush her even harder than this one. Then he smirked. "We'll see." Later at the bar, she slammed her drink onto the table and burst out with a full. The fully automatic buff the MC spotted hit her, and she was drunk out of her mind. The elf leaned in so close their breaths mixed, then snapped, furious. "So that's all because of you? Your archery skills? And you calling forth that terrifying spirit?" "How could she accept this sober?" he blurted back, totally lost. He couldn't even read her face because she looked so damn happy. Ethica slumped at the table, slammed her fists down, and blurted that she thought she was actually useful to him. The protagonist sprang up and blurted, "That's right!" His mind still buzzing at how incredible her abilities are. Yeah, his power can't save him without that support skill. She's the one who's been backing him up countless times today because the elf draft hits again and again, and you can feel it in the air today, right now. They're heading to his hotel, and he's completely baffled. Like, wait, what is she doing? What was she even talking about? Because before they knew it, they were swept into his hotel room. Ethica stared in pure awe at the protagonist's room, because the huge bathtub in it is downright incredible. Manus thought, wait, she wanted to bathe? And she blurted, "Well, good." Then she yanked off her clothes fast, and MC spun away in pure embarrassment, shoved his hands over his eyes, and he got cut off by what happened next. Indignation surged. He was still here, not 1 inch moved, not gone anywhere at all. The elf just answered with silence, and he muttered, "If it's him, then everything's gonna be okay. I just need to believe." He swore he heard something, but he'll play it off like nothing's real. Then he steps out of the bathroom and decides, no, it's Ethica. He figured he'd just take a walk, leaning out the window. Then his mind snapped to it. She's still underage, right? Nope. Elves age slower than humans. So wait, what is he even thinking? Right then, Ethica barreled up to him and demanded to know what he was up to. MC clocked it instantly. He noticed, stunned, that she finished so fast. Then the elf shrugged and said, "She's drunk." She scanned the room one more time, and yeah, this place screamed SSS ranked in every corner. Then the girl launched onto the bed with a full-on sprint, gasping with pure joy at just how ridiculously soft it was. That lit her up with pure joy. Slad stared at her, utterly baffled, trying to figure out what was going through his teammate's head. Because the way he was acting was just so... What an idiot! He bolted to the closet and shouted that there had to be sweets in here somewhere, then asked, "Does she want some?" Ethica replied, "Yeah, she really did." She snatched the sweets out, then spun to him and apologized. For taking this long, the room went dead silent, and the elf was already sound asleep. He thought, yeah, of course she'd be worn out after her very first adventure. He gently tucked a blanket around her, and the girl spoke. Whispered his name in her sleep like a secret, and told her it was fun. He scoffed. Fun? Obviously. When was the last time he'd even let himself dream about adventures, back when it all felt possible? After the wild ride with his longtime old friend finally wrapped up, the fun was over. A bunch of guys started swarming in around him, all hungry to see what he could do. Then he slid onto the heroes team as a lowly porter, and everyone on the old continent already knew exactly what he could do. So he threw in the towel on adventuring, until the new con. With Ethica by his side, the whole continent felt like his chance to sprint through lost time and turn it into pure adventure. Adventurer. Yeah, that can wait. Right now he had to focus, because saving money he couldn't afford to mess this up. After his long trek, he finally slipped back to his room, and Ethica was out cold, snoring like a chainsaw. The protagonist snapped his mind into place. Yeah, he needed to figure out where he could crash tonight, because he couldn't just pass out beside her. Not when the night was on. On this continent for so long, Ethica finally crashed into bed and fell asleep, still sweetly innocent, but her body was already on the verge of something. It was already fully developed. Then he snapped it off mid-thought like he couldn't believe what he was doing and realized he'd have to spend the night somewhere else. Those S-rank perks came with one wild bonus: free nightly entertainment. Because one night of misunderstanding between a man and a woman can ignite chaos inside the team, the guild stepped in with a built-in fix to keep things from blowing up. And honestly, it's a good system on both the old continent and the new. Mitty slid up to him and dropped the news. This opportunity was theirs. The whole thing wasn't a normal summoning at all. This time, he could not only call them, but also sit down and talk about the most urgent problems with her. With a girl, he did everything he could. Then she shoved a glass of water into his hands and asked why he didn't see it all going this way. He blinked and demanded what she meant. She smiled and told him that when an elf calls a man of another race, family, that's how elven custom works. If they say it, they mean they want him as a husband. And he had no clue. The protagonist stood there, baffled and locked in a tough spot. Wait, first of all, family isn't the same as friends, he snapped, even though the marriage talk kept spinning in circles. But in a storybook she read as a kid, it said elves have a special name for the friends they recognize, and she said it like it was fate. It was brutally hard for her to throw her whole heart behind a man from another race, and once you're being honest, there was barely anything to even build on. Turns out it's even wilder. Some simple-minded elf gets rescued by a total stranger, and an SSS-ranked adventurer too. Seriously, who wouldn't see that as fate handing them a gift? And if he wanted it that badly, she could become his second wife. So MC shoved her aside and blurted out, all embarrassed, like the words just escaped him. He had no money. Mitty replied that she was just joking, like she really thought the kid had nobody at home to call friends, except for some summoned spirits, because among their kind, men won't even spare a plump woman a glance, and all they can really show off is their gift for calling spirits. He leaned in and asked, "Do you know how to summon spirits?" Then pressed even harder. "And be real, were you an adventurer once?" The girl finally admitted it. Yeah, she could do it, because with those skills, she'd level up into a C-ranked adventurer, Midi. He leaned in close and told him that if she kissed him on the ear like that, it would. It's basically a marriage proposal, like he's accepting right there and then. He had to kiss her back. That was the whole ritual, so let him handle this. This kid, sure, elves are sweet and gentle, but if this man betrays them, they won't hesitate to end him. Slade snapped, gritting out, "Forgive me," then demanded she stop scaring him half to death. Mitty burst out laughing and joked that if they teamed up, he could play it like it was all friendly, right? He warned her not to try to pull him into a dark path one day. Moments later, he dashed back to the hotel, and Ethica was already chowing down at breakfast, eyes up as soon as she saw him. When she spotted him, joy lit up her face, and she waved him over as he came closer. He closed in on her, and she demanded where he'd been. The protagonist shrugged and said he'd just gone for a short walk. Then she blurted. Just then, the waiter swooped in and set breakfast right in front of him. He thanked the guy, still stunned, thinking, wow. Before he could even slide into his seat, his food was already slammed onto the table. He stared at Ethica, and after what Mitty told him, he could only think, how could? Could he even meet his companion's eyes? The elf grinned and slid him breakfast. So damn delicious, he dug in, convinced he was just overthinking it, but he couldn't bring himself to ask her face to face, and honestly, it all started from there. If he'd been wrong, he'd have crumpled under pure shame. Then she leaned in and asked what he thought of these elven vegetables, and the MC had no choice. He had to admit they were absolutely delicious. When they finally burst into the guild, Selenia stared at them in pure shock. Then, after they wiped out the Goblin Witch, she promised she'd send them next. A priest was ordered to bury the goblins. But tell me, how could an ordinary team possibly take down something like that? They were both safe and sound. Then Ethico shoved the protagonist forward and he told her, "We can win. Trust me." Because he already knew exactly what skills the enemy was unleashing, and the protagonist rushed to tell her next. The receptionist he'd once bumped into, back when he found it in a book, Selenia's face lit up with a grin as she remembered, and she said, "Yeah, of course, Mr. Slad's an SSS rank adventurer, and he basically grilled her by asking if his rank was that cool." Selenia shot him a confused look and demanded to know what kind of questions he was asking. Then MC stared back, totally baffled, and said he suddenly demanded an explanation. Could the receptionist really start by saying what happens when someone doesn't have innate skills, like fighting or sacred magic? They can't become an adventurer, because to climb past rank A, you need a second rare gift on top of your innate one. And rank S was made so people with rare skills could finally be valued, while SS is reserved for those with a truly unique ability. But that's where things get wild. But that's not the whole story. If you want real clout, you need achievements that shake the world, like saving an entire country. Rank S is awesome, sure, but among the special SS ranks, there are legends who didn't just win battles, they went and founded whole countries. And he leaned in, grinning as he said, "Oh yeah, that kind of person existed." "So what about rank S?" Selenia grinned and said, "Easy, he's the world's savior." The protagonist blinked, totally lost. Then she spelled it out. "So they treat him like a human," the girl said, like that was the whole point, even after he saved the world. And that hit him hard. Maybe it wasn't some impossible thing at all. Not at all. After all, his skill was basically moving on its own. Selenia dropped that little bombshell, by the way. So after reading every word, would he really cave and sign those documents? He pointed at it and demanded, "Tell me, does this mean my acceptance is confirmed?" He didn't want some reward at all, just the real thing. And the registrar said it with full seriousness. "No, it's a marriage license. Let him marry, no." To marry her, the protagonist and Ethica both froze in utter disbelief at that jaw-dropping statement. He blurted out, totally thrown, "Wait, what are you saying?" Then the thought hit him like thunder. He needed to marry her right now. Selenia snapped into near hysteria. pleading with him. Please, she was drowning in despair. How much longer could this go on? Would she really stay an old maid just because no one pushed her into marriage? All it took was getting wed on paper, and she didn't care one bit about any marital duties. Right then, Ethica shoved MC aside and snapped, "No!" while Selenia blurted, stunned, "Why?" Because she was already demanding that outsiders stay out of this whole mess. Indignation flared in the elf's eyes. She wasn't some outsider. Slad was her comrade, and then the registrar finally threw. She chuckled and suggested it. So, does that mean she's hinting she wants to pull him in for herself? Of course. And yeah, SSS rank basically screams status, stacks of money, and pure power. So it's not some... Of course it sounds great, Ethica snapped. Yeah, a special rank and the money are awesome. But the truth is, above everything else, he's her close friend. That's exactly why she refuses to let him marry another man, who's just hungry for his title and the fortune it comes with. The Lina snapped to the truth. Her attempts were doomed, and Ethica's intentions were next. And with zero hesitation, she cut ties with the protagonist of the story, leaving the path set in stone, then walked away. He apologized to her, and she shot back, "Fine, I'll try," like there was no other option. Otherwise, Ethica snapped, all irritation and urgency, warning that if he blew this, she'd regret it for the rest of her life, then told him she'd be waiting for him at the exit. Exit. The MC stared, totally thrown, confusion crashing in. Was she mad? Yeah, it sure looked like it. And as he tried to speak, he couldn't. Is he really that important to you? Selenia fired questions at him, then pressed, "What about him? What did you feel for Ethica?" He stalled, then finally turned and headed to. Slad surged toward the exit, where the elf had been waiting the whole time, then spun to her and said, he looked her in the eye and thanked her for being immune to status and wealth. She practically glowed with joy, but Ethica snapped back, offended. "Don't thank me. There's no point." For that girl was straight up unhinged, so I gotta ask, is this normal for humans? The protagonist shot back, "No, even for them it's..." "That's strange," she said, "and it's somehow made hope spark, because she's convinced there are going to be plenty more like her." He blurts out, "Do you want to marry me?" Then immediately slams the brakes because since yesterday, something's been nagging at him and he can't shake it. Everyone kept pushing the marriage talk, and it just burst out of her mouth. Then the protagonist snapped to and apologized right away, and the elf answers. He snapped back, "That's reckless," then fired off the real question. Aren't elves supposed to name the person they want to marry as part of their family tradition? "Ethicook," he added. Shay snapped her hands over her face, mortified, like, ugh, of course he knew. He swallowed his words, desperate to say something else, because watching her embarrassment hit him like a punch. But she added, "It also means the elf feels gratitude, so he has zero reason to marry her after that." After all, MC shot back, what if he claims it's not true? The girl cut him off. "No, I want you to say that again. When you get to get to know her better, wouldn't it be a nightmare to marry right after just meeting her?" She crouched down again and buried her face in her hands. Slad felt painfully out of place. Then he glanced at her and burst into a laugh, and Ethica shot back, irritated and snapping, "Ugh. What's so funny? He just said she's adorable when she's confused." Then the elf's anger flared, and she snapped at him to wipe that grin off his face. With a sharp grin, he finally had enough of watching that grandfather fawn over his granddaughter as sweetheart, and before long, he grabbed her hand. He handed it over and then snapped, "So yeah, you still need to grab some gear. Hurry, or every shop is going to shut its doors." The girl's face burned with outrage, because they had to. They hadn't even finished their sentence when it hit him. Selenia's words about his feelings for Ethica, and suddenly, he couldn't. He had no clue what he was hunting for, and that mystery is exactly how he wound up on a brand new continent, totally lost, totally aimless, just hoping Ethica would explain it. So yeah, he started feeling like she was his family. Slowly, and with With total seriousness, he made sure of it, because that's exactly how it was supposed to be. It should be, right? Their adventures were just kicking off, so for a while they kept telling him the same thing. Some thug was waiting for him in the vestibule. He blinked in shock that he'd introduced himself that way, then stepped out, like the moment itself had flipped the script. He stepped into the vestibule, and the moment the new arrival showed up, he froze in stunned surprise. She just mentioned this super cozy hotel, greeted him with a bright smile, and totally set him up for what came next. His question, "What is she doing here?" And he snapped, like he wouldn't let it slide. "So when she shows up, he reacts like that, huh?" Slav fires back that she can always track him down wherever he might be hiding. The girl gasped, "Wow, he actually trusts me?" Then she rushed to him, because she'd been missing him like crazy. When the protagonist finally replied, "Sarcastic as hell. Yeah, right." Then she drops it. She's got 3 pieces of news, and honestly, we should start with the first one. That didn't just bother him, it lit a fire under his skin, because the moment he was gone, the heroes team would get wiped out completely. Ruthless destruction would rip the world apart and trigger the end of everything. Meanwhile, Ares' team fought for their lives, hammering the monsters back with sheer desperation. When they finally crushed the enemy and brought the fight to a stop. Enemy. Disha's eyes widened in shock. Because they couldn't drop him with a single strike, Ares seethed, furious. She said, dead sure that the enemy was way stronger than normal. Then her blood went ice cold as he crashed in and struck her hard in. Hardened in a defensive stance, the leader snapped, seething. Was she accusing him of this? The Holy Maiden spoke back, and then everything went quiet. Rumeri corrected her fast. Slad was the one who usually stepped in, spotting the enemy's weak points before anyone else could. On the battlefield, his weaknesses showed fast, no question about it, Disha said with a grim stare. Because even in the thick of combat, Slad never stepped in, always keeping himself off to the side. Sure, he'd never be useless. And yeah, that other guy could have been just some simple porter. But Chicha was insanely strong. After that crushing loss, Ares didn't even bother recruiting new members, let alone hunting down Chicha, the leaders. She snapped back, irritation blazing. Seriously, what was she thinking? They had to move on, right now. Out of nowhere, a wyvern swooped into their path, blocking the way instantly. The team never saw this new monster coming, and it hit them like a blindside. Meanwhile, the protagonist leans in and begs Chicha for support. Wait, surprise! Will the hero's team get wiped out? And why is she suddenly so sure? She shot back, of course, because he was an SSS rank. The adventurer slipped away, betting she'd miss it, because he knew the one person who checked their condition every single morning would spot it the moment it happened. MC stared at the problem like it was a trap. How was he even supposed to know what she did every single morning? Then he figured she should just keep going. Once he joined the hero's team, every hack and trap disarm went so smoothly it felt unreal, like the traps were handing themselves over. So she started hunting for any sign that he'd been even a little too secretive. He wouldn't dare use his real name. Then the girl burst into laughter, like she'd heard the funniest secret in the world, and kept going. Then she brought up the next bombshell, breaking off from the hero's team. That choice would keep her on top, even if it ripped her heart to leave everyone else behind. Slad looked like, but Chicha isn't some villain. He's just doing what adventurers do, betting their lives every single time they step out. He blurted out that the team wouldn't have crashed if he'd been left on his own, then slammed her exit as a crushing blow, because while she'd burned her skills in that tiny guild, they'd head for the big city and hunt down a replacement. The thug roared, tossing out a bet of 500 gold that Ares would bolt from town with no reinforcements coming. He told her that if she didn't stick with them, he'd have to face the attack alone, forcing the fight on his own shoulders. She snapped that it was reckless, right on cue for him. And yeah, he was overthinking it. In his mind, Ares wouldn't be searching for A-ranked monsters in a big city at all. She'd be hunting someone in some tiny town with 0 A-ranked adventurers. especially since he wasn't even thinking about guys. When the surprise hits, the protagonist blurts it out, and she just goes, yeah, calling it a solid adventure. She just snapped upright in pure irritation and barked at him. You're way too naive. If someone keeps whining about needing money, he'll hand over everything on the spot, no questions asked. The MC blinked, stunned, then confirmed it was real, and yep, he meant it. Sure, he could have covered a mountain of debts, but instead, he stepped up and did it on his own, like a man choosing to sacrifice himself. He acts as the guarantor, so she's got zero room to complain, Shicha sighed. She finally clocked why he always walked away with nothing, and that's when she realized her bet had paid off. Ares tore out of the city yesterday with the same crew, and Slad just stared in confusion. There had to be at least 2 attackers in that squad, but it was impossible. He can hold the rear guard by himself, because if they squeeze his options, the whole formation collapses, and the team ends up getting wiped out completely. He said it out loud, and it landed like a punch, because she'd already known the answer the whole time when she accepted the bet. Didn't she warn him not to trust everyone? Didn't she tell him that? And wasn't this just another example of the bet he'd made, not some one-time mistake? The protagonist sank with a hopeless sigh, and he couldn't even muster a rebuttal. Shicha kept pushing, refusing to let him breathe or leave him alone. Alone now, he hadn't even bothered to say yes to the challenge, but honestly, it didn't matter anymore. So the last thing she wanted was to bring it up, yet she knew it would totally hook him, and sometime later, over dinner, she leaned in and told them she was joining the team. Then she introduced herself by name. She introduced herself and said she and the protagonist were comrades on the heroes team, then smiled. Nice to meet you, the L. The elf stared at her in total confusion, then snapped at MC, demanding why she had only just now found out he was on the heroes team. He shot back, utterly baffled, because he was just a simple torter, and not once did he think a full-on professional thug would ever slide into their team. Shicha took note too. Ethica thought hard. Yeah, he's got an insane skill, but it'd be smarter for her to stay right beside them, SSSS rank, and the heroes team. Team? She was starting to believe Slad might be the hero. But come on, doesn't he look way too much like some run-of-the-mill traveler? Shisha nodded like it was settled. Slab sounded like the real deal, and she'd trust his word. Right then, the elf called upon. He called up a Nomu, then the protagonist snapped. If the hero's crew is in danger, we have to catch up right now. And the allies, no hesitation. Then they launched. Shicha blinked in confusion like, wow, that's super generous, isn't it? And then she kept going. Going to help the man who had chased her off, but now that he was the team leader, she'd have to listen to his every word. Ethica asked. Are you okay? She pressed, and the call was clear. Let them step in. I've heard the hero has pulled off a ton of feats, MC said. And yeah, this wasn't exactly the moment to start talking, of course. The elf snapped back. Not the best. Like, there. They're literally on the way, Slad snapped, and the hero drew the sacred sword like it was fate itself. Shicha copied his move, squared up, and swung it too. Sacred sword, huh? And yeah, Ethica shot that down hard, because he can't even ride a horse. She could only hope Ares would pull through, because once she said it, she flat out added that she wouldn't be shocked if Ares used those two as bait, the protagonist would slam her with the truth. She'd blow her probationary period like that. A trash-talking, arrogant jerk with zero redeeming qualities who never bothers to listen. Sounds like their hero, huh? Shicha fires back with a smirk. Do you have zero flaws too? Her, Ethica said with a heavy sigh. Yeah, she'll help the team, and even the hero himself. But the protagonist? The organist snapped. All right, it's official. Then he turned to Shicha and asked if she'd finally cooled off. Sure enough, the thug shot back that she had, and MC just stared, thinking She looked fed up. But even while pretending she was under pressure, she kept tracking the most logical next steps. Because for her, this mission meant everything, and she had to go. He rushed to check on the hero's team and begged Epica to shut down Sylph's tailwind. The spirit's wind had shoved them forward like lightning, and now the elf leaned in, demanding to know if something was wrong. The protagonist jabbed a finger at Shicha, who was charging ahead. Then she slammed the brakes, leaned forward, and stared at something off in the distance, and he said she had to have spotted something, then pressed her hard. So what did you see? All three stared in stunned awe at what unfolded in front of them, and Shicha blurted, totally lost. Is that really the Remarry Witch's hat, still sitting there from the hero's team? She broke into a cold sweat and muttered her plan under her breath, like she couldn't wait any longer. Ethica blinked, utterly thrown off. A plan? The cutthroat burst forward in a blur, charging out of nowhere. Then the elf shouted her warning. She didn't even slow down, she just kept going. Ethica snapped a question to the protagonist. Is the man here okay? He answered grimly, like the truth hurt. No, Remarry wouldn't drop a goodbye gift for her mother out in the middle of the forest unless something had already gone horribly wrong. Sheikha rushed back and told MC she couldn't find Ares, or the team, yet. Nearby, there was nothing. No sign of them at all, and not even a single dead monster. Slad drawled. I see. So the hat got blown in from the battlefield. She said it like it was urgent. Right then and there, they had to run back. Epica slammed to a stop and roared, Why are you so indifferent? Aren't their friends in danger? The protagonist. The antagonist shot them a sincere apology for how everything spiraled, fully admitting they know how it all looks. They read the whole situation from the outside, and Shicha made it clear they know their role perfectly. All right, if she keeps walking the adventurer's road, then one day, someday she'll finally get it. An elf stared at them, utterly stunned, and thought. After a while, the protagonist finally wrestled with the truth, and still, nothing, absolutely nothing, gave him any way out. The thug Shicho was on the hunt for the leader, who was posted right here, scanning for any chink in their defenses. Ethica stepped in, caught his attention, and apologized for what had happened. He waved it off and said it was nothing, but deep down he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling crawling through him in that moment. Just like that, Shicha snapped him out of it, calm as ever. Shicha? MC chuckled. Damn, her mouth is a real shark's, he teased. But when she's trying to bury her feelings, she always slips into that. In a steady, controlled voice. And weirdly enough, every single person on the team just settles down. Ares included, like even. Shicha was ready to stay on that team, but something snapped, and suddenly it all went sideways. Ethica leaned in and said, I see. And hey, when they finally found Remarry's Then, right before she could blink, Shichu muttered about a plan, while the allies had absolutely no clue the thug was crouched behind a tree, ready to strike. Eavesdropping on their whispers, Slat pressed her again for the plan, and the girl snapped out a quick answer. She shot back fast, no reason to doubt, but right then, at that moment, the look on her face hit like pure terror. Then the protagonist. Dragonist told him, I know Shicha, she's a good girl, but she's greedy for money, just like the other thugs. And even though she slips on a mask of cruelty and malice, yet secretly funnels her hard-earned money to the sick, like a smile that says one thing while her heart screams another. Scary as it might sound, she would never hurt anyone, so don't jump to conclusions until you hear what she says next. Firsthand is what matters most, because in the future, this girl is going to build a whole life, and they'll never regret a thing. Then, out of nowhere, Shicha exploded from behind that tree. The protagonist flinched hard, blurted, That idiot's gonna catch up to me one day, and the thug snapped to her allies. She found the tracks. Move! There's no time! No time to waste. Everyone has to move now. Etika said it while they were heading out, telling the cutthroat that she and MC were ridiculously close. The cutthroat snapped back in confusion. Wait, where are you even getting that? Etika just laughed and let her words land. Why was she blushing so hard? Slade instantly realized he shouldn't let him catch talk like that. Then She said she'd uncovered something big, swore Remery was safe, and there wasn't a single sign of a burial anywhere nearby. Ethica let out a shaking sigh of pure relief and said how good the protagonist sounded. Like surely the Holy Virgin would have felt the burial if it had to happen, right? But Remery couldn't possibly fight right now. If she'd been fully awake, she would never have dropped her hat like that, Ethica said, baffled, asking if she was hit by some illness. She crouched, nudged the ground, and pointed out tiny smears of blood, then concluded that if Remery was still alive, she was probably trying to mend her magical powers. Let's take a look, she insisted. She jabbed at a deep furrow in the soil, and the elf blinked in shock. That cut is brutal, while the cutthroat snapped back. Yeah, Disha's unique skill. He snatched victory instantly with a brutal critical hit on the very first strike. Then the protagonist remembered it clearly. About 50 years ago, the demon king Ushumgar suddenly burst into the world. He was the only one of his kind, ruling from above while building a paradise for the undead below, until the monsters turned ferocious and launched a brutal war on. Humanity was hanging on by a thread. Then the demon king snapped into action, unleashing a brutal spell that cloaked the whole world in deadly miasma as the spell of the undead surged to life. Most guilds send a pastor or some sacred skill holder to handle the burial, because leaving a dead body behind is asking for trouble. But once it's changed, we still have to bury it. Problem is, there's no monument, no marker, and not a single trace of the ritual anywhere nearby. And that brutal slash was almost definitely a critical hit. Meanwhile, while Ethica quizzes Shicha about the critical hit, Shicha fires back. It's Disha's special ability, the kind that lands a razor-true fatal blow on the enemy. With a grin, the elf zeroed in on their weak spots and explained it all with wild excitement. Because if she can pull off that kind of skill, then she's gotta be the strongest, no doubt. MC snapped, "No, this isn't that simple. The Holy Maiden can't fight. She just delivers flawless. Like sacred protection, because that kind of power that wins with the first strike is terrifyingly strong. But here's the twist. The sacred power doesn't automatically come with combat skills, and it starts. First, this strike isn't for monsters. It only works when you're backed into a corner. But don't let her tell Daisha when they meet. Sure, they're talking about this one-of-a-kind skill, but for her, it hits different. She just blurted it out like it was the only thing that mattered. So ahead, there are 2 sets of fresh footprints, like someone just vanished into the dark. And that's where it gets dead. Adisha hoisted Ramari onto her back, and right then the moment hit. Time to bolt. Hurry! Yeah, okay. The allies surged forward once more, tracking the footprints straight ahead, Aerie. Ares and his crew kept hammering away at the wyvern. Then their leader stood up, ready to turn the tide. Breathing hard after the fight, he swore this monster was some rare species, then sank to his knees, clutching a wounded arm. His strength started to drain away, and he realized the wyvern was leagues beyond anything they'd ever battled before. He snapped, cursed through his teeth, and then nausea hit like a wave. Aisha rushed in to heal him, then told him straight up, "That's just a side effect of the healing." Remery fought tooth and nail just to keep the monster from breaking free. She snapped her air blade out and slashed straight at the wyvern. The enemy slipped through every one of her strikes like they'd been telegraphed. She struck back immediately, and the girl stared at the air blade like she finally understood its power, what she was really up against. It was a simple spell, but it hit like a truck, and it worked insanely well. She fought a flying object head-on. She'd already slammed a wyvern to the ground with the same strike once before. She shoved herself up and surged back into the fight, launching another strike at the enemy. And she swore she'd knocked it down until the wyvern didn't stop. It didn't fall, so it still failed, and that only stoked his rage even harder. The monster. The red wyvern surged again and doubled down on its attacks, Ares. Batteries got healed, then handled from a safe distance. Remery barely slipped out of the wyvern's strike, and with panic exploding in her voice, begged him to help. Ares stared at the girls and growled, "I can't save her. She's almost out of time." That wyvern's starving to death. What a bummer. But hey, what choice do we even have? The girl just stared in disbelief because what she was seeing and hearing felt impossible. Years. At that exact moment, everything. Disha dug deep, summoned every ounce of strength, and crashed into the monster with a brutal attack. She snapped, screaming that she'd handle that. Damn that lizard! She snapped her unique skill on midair and tore into the air with it. A single, devastating critical strike landed, like destiny had finally swung for him. He shattered the wyvern into nothing but flying scraps. Barely holding herself upright, she managed to say it. Then the good hit landed, and she heard the exhausted Romeri, tears pouring down her face, choked out the protagonist's name. Disha leaned in and thought, no way. If he were here? If we're being honest, he would have snapped into action and shielded Romeri right here. Just like that time she used it for the very first time. She slammed her holy skill into him, and he gasped in shock. When he tried to understand, he realized he hadn't put on armor just to make room for her. He was just so full of kindness and heart. Then he sprang up. He popped up with a huge grin, then thanked her from the bottom of his heart for saving him. She rushed in to calm him down, stressing that he'd almost died for real because he looked wrecked, weaker than anyone she'd ever seen. He could have easily been killed, yet he threw himself in front of danger to shield Romeri. And Ares let out a chuckle. And he told her she'd done it, she'd succeeded. But then the question hit hard. Had she ever slipped from her sacred duty? Disha straight up questioned him. Why didn't you protect Romeri? Wasn't saving that kid his sacred duty in the middle of all this? The leader snapped back. So why bother, really? How would his sacred sword even matter from that far away? Disha froze, then shrieked in disbelief. He's a hero! He could have at least… Ares let out a dramatic sigh, saying, using an air blade? What a total nightmare. An air blade is a basic move, and he's so locked in with his sword that he's totally forgotten about the rest. So what's her problem with those normal attacks? Even if she gets wiped out, he'll still wipe the wyvering with his magic. Easy. Disha couldn't take it anymore. She swung and slapped him so hard he barely stayed upright. He snapped, cursing in rage. What the hell? The girl shot back with pure contempt. The real trash is you. The leader fumed, shouting, he's trash! And then the whole room erupted again with, what the hell? How dare she swing and hit him? He can't even wrap his head around what that was supposed to mean. Disha slung Romarion onto her back and said, they'll talk later. First they have to get Romeri to safety. Ares flashed a lewd grin, already sure he'd make his move tonight. She's the keeper of a sacred skill, so she's probably still spotless. And after her, he'll finally take care of everything. Care of the witch who can't even wait to drop their gear the second they're out of it. Once he's done, he'll silence them forever, handing them straight to the monsters to feast. And with that, even that annoying porter won't be an issue anymore. Problem. Meanwhile, the allies pressed on, and Ethica snapped, let them see! Even here, there is a house! Shicha blinking in disbelief. How did she notice this first? Right in front of their comrades, a massive palace-like mansion loomed. The cutthroat barked, bet you 1,000 gold pieces they'll never leave this mansion. And the protagonist snapped back, that's not a bet. Don't call it that. The tracks of those two lead right here, he muttered, eyes locked on the ground in front of the house. Only 2 sets of footprints. Pairs of muddy footprints. Then she asked, what about the rest of them from the mansion? Like it had only been pouring here a moment ago. Just enough. That brutal rain hammered down so hard the tracks got wiped clean. So the protagonist just stared and asked, do you think so too? Jessica blurted, scared out of her mind. Wait, we're actually going there? MC shot back, so what? The elf froze mid-sentence, like they couldn't bring themselves to finish. A bad feeling crawled over her, and it was like her spirit just went silent. Slad pointed that out, like that. But then Shichigo threw himself into scouting, and the girl nodded, agreeing. Ethica blurted out in a sheepish rush, like maybe she'd been wrong, and the protagonist pushed her to stay true. She stayed loyal to her heart. If something felt off, she didn't hold back. Even if it looks like nothing, Ethica nodded without hesitation. At that exact moment, Shisha came back. From the scouting crowd, someone blurted, "Ethical is just great, this man!" This mansion was actually a monster, he'd clocked it, and the suspicion hit him hard. Ethica blew up in outrage. What was he saying? He said, "Yeah, I knew about that." And MC shot back, "No!" While they were still stuck dealing with 3 monsters that hunted and lured victims. The girl blinked in shock. 3? Slade snapped back. First, a heavy house that sat there and drank magical creatures. Second, a fake hotel packed with an endless swarm of undead hiding in the dark. By then, it had turned into a full-blown sensation. While the allies were already huddled around a blazing fire, the protagonist kept his eyes on whatever waited next. They stared at Shicha, and yeah, didn't they have a surprise waiting for them in the 3rd house? The thugs swore it was true. So they knocked, and silence hit like a punch. She answered, and that instantly felt wrong, like a trap waiting to snap shut. The protagonist figured it out fast. Those huge mansions never have owners, so no one should pick up, and she only managed to. Disha would never buy that trick twice, Ares, though. The rules don't seem to apply to him, and the MC just made sure to point that out besides. Anyone who deals with the dead couldn't possibly miss their presence, even if they tried. It's supposed to be a fake hotel, but there's barely a trace of it anywhere in this place, so maybe they're running a whole 3rd kind of scam. This is a nightmare fairy, the only monster like it, and his. I stared at him, stunned. He'd dream it up and still slipped inside the house alone. As he stepped in, the silence swallowed everything, except his heart, which was blasting like it couldn't stay quiet. Then, out of nowhere, a creature burst into view and bellowed, "Welcome to her home of dreams!" The protagonist. He stared in shock. Dreams? So he's asleep right now? The creature said, and then it confirmed. Yeah, he's out cold, already down in the depths of sleep. He froze in shock. Was this the rarest species alive? Or a nightmare fairy that shouldn't exist? Right now, Shicha ducks behind a tree and blurts out in a voice that cuts through the... And total confusion hit. Wait, a unique monster? Does that mean she's on the same level as those legendary beasts? The protagonist shot back. Yeah, right. Out of all the monsters, 16 species are the rarest of the rare, and mere mortals can't even dream of keeping up. Just think about it. Each of them wields power on a whole other level, like it belongs to a god. Out of nowhere, the Nightmare Fairy crashes into their lives in a dozen alien disguises from beyond the world, so in some countries, she's rumored to. He's worshipped like a god, and this mansion isn't even the fairy's real body. It's just one of her disguises, roaming through their world. She stammered in pure panic, then, without a second thought, just marched up, knocked on her door, and shamelessly came right in. Knocked. The MC shot back, thinking there's no harm in it at all. Then the thug blurted, "Nothing to worry about?" And Slat stepped in and swore the Nightmare Fairy wasn't some nasty monster at all. She won't even snap if you touch her, and when she checked in, she made it clear, no Demon King control here. She's genuinely friendly, not like all those out-of-control crazies. Crazy monsters closing in. He wouldn't call her sane either, and only the truly lucky make it out alive. Her Nightmare Fairy kept her dreams blazing to life. No one who entered her man. The mansion never came back. Sheet shot up, panicked, and blurted that she suddenly couldn't stay put. Suddenly, she had this urge to step outside and stretch her legs. Then Ethica snapped. "Wait, are you really leaving in a band?" "Abandon her friends?" she snapped. She'd do it, and the racist species was the same as the Demon King himself. So when the elf stared in pure confusion and demanded, "Wait, what does she even have to do with this?" The whole room felt like it froze. She snapped in irritation like, "Does she even get it, Demon King? King has wrecked their world with his chaos-ridden influence, and yet he's the weakest of the 16 species," Ethica blurts in confusion. "The demon." Game and King is the weakest, at least that's what the protagonist remarks, because the Nightmare Fairy is the 8th rare monster and the story hints that their power might be tied to their order. And it's right there in the middle. She let out this blood-curdling scream, like the moment had snapped, and then it cut off to, "So another D." The Demon King unleashes a fresh invasion. She stares at Ethic and warns, "They'll only get back if fate smiles, so don't go there." Then the MC pauses, like he's about to argue, "I don't." He has no clue about those two. But Ares can't take that, not for a second. Most folks swear that fairy force spells a lifetime of nightmare, but the truth is, people don't just imagine it, they meet the embodiment of their wildest dreams crashing to life in the dream world, because right now, their hero is about to snap into that. "A sleeping beauty," she just snapped in irritation, because somehow he'd accepted it way too fast. Slad dropped to one knee and said, "I think we can pull this off." Thug shot back with sarcasm, "Yeah? And what basis did you come to?" He didn't overthink it. He just said he'd already faced a one-of-a-kind monster back when he was part of a powerhouse team. She blurted out a panicked scream of pure confusion. What did he just say? Ethical Winston had the floor, saying, "Those two are blasting like a siren, and Shicha just won't shut up. She's never heard anything like this before, and the protagonist can only laugh it off with an awkward, sheepish grin." He swore he'd stumbled into that place by accident. Then that one reckless mishap snapped his fate into motion and sent him straight toward fame. Fame on the old continent. Erica finally said she gets it now, why he's ranked SSS. Shicha nodded right along, fully agreeing. The protagonist blurted out, totally lost, because this time he didn't have his usual trusted crew. Going there with just 2 people is straight up dangerous. First, he had to track down the Nightmare Fairy and talk her down, so he pleaded with her to come back. Inside Team Ares, Shicha snapped, utterly baffled. Why would he dare to talk to a monster from the rarest species? "Please, no, it's okay. She'll cover our backs." Ethica asked. "What's her role?" MC snapped back, flat out refused. There was no way she was going there, not even if their plan blew up. She should race back to the king and swear the hero was snatched into the Nightmare Fairy's realm, then stay right here with Shicha. As Ethica watched him leave, she whispered, "Please, forgive her." "Give it to her. But what if he doesn't make it?" he asked. Then he shrugged it off and told her not to worry, because it would work. If it weren't for her, they would have marched straight into the dream world without even a second thought. Just like Shicha warned, every single person has a role to play. She nailed it flawlessly. Now it was his turn to step up and deliver. As he reached the door, he blurted, "Wait, aren't I supposed to knock?" 3 times, right when he knocked for the 3rd time, a chilling presence materialized in front of him. This wasn't real life. It was a dream. And right here, in the blink of an eye, stood the Fairy of Nightmares herself. Little Nightmare. He'd hauled himself here just to talk to her, and the fairy lit up with pure delight, shouting, "Wow!" Then it hit him. He was dreaming. Because once you step into the dream world, everyone totally forgets it's all inside a dream. The protagonist couldn't help but wonder if it was because he'd never want to drown in dreams. She blurted it out like a punch to the heart. Whatever. He just wanted her to talk to him. And man, that's such a perfect wish for her, isn't it? She just had to give him real, proper hospitality. And that was the little nightmare waiting right around the corner. Mary shot her fist up, and out of thin air, servants and musicians streamed in like the world just obeyed her. Her sparkles exploded into brilliant light, and he couldn't believe his eyes as everything unfolded. Creatures swept around him, sliding in to set tables and deck the hall, and it all happened in a blur, like the party was being summoned just for him. This all exploded in lightning-fast moments. Music kicked in, and the Fairy of Dreams sat on her throne, and the ball spoke up to him. "Come on, let him gorge on whatever his heart wants," he blurted, totally stunned. And then he didn't. "Wait, he doesn't get it. This is a dream," Little Nightmare snapped, glaring at him. "So what, is he really about to underestimate my dreams?" Every twist of this dream snaps into the real world, like when he took a sip of water. Water keeps your throat slick and your stomach fed by delicacies, so if he dies, it'll be the real deal. So, yeah, you can't just wish for immortality in a dream, because that's impossible, and our protagonist figured that out fast. Unlike those legends that claim every cherished wish here comes true. The fairy can't recreate a thing unless she truly wants it herself, and he blurts out, well then, if she insists he'll take her up on that invitation. Then the moment MC started eating, he got hit with the fact he had to understand. To admit that every bite here felt like pure magic, because the fairy. Mary slapped her hands together with pure joy and blurted, I get it. He really loved you. He adored sweets, and right when they said it, he couldn't help thinking, maybe the Nightmare Fairy is only trying to win every guest's approval at her place, because once you're here, nobody ever wants to leave. Here, too close! He almost bit the bait, but Slad leaned in and asked, so, how do you even wake up from this nightmare? The fairy shrugged and said, it's easy. Once he wants to wake up, he'll just wake up. But he doesn't need any of that. He can stay here and live easy, straight out of his wildest dreams, he shot back. But right outside, someone's waiting for him. Little Nightmare clocked it instantly. Did he mean her? At that exact second, Ethica burst into view in front of him, and the protagonist gasped because the elf was completely naked. She came up to him, close enough to feel the heat, and urged him to stay here, just the two of them, alone. But he snapped back, begging for forgiveness, even as she swore she wasn't the real Ethica. The girl fought back anyway, and honestly, who cared? If he was stuck dreaming, then in his mind he could do anything he wanted, and it didn't feel wrong at all. The fairy cut in, he's a real man, not some nobody. Then she said, let him have a little fun, because they were trapped in a dream world, and that precious child he wouldn't get hurt, so he could finally breathe easy and stop blaming himself for everything. The MC shot back, I'm good. He was already drained from last night, and Ethica's image started to blur and fade right before his eyes. Little Nightmare blurted out. He snapped out, still stunned that he couldn't lose his cool, even in her sweetest dreams. And then she kept pushing him. Now she. Got it. Slad was already fully satisfied, and he figured that if the Adventurers Guild hadn't taken precautions, things could have spiraled into disaster, thanks to Mitty at least, because the fairies. When Fairy asked what he wanted to talk about, his brain basically froze. He couldn't believe it. She could read everyone's thoughts the moment they stepped in. So tell me, how was she supposed to hear them too? She leaned in and asked if he wanted to wake the ones who had shown up at her place, but she shut that down hard, saying it wasn't allowed. Only they were allowed to decide if they even wanted to wake up. She paused for a beat, then blurted, Oh my God, no way, what a shock! All right, she could absolutely grant his wish. She had to hear the request spill out of the traveler's own mouth, so the protagonist answered right then. He'd fire back, then hit her with it. Go on, let her let. The moment they let him in, the world snapped into their dreams, and the scenery instantly shifted like a switch. And suddenly he was standing in a forest where birdsong rang through the air like music, and he turned and he couldn't believe it. What kind of place was this? And right then, the dream fairy popped up beside him. She gasped, stunned into disbelief. I'm so happy you invited me, the protagonist said. Yeah, because she's the only one here who actually knows everything. So was that supposed to sound encouraging? She shot back. Sure, lots of people know her, but not everyone can stand to hang out with her, right? And he's thinking, why can't she just show you what everyone else wants to see? The fairy leaned in and said, I want to see it, exactly like this. That was the little witch's wild dream, and he admitted it with a bashful, uneasy grin, like there was something about it he just couldn't explain. Without warning, that little nightmare shut down the rudeness and refused to let anyone barge in uninvited. It's okay, out of all three of them, this kid was the first one itching to meet him, and soon they were right there, standing under something. A building that looked straight out of a testing facility loomed over them, and Romeri stood close by while Ethica faced Chicha. Chicha, YMC, fired his best move straight from the hero squad, and the cutthroat snapped back, stunned, like, why is she suddenly bringing that up? The elf finally confessed that the question had haunted her ever since she caught them talking about the past, and once you figured out where that conversation was headed, it wasn't hard to see what would happen to the hero. He dove in with the belief his role didn't matter, and with support skills that strong, he still underestimated himself, leaning on his teammates way too much. Could she really ask that out loud? Slad really shouldn't care, at least that's what theory says, until, at first, she hadn't even noticed. She finally clocked just how wild her powers had gotten, and she'd been sure it was only good vibes. Chicha snapped back that it was all because of the automatic support skill, and it took her a whole month to finally clock it. She was still under the buff, and only just now did it hit her. And on top of all that, the protagonist didn't just fight, he crippled his enemies with a nasty debuff skill, which makes his caution look less like luck and more. He just couldn't bring himself to trust them with this secret. And yeah, he'd always been a little too naive, because he'd spilled everything so easily. So when they teamed up with him, he straight up laid the truth on the table for everyone to see. Like, there was nothing left to hide, not even the, you didn't see this coming. Secret. Ethica stared, totally lost. So he'd been hiding his skills for a reason, right? What was it? Chicha said, I don't know. And the elf snapped at her so sharply that it killed the whole act, so the thugs just shrugged and moved on. Then it hit Ethica. Maybe the protagonist was telling her all this because he'd fallen head over heels. And her face went hot with embarrassment. What am I even saying? She stammered, then realized it would actually be sweet, and Chicha lit up with joy. That means... And she didn't even finish her thought. The elf demanded to know why, with skills that insane, he still didn't trust himself. She blurted that it was because he truly thought his own skills were mediocre. So the elf froze, totally stunned and lost. Wildermot, seriously, can someone with an SSS rank like that pull off the cutthroat game? Throat leaned in and admitted, yeah, that's true. Then she wondered, could she even picture her life? Life without the special abilities of a spiritual priestess, Ethica shot back. Yeah, that's downright hard. She never pictured losing touch with her friends, but Chicha snapped the truth into place. Even as a high priestess, you still have to hold on. She swears she's just an ordinary adventurer, until you realize her power isn't something she earned. It's something she was born with. And once you see that, the truth hits hard. That's the twist. These powers are basically stitched into who they are. And for most main characters, auto-buffs and auto-debuffs are just something they deal with every day. Ethica fired back, but at least he'd feel cool using them until Chicha cut him off and snapped, no, you can't use your abilities. Does she even understand the role of... Their skills don't run on some magic switch. Each ability depends on the person, so they snap it on and use it whenever they want. But Slade can't, because his automatic skills trigger no matter what he decides. Ethica finally cleared it up. So that's why he acts so cold, the other girl shot back. He's not just some guy who thinks his skill isn't anything. That's all that amazing? The elf said, totally cute. Then the thud chuckled like it knew something. Wait, is that what she thinks? And she. I admit I envied him a little. Those abilities let him dodge the crushing weight of responsibility. And honestly, it's hard to. It's brutal to face who you really are when the world starts demanding payback for everything you did. Ethica stared at her, totally baffled, then pulled her into a hug and promised, with a warm voice, that her skill was probably just as incredible. Chicha froze in shock, then mumbled with a sheepish grin. I didn't think it would hit this hard. Not really. And the elf just smiled like she already knew. She smiled, but you could tell she was secretly jealous of guys with real strength. Right as the main kid and the dream fairy just watched Romeri sleep while two girls sat on the grass nearby, eyeing everything like it mattered. Grassland danced under the sun as they played, laughing together. Then a woman in a hat stepped right up, staring at them like she'd come for something. Then he caught it with a jolt. Remry's hat, right in front of him. The fairy snapped, "Yes!" And when he heard his mother's voice, his dead mother, confusion hit him like a truck. "I spot the girl they're hunting, Remry. Her half-breed bloodline shows, and her skin is deathly pale, like she doesn't belong to the living." And she leaned in and asked him, could he really believe they were anything more than plain old human kids, just like any other? Him? Was he even listening to her, or just tuning her out? MC kept spiraling in his thoughts, unable to stop pondering. Ah, so that's Remry's wish. He only wanted to be an ordinary girl. Then Little Nightmare leaned in and asked what he'd do next, and he shot back, "Of course, I'll go to them." He marched right up to the woman, greeted her, and slid in. "Nice weather, huh?" But she just stared at him, completely frozen in amazement. The fairy stared in pure amazement as he greeted her so calmly, like he already owned the moment. He figured she was praising him for every tiny thing, and then the woman flashed that smile at both of them. She smiled at the dear guests and asked how she could help. Right then, one of the girls shot up and bolted, rushed into him with big hugs, shouting, "Uncle Slad!" and smiling as she remembered, right there, right then, she asked him, "Remry, wait, is that really her?" He'd seen her smile and thought she was nothing like the witch he knew, and when the girl finally spoke, she said, "Yes, that's her. Her name's Remry, and she's got the biggest soft spot for Uncle Slad." Then the protagonist grinned and went, "So that means Uncle Slad likes her back too." Then he told her, "Listen to me, carefully. Now they're both knocked out in deep sleep, and he's come to lift her, he's offering her." She hesitated. Then the girl's face twisted into a frown, and she snapped back an answer. He got hit with all that negativity, and for a second he just froze, confused as hell, and honestly, it felt like such a damn shame. Shame on me for tearing apart her sweet little dream, because the Fairy of Nightmares isn't letting this go. She won't. "I won't hurt her. Still, there's no other option now but to protect her." The protagonist nodded. "All right then," and took off. Then he apologized to Mary's mother for bothering her. "Carving him." Remary burst out, "He's going back? Not this time. Make him think again." "He stays here with them." Then suddenly, the woman asked whether the second child would mind. Then the second girl clutched his hand and shot back that he couldn't believe it. Who was she, really? Who the hell was she? Rumary's sister? They looked like they were the same age. He told the girls to meet him somewhere else now, because he wasn't with Rumary anymore. Mary's dream burned bright. Then he spit out, "Let them forgive him," and started walking away. "Leave." The Rumary girl watched him storm off. Then, out of nowhere, he blinked, and suddenly he was in a whole new room. One that feeling hit him way too hard, like he'd lived it before. And he thought. He clocked the room the moment he saw it. Then Rumary burst in, shouting his name. She told him, loud and clear, that he better not leave. He stared at her, totally baffled. Age, outfit, everything matched the remarriage he remembered. Except her skin tone was the one detail that didn't add up. Of some regular nobody. Then he blurts out, "Why does she hate demonic blood this badly?" And the girl? Earl answered without thinking, because if she'd only been born a normal, simple mortal, none of this would have ever happened. He had no clue what they meant, especially since she already had such a huge, bitter experiences that crushed her spirit so hard she couldn't even accept who she was. Slad pressed him again. "Do you remember what you won?" Rumary shot back, "Of course! Because how in the world could?" She brushes it off like it's nothing, and people keep snapping her back because of her race. The merchant snapped, "I don't sell to stupid demons." And the adventurers fired back. "Food tastes so gross when a demon's around." A demon slinks beside her, and the second everyone lays eyes on her, they blur out, It's a demon, Yeah, straight up terrifying, and only. He gave her his whole heart, no hesitation at all. And then the protagonist realized, wait, could she hear that again? He suddenly remembered their voices echoing in this exact room, like he'd said the wrong thing and it had stuck in his mind. Something stupid? She didn't think so for 1 second. He shot her a stare, called out her name, then thrust his hands forward and said, she leaned in and said, "She's beautiful exactly as she is. Just the way she is, girl." With tears streaming down her face, the girl reached out to him. Then he pressed, asking if she still remembered her goal. Rumeri shot back, "Yeah, of course I remember." She's dead set on taking down the Demon King because if she wins, the world might finally accept half-breeds like her, and the protagonist snaps that it's real, admitting even he can barely picture how it'll play out. Especially since defeating the Demon King is no small feat. Even with all this, some people still can't stop hating half-breeds, but Rumeri already knows, because she chose this path. Even though she fully knew, every brutal difficulty was waiting for her ahead. He clung to the doorknob, busted out of the dream, and made up his mind. He was going to help her. He blurted it out. "We have to go! Right now!" It's time to wake up, Dream Fairy eyes them from the shadows, and her gaze won't let up as she watches. A smile lit up their faces then. Hand in hand, they stepped out of the dream world. The girl grinned at him and said, "Good morning," like she was about to say more. Then she cut herself off mid-sentence. She snapped into a gasp. Her cheeks flared red, and she immediately dropped her eyes in pure embarrassment. MC truly believed she'd been downright sincere in that dream world, except this time, the real Rumeri stood right in front of him. Not. He brushed her head with his hand and said, "Yeah, that's her." Like it was finally her dream come true. She's missing her hat. Shicha watched it all and said that a few days had already gone by. From her hiding spot, she peeked out and grinned at her comrade. Rumeri's joy lit up the moment. She came bolting up to her, blurted, "Where were you this whole time?" And the girl just laughed and answered, "It's a long tale, but first she has to give. Now listen close." With those words, the thug yanked her hat right out from under her cloak and thrust it into her comrade's hands. Rumeri grabbed the accessory with shaking care, hugged it tight, and said she smiled as she whispered, "It's so dirty." Then squeezed the thing tight and apologized through gritted teeth. To her mother right then, Ethica burst out of her hiding spot and shouted, "Everything's fine! They can name it Brownie, and he'll fix everything in a snap," while the witch just stared at her. Staring at her in total confusion, he blurted, "Wait, what is this? Who are you? And who the hell is she?" The elf grinned and said she'd found a new friend, then told her her name. "Rumeria," she says. She shot down her outfit with pure disapproval, glared at Shicha and snapped, "This is terrible!" And the thug fired back with a sharp, "Iris." With irritation in her voice, she finally gets the point. But why is this even about her? Ethica strides up to Romero. Mary snatched her hand and hissed, "There isn't a place here you can call home, but you can still summon the spirit that lives in every home." One snap later, her hat would be fixed in a flash. Rumeri stared her down for a long beat, then blurted, "You're serious?" The girl immediately started talking. Chat. The protagonist finally exhaled. Thank goodness. Things were going smoothly. Then right then, Sheetha strode up to him and offered to swap information before he slipped back to the mansion. Then, after a while, the allies huddled around the fire. Rumeri murmured, voice sharp with thought. Reese was the one who shoved Slot away. Shicha clocked it instantly. He was feeding them lies. Still, every move this rogue made, dead predictable. Like always. Rumeri spilled every detail of what happened. Because of Ares, the hero's team had to scrap with a wyvern, a terrifying rare monster. With death closing in, Desha landed a critical hit and saved everyone. Then she hoisted Rumeri on her back, pushing her forward with warm, steady words. Ares demanded they stay the night in the mansion they stumbled upon deep in the forest. And even though the Holy Maiden fought back, she finally caved. She agreed the moment she realized she had to rest, and as she talked, Shicha and Eddie listened closely. Etika converged, and the elf blurted, "How awful a hero must you be to fail that badly?" Fails so badly, the cutthroat roared, "Ares is the absolute worst possible." The protagonist said it with that fearless grin, because no matter what anyone thinks, he's a hero, whether they like it or not. The girls nodded, and as soon as they did, Etika snapped to attention like something lit a spark inside her. She lifted her hand and blurted, "Let them forgive her." But she still can't wrap her head around it. Does the title of hero really matter that much? The protagonist and Rumeri stared at her, shocked. Shicho gasped, "Wow, she's never met anyone who didn't know this." And Rumeri cut in to tell them. The elf serving the Demon King who's currently ruling the world finally admitted it was all true. The witch kept going, claiming he was immortal. Ethika blurted, "Wait, is that really true?" Then the witch only sighed and shut it down. Then a brand new monster, so rare it barely exists, showed up and treated them like the weakest of the weak, because it wasn't like them ordinary mortals at all. Rumeri snapped that the Demon King had wrapped the whole world in his grip, and then monsters started tearing loose everywhere. Trapped in his crushing power, demons surged toward humans and started slaughtering them. She gripped her dress as those words hit her, but they had once been friendly, back when the goal was simple: stop the Demon King using the sacred power of a hero who's still out there, right now. Ares is needed. After a short pause, she snapped, "That's the end of the story." Ethika snapped back. She got it all, and then she pleaded for forgiveness, begging her to forgive the trouble she'd caused. Rumeri shot back, swearing it wasn't her fault. Blame the Demon King, and yeah, Ares too. MC just stared, totally thrown off. Was she really comparing the leader to a monster? That's how much she hated the hero. Ethika finally spoke up. This clueless idiot was the only one with the power to save their world. Rumeri stared at her in total confusion and blurted out, "Yeah, not quite. That hero skill is rare as hell, but it's not the only one. Some other person out there has it too. Other than." The elf was stunned. Ares wasn't the only one who could wield it? Was that even possible? She stumbled back and crashed down hard, falling backward. As he closed in, he snapped that the hero skill wasn't truly one of a kind. It only surfaced once every 100 years. Centuries ago, the witch said, "That's the truth, plain as day." Indeed, this had never happened before, not with so many heroes showing up at once. But she refused to lose hope. Honestly, Slade would have been the better choice. Better off as a hero. But the protagonist? He looked mortified and blurted, "I'm just a simple jobless guy." Rumeri snuggled. She snuggled in close with a grin and told him, "It's not that simple. For me, you're a jobless hero." He chuckled at the line, and Shisha hit back, saying his feet were way more powerful than any heroic talk. Wait, did he even realize what that meant? He didn't just wake up from the Nightmare Fairy's dream. He also got Rumeri back with him, and that thought hit him like a shockwave. Could it even? He protested, "I'm not here to just become a legend." And then he added, "Wait, the Nightmare Fairy is weirdly friendly to guests, so keep this secret." He refused to flee from fame again. Sheeta saw the silence had a price, grabbed his attention, and ran, teasing him as he shot forward. He barreled after her and yelled for a friendly discount, but she just burst into laughter and teased, "What'd you say?" because she couldn't hear a word he was shouting. Mary blurted out, "It's settled. She's ditching the heroes' party too." Shicha fired the question at her. "So you want to be the protagonist's comrade?" Like she already knew the answer. Is she really sure? Beating the Demon King without the hero's sacred power is basically impossible. Power. Has she really decided to quit her dream of bringing half-breeds glory? Nope, she shoots back. No, there's gotta be another way. The thug stared her down, eyes sharp, then broke into a grin. He grinned and let out a warm chuckle, then said, "That's right." At first, the MC had zero clue what she meant. Then it finally hit him, and he blurted out, Exactly! Because he'd been stuck on one question: why she kept shoving him to follow. Aries, yeah, that was the whole point, her goal. She just stretched out, all loose and ready to move. She shook out her stiff muscles and shot back. Turns out the wyvern and that nightmare fairy weren't on my agenda. When they finally spotted Romeri's hat, remorse slammed into her. She ditched them, and now she had to face it, scruffing her. With a shaky exhale, she said, "Oh, thank goodness," and bowed as her foot settled the ground. Rumeria blurted out in total confusion, "I'm so sorry." "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Ethica shot back, totally thrown off. She didn't even get it herself. Sheecha just waved and told Slot to explain it all, and he muttered under his breath, totally lost. What was she even talking about? Because somehow there was only one way, and the protagonist finally confessed. Had deliberately bolted at the exact same time as him, all to teach Ares a lesson, and show him what real friendship is worth, when all three of them froze, staring at him like they'd just seen the impossible. Then Sheecha burst toward him, yanked his clothes tight in her grip, and screamed right in his face. Indignantly, "No, that's flat out not true," she insisted. "I wanted Disha and—" Rumeri demanded he leave with her, and he just froze. Why would he do that? Then the thugs grabbed him, slammed him around, and yelled until he couldn't even think. Does he even remember the dream of beating the Demon King? A so-called hero who can't carry out his duty, can't lead anyone to victory, right? So what now? There's no point in going any further, is there? What kind of good-for-nothing scumbag is he talking about? Wait, is she talking about Ares? Shicha said it, stunned, wishing he'd finally caught on to. Rage simmered in the air, then Rumeri cut in, begging them to forgive her. But seriously, what skill was he talking about? When they laid it all out for her, the girl bolted to MC, clung to him, and blurted that he was absolutely her hero. Slad just grinned sheepishly, thinking, now someone else. He finally figured out what he could do. But it was Rumeri who lit the spark. Then, after a bit, she made him understand it was time to go back. Shicha admitted they're still clueless on how to live without the hero's safety. Sacred power, sure, but she swore they could forge a team strong enough to take down the Demon King. And the protagonist thought they were massively overhyping the guy. He blurted out that if he couldn't make it back all of a sudden, they needed to get out of here. Then every girl lunged at him and screamed, "Don't go saying that. He'll be back, no doubt." They escorted him out, and as he reached the door, he quietly thanked his ally for everything. Allies for everything. He knocked 3 times, swore he'd bring Dish back, and then, right then, everything changed. At last, a wall beside him split down the middle and blew apart, taking a direct hit from Dish. He only barely twisted out of the way in time. Her attack hit, and he couldn't shake the question of why he was even battling her in the first place. Then the Dream Fairy stepped up and greeted him. Swept up in joy, he burst out, "I'm so happy to see you again." The chaos unfolded out in the wild, right where a lonely house sat all alone among the trees and the wilderness. In the woods, the protagonist snapped that they weren't inside that mansion anymore. She told him not to fret because she remembered the exact wish he'd made. Then they finally reached a tiny little corner of that huge, endless world. All he could see in this world was a holy maiden's dream, pure, noble, and so huge it practically shook the sky. Dream come true? Totally effortless, because in that dream world, he figured, it all boiled down to one thing: how noble your heart was. MC shot back, "Okay, thanks." And then he christened her Little Nightmare. The Dream Fairy blurted out in total shock. Little Nightmare? Why on earth did he call her that? He said the name fit her perfectly. He'd just borrowed a piece of hers. Did you mind? The fairy burst out, "No way! I love it!" So from here on out, he could call her that, Little Nightmare. And when he did, he caught her off guard. But she didn't mind a bit. And he thought he'd finally crossed the line with that nickname. Slad snapped to her, asking if she really didn't care about herself at all. Little Nightmare stared, shocked, because she wasn't just hearing him. She revealed who she truly was and made it clear the only thing she should care about was his desires. He tried to wish for an answer, but the fairy, turns out, doesn't have a real solid form in the dream. There's nothing but her image, summoned by his burning hopes, pulling him closer to the chance to speak with her. He teamed up with the Nightmare Fairy to drag his friends back, and she's right there with him, ready to carry out every last request. He sculpted in his mind the wish-granting fairy from those old stories he used to devour. She caught it all in one sharp glance. Those joyful dreams of travelers were the whole point of her life. It didn't matter what form it took, and that crushed the protagonist, because he's just a helpless man facing the weight of all that sadness. Then she shatters the limits of mortal logic. No wonder she's a monster in a league of her own. Little Nightmare told him he can talk to her in this form, and the moment his joy hit, she lit up too. It's no longer just a dream. She swooped straight up to his face and burst out, praising how wonderful everything was. No way, he's the very first one to turn her dream into reality. And that realization hits him like a shockwave. So what was her dream? Dream, the fairy, clocked his confusion and told him to drop this conversation for now. Right now, she had to carry out every one of his wishes because this little nightmare demanded it. The air swallowed her in a blink, and he knew she'd slipped away for good. All right, he had to hunt down Dish, so he marched right up to the building to find him. He suddenly realized he'd stepped into a temple, one perfect line of divine statues hovering around him, and pure grandeur hit like a wave. But that temple was so terrifying, it didn't even look like a sanctuary. But why were only monks here, with no priests in sight? Because a monk isn't just a holy title, it's a martial profession. As he slipped into the building, they didn't look like believers at all, so he started thinking. People in this line of work spend their free time out in the garden, training hard and sharpening their skills. He clocked that it was all a dream, but the longer it went on, the weirder the whole thing got. The moment he spotted Dish, surprise slammed into him. There she was, drilling physical strikes with her own limbs like it was training for war. Limbs stunned, the protagonist stared at her own outfit, totally lost as to how she'd ended up wearing something like that. She looked absolutely unreal. So young she could have been the same age as his acquaintance, Disha. Same green-gold hair, those bright blue eyes, and that slim build. Only this time, she wasn't in anything sacred. It wasn't a robe at all. She wore the same. The same training suit, worn by monks roaming the temple, clung to her, yet the only holy mark she kept was a single glove on her hand, and he had no idea. There's nothing religious about it, but the way she holds that prayer pose hits him like a flashback. Once, it was etched in his mind. Now it barely looks like anything sacred. Sacred figure. This time, nothing would come easy, because he'd have to dive straight into the most secret, tangled depths of her desires. As an outsider, he stepped into a place that buzzed right beside everyone else, right after. Once he slipped through the forbidden zone, his mind started racing, he thought. Little Nightmare was right. One wish was all it took. She called her name, sharp and urgent, and the girl spun around in an instant. Before the punch could land, it flew across his face. He snapped out, shouting in shock. And pure bewilderment hit hard. What on earth is she doing? Then, with lightning speed, she rocketed upward into the air, bracing herself for what comes next, preparing, too, to strike him from above. Quickly, like his mind couldn't stop racing. What kind of insanely incredible thing could it be? She'd land a roundhouse kick, so accurate it would feel like it was timed to perfection. Disha's real self never had that kind of power to pull it off. This is exactly the form she wanted. He should have died on the spot. But somehow, he dodged that fate. Disha slid aside, and the moment was almost here, about to attack him again. But the moment she moved, his automatic debuff detonated, and she just got cut off mid-strike. Charged toward him with bad intentions, and the protagonist fired into a run right after. As he bolted after her, he kept glancing back to see it. She didn't want him here, not even a little. It was painfully clear he wasn't welcome. It's clear her skills don't kick in inside dreams. But then how did she... Would that critical strike finally activate, waiting to explode the moment it lands on its target? Worst case scenario, he'd die. She slammed the gas, and all. He was almost on his heels. Then MC forced himself to snap back to reality. No, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. That dream death didn't stay in the dream. It slammed into reality, and he kept running, terrified the whole time. He realized her life was hanging by the same thread as his skills' deadly effects, so he slammed on the brakes and stopped cold. He yanked her hand as she lifted it to swing, barking that she needed to listen. Then the shock hit. Why was she about to attack? Weren't they supposed to be friends? The girl... She slammed him against a tree and started choking him, then leaned in with a chilling voice. Friends. That's why she's going for the final blow. One clean strike, and no way for him to resist. Then suddenly, her body started to twist and buckle, back arching impossibly as she let out a piercing scream. Slad lunged to stop her, but he blurted out that nothing good would ever come of. Like she was itching to hurt him, she snapped at him to shut up, then added that he... Tisha knew it like a punch to the gut. He deserved every bit of it. And then it hit her, right then. She crumpled to the ground, clearly too sick to move, so he dropped to his knees beside her and told her he still wouldn't. She couldn't explain why she swung at him, so the girl curled into a tight ball and snapped back. You left them, so reckless, so irresponsible. He vanished out of nowhere, no warning, no goodbye, leaving every last one of them staring in shock. Everyone trusted him. Then, out of nowhere, her eyes sharpened and cleared. She blurted his name in disbelief, then snapped, Wait, are you real, you slasher? And she sprang up from the ground, eyes wide as she gasped. She couldn't quite piece together what just happened, until she realized her skill's effects had finally faded, and she'd probably been fighting that nasty distraction without even knowing it. She kept doing her thing and let her drift back into sleep. Then, after a bit, strolling along with a calm pace, she said, and suddenly, the story of his escape sparked back to life, right from Ares, who... And yeah, they straight up booted him from the team, so no, that doesn't excuse the... He didn't even say goodbye before he was gone, so she snapped with total indignation, and honestly, she swore a smack on the head would be perfectly fair. Even in Romeri's dream, he swore these thoughts still crawled into his head. He didn't trust the team at all, not when he was the one calling them friends, because all that mattered was the existence of... He just kept trusting his skill, thinking nothing would shift if he disappeared. But then they started hunting for him, and Disha had seen his kindness too. She demanded, What's wrong? And he locked eyes with her, then swore, This time, I'm not going anywhere. The girl snapped, Of course. And the protagonist tried to smooth things over with a cautious, Well... Don't let her snap, she urged, because right now they're holed up in the mansion of a bizarre demon, and if it turns on him, he's in trouble. He was joking, so he better brace for round 2 of getting scolded because the MC shot back and Disha nailed it. That's the absolute truth. Said, A dream is reality's messed up echo. Nothing there feels truly real. Then he leaned in and said, Then it pushed her to check the temple herself, and after a beat, she gave in. All right. Sure, she would have shut it down if Ares had brought it up, but when it's him, she has no choice. It she'd go. He couldn't stop wondering if she'd trust him once those weird monks showed up. When she finally got there, she froze in pure confusion. Wait, is this temple really just a normal one? His shock hit like a tidal wave. How could this place be packed with believers when there wasn't a single monk to be seen? Decent robed people were everywhere, dropping to their knees in prayer. Then it hit him. It was all conjured without him even realizing it. They refused to believe they were dreaming, yet when Slade finally spoke, something still felt terribly wrong. She shot it down, no big deal, and then he started marching up to every priest, one by one, and greeting them. He greeted them, and for a split second he expected noise, but everyone just went dead silent. And the protagonist, the colonist, crumpled to his knees, begging in despair, "Why won't anyone listen to me?" Disha blinked, utterly baffled. "Because they're all busy." "Aren't they?" he snapped back. "But come on, couldn't they at least greet him?" Then his mind raced. Had those priests ever even spoken to her? No, not once. No way. Desha had been in that temple since she was a kid, so how could it be true that not one single priest had ever... Did you ever try talking to her and feel like she didn't even hear you? Was this really her dream, getting shut out by the temple servants? He clocked the priest's cold indifference, the temple servants' clueless ignorance, like he understood every single one of their excuses. Disha waited on edge, because if he pushed too hard, it could break her. So the big question hit. Could he actually step in, or would his insistence end up hurting her? She pressed him for an answer. Is that it? But she was already itching to get back to practice, and the protagonist repeated it all over again. She kept rehearsing the same puzzling steps, and with a shaky breath, she finally confirmed, "Yeah, that's right." Yeah, of course it's garden training. She's a monk, and that's exactly how they get down. All, MC thought. Oh, so that's what it is. Then she snapped back into it, him, the hero's crew, and he realized she'd been lying to him. He seemed fine for a moment, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. He stared her down, called her by name, and declared, "She's a holy maiden." Her face snapped into pure confusion. What are you talking about? Everything about her screamed, "What did I just hear?" The shock hit so hard her whole body changed in that instant. Then she started. She started to tremble, and then a vision ripped open inside her mind. This kid, still barely out of childhood, had already tested her skill at the fore. He stumbled into the forest and blurted in shock, "I've never seen a skill like this before. It's totally one of a kind." She sprinted home, bursting to tell her parents, until she saw the priestess slip a purse of money into her father's hands and begged them to let her take their daughter to church. They all agreed, and then, boom, she appeared. Their daughter was sobbing, and she couldn't. She stared in disbelief at what she saw and heard. Then they started begging her for forgiveness. Then Disha wiped her tears and decided crying wouldn't fix anything. She had to stand tall, even as that bold change stayed hidden on the surface. Unnoticed, she just kept repeating it, like a prayer, because she truly was a holy maiden. She snapped, "What do you mean?" She'd only just started down the monk's path, and he looked completely lost, wondering if he'd messed up, like he shouldn't. He wouldn't step in, no way. He'd give her the power to choose her own destiny, and the girl kept going. She did it so she can finally take down the Demon King one day. And he's like, "Wait, does that mean you want to do it?" Disha shot back, "That's the dream everyone chases. If it works out, everyone's grateful, and the good life finally lasts forever." Happily, they're counting on her to succeed, because if she wins, everything finally works out, and MC stared at her with intense focus. Notice how she clenched her fists and demanded, "Am I the only one who wants this?" Then the girl went completely silent. Slad snapped, asking if she really remembered how she treated his wounds. Then Disha nodded and said, "Yeah, when I had to save Mary, I remembered everything." He remembered it all too well, because he was sure the attack hadn't hit him, so he believed the skill failed. And now the injuries were absolutely brutal. She flashed that same smile and repeated her words to him again, like a simple porter could afford to be reckless. The protagonist shot her a smile and thanked her, and Tisha just brushed it off like, "Don't make it a big deal." Special. He figured she'd always been like this, the kind of girl who'd pop up with a sweet, "You're welcome" anytime he even got halfway into his. Gratitude. She never once looked at helping as something special. Treating wounds and pulling people back from the brink was simply what she and the two. A holy maiden, and right from the start, Ares was nothing like her, so they could never click. Then he suddenly saw it, and that's when he said. Out loud, he smiled, because even in her sleep, she was still so gentle. Let her forgive him. But monks can. She used healing magic, and the moment his words hit, her eyes snapped wide, like something inside her had been remade in the blink of an eye. Black aura surged out of her, and she screamed, "No, I'm a monk!" And right then, the priests present, chanting erupted, and then someone snapped, "The Holy Maiden isn't here!" Right as the crowd went, "She is here!" So they shoved her forward and demanded she pray to God for them. Let her step in and help the hero crush the Demon King. Then watch her prove to the whole world that God's blessing is real. She saw it as a normal sight at the temple, because in her dream, Disha was acting like a priest, and then she dropped to her knees. He dropped to his knees, writhing in agony, then begged her for forgiveness and made her promise she'd remember. Slad knew her gift was cut from the same cloth as a hero's. She refused to walk away from her role, because the moment she was born into this world, everything changed, and it was only the beginning of a holy maiden turns into the one everyone else depends on, and no matter what she ever imagined for herself, that destiny won't let up. Disha longs to save this world with her whole heart, so hard it even crashes into her dreams. She jolted, sucked in a breath, and blurted, "Wait, no, I remembered who I am!" A holy maiden. The protagonist finally opened up to her, but she can choose, and she shouldn't try to wipe it all away. She should just pick what comes next. Disha had to pick her path, holy maiden or monk, and the very next second she raised her hand and she lifted her mug of foamy goodness and blurted, "How irresponsible!" He couldn't believe she thought she had no reason to become a holy maiden. Didn't she realize she should be thrilled to be born with a power that rare? He told her. But she still demanded a combat specialty, straight up protested, and made it clear it was fine if she couldn't be exactly who she dreamed of. It felt like the only one giving her the power to choose, just like that time it was him. She flashed a grin and said, and yeah, she could only ever hear those words from him, the protagonist, as he shot back his reply. Now she'd finally hear what he said, while he hurled an image into the air, where she raised her voice and swore an oath in front of the very people who'd been hers all along. They'd been begging the universe for victory for years. Now it was finally in their hands, and they could finally breathe easy. She vowed to fulfill her holy maiden duty and end the Demon King's years-long war once and for all. She swore she'd restore peace to this land, and she meant it with every breath. To finally grab their peace back, then the image shattered, and Disha. Right when he blinked, Disha started fading out of existence, and then he swore he heard someone calling his name. He snapped his eyes open, and there she was, standing right beside him. She kept stroking his head and telling him it was time to wake up, and he panicked for a second. Was his head on her lap? Then he shot up with a loud pfft. Fear hit him hard, and he stumbled back, then stared around and finally realized the truth. This can't be real. It must have been a dream. Dream. After a bit, they bolted to link up with their allies. Then Slad leaned into Disha and admitted he had no clue she dreamed of becoming a monk. The girl blushed and answered with shaky honesty. She wasn't really feeling the whole becoming one thing. She always stuck to exactly what she had to do, because to her, it wasn't just work, it was duty, no questions asked. To help ordinary people, she kept pushing herself, trying to convince herself that was exactly what she wanted, so she chased her own dream with everything she had. When they finally arrived, Shicho was out there fishing. Then Rumeri spotted them, raced at the protagonist, emotion spilling over, and slammed a kiss on his lips, stopping just short of finishing the sentence. Saving Disha! And Ethica erupted in pure joy, jumping up and down like she could barely contain. With a burst of joy, she snapped back control of her emotions. He ambled right up to Disha and shook her hand, slow and steady, like he had nothing to prove. She reached out her hand and introduced herself, and once she'd said everything there was to say, the talk finally ran dry. Every word gone. Disha spilled all the worries and joys, then nodded and said, I get it. So we've got to. He has to save Ares fast, Rumeri snaps back, grumbling. No. Yeah, lock him up in the stream, Shicha said, and Romeri's words got an instant nod from her. In Ethica, the protagonist stared at them like they'd just vanished from reality, and Disha snapped that he looked like an incompetent scumbag. But they'd been partners all along, until it got personal, and they couldn't just walk away from their one and only life goal. Romeri burst in, threw her arms around her, and declared, face set in stone, that she was still just as stubborn as ever, like peas slamming into a brick wall. The Holy Maiden said, like it was nothing, that her job was to stick with the hero and save the world. So what did it matter that Ares was only strong because Slad's skills worked, and only the hero could wield the sacred power? They had no reason to hope another wielder of that gift even existed in their time. With Ares steering the way, they finally cracked the Demon King. Then Shicha shot her a look and grumbled that she didn't think she was that stubborn. Let them forgive her if they want, but she's got nothing left to say, and she's not lifting a finger to help Ares. Disha murmured, voice heavy. So that's how it is. And it's a damn shame. She shot a sideways look at the MC and snapped, seriously, he's been so quiet. What's up with that? Slad shot back while crunching fried fish. Of course Ares needs to be woken up, as if the answer was already screaming in his head. That was like it was planned from the start. The Holy Maiden beamed as she explained, and the protagonist cut in. So I'll come back to the hero's team. He said yes, if he agrees to accept him, but there's one catch he can't ignore. He's determined to keep Ares from learning his skills, and Disha blurts it out, leaving him completely thrown. Why would he stay so arrogant if he actually heard what he's capable of? Once he tells him, everything is going to flip. Shicha tried to step forward and protest, but Disha's stern glare shut her down instantly. Her to keep quiet for a bit. The thug snapped out, sounding genuinely sorry. Why was Daisha so cruel? The Holy Maiden shot a look and asked. The protagonist stared like, so what's wrong with using skills? And yeah, it wasn't exactly effortless, but for people it felt totally natural to use their... So was he refusing those gifts? Or was he really stuck on himself, against serving anyone but his own beliefs? How could personal rules matter more than helping others? Than the fate of the entire world? He answered with a heavy heart. Yeah, that's not the point, she blurted out, totally lost. Then she demanded, so what is it? But MC couldn't finish the sentence, choking on the next step. I can't. He tried to hold himself back, barked out in irritation, and demanded they all stop fighting, right now. All together, the four of them froze and stared. Tisha blinked, totally confused. Wait, what'd he say? Later on, the allies finally stormed up to the Dream Fairy's mansion. Shicha and Romeri clung to Slad for dear life, and then Disha finally landed, settling everything in place. Slumped beneath the tree, they stared into the distance and mournfully replayed every word the protagonist had said. Ares is about to shut it all down and stop fighting for good. Yeah, they weren't even pretending. He just sat there, stunned by the words that came out of his mouth. It keeps going like that, but it hits him. Slow at first, because he doesn't get it right away. And then the moment lands. The man who'd begged him to join the hero's team. At first, it looked like they wanted him for his status, but it wasn't. The shock hit hard when he finally heard the leader's his real nature didn't matter. If he was the only one who could save the world, then he could do whatever he wanted, and everyone else had to worship him. Only Ares. He could crush the Demon King, and he didn't need anyone to do it. No, his hero team was just a diversion, something to pass the time. He didn't want comrades, he wanted pawns. And this guy, he didn't care about. The world kept turning, cold and ruthless, because power was all he craved, ego swallowing every trace of that hero title. Disha fought back. Still, she swore Ares had to have some scrap of conscience. Otherwise, why would he march straight into certain death to tear through those monsters? Shika then tipped the bottle and poured out a bit of what was inside. Downed the rest and muttered, seriously? She thinks our hero would gamble his life like it's nothing? This guy thinks he's the center of the world, Disha shot back. We're all guilty of sin. Everyone remembered how, as kids, they truly believed the whole world spun around them. The protagonist snapped back, yeah, and now Ares is the only one who's sure of it, even after. After he became a hero, his friends just said he still hasn't grown up. Romary said they've already clocked it. Ares is acting. Throwing tantrums like a kid, so what does that have to do with his real skills? He bragged that his powers fire on their own, and they won't ever change to match who he is. She straightened her face and said, okay, so MC, what happens next? She just shrugged and said it's over. So Romary blinked in total confusion. But somehow that didn't explain a single thing. Slad said, that's Ares. He'll never take help from a single soul. Disha admitted that her and Romary's power just wouldn't cut it against the Demon King. So the protagonist clocked it, and that's why the hero would have to drag the brakes. Because if he let him in, he'd never be able to stop it, right? The Holy Virgin burst out in shock, and now I'm wondering, does it really sound that childish? So that's how it all connects. She's flipping out over something so tiny. What she said barely matters, yet it feels like it might. To everyone else, it probably feels small, but for Ares, it's everything, and he's ready to give up his own share. With their sights locked on the Demon King, Daisha clenched the memory in her mind. Yeah, she remembered. Yeah, who would have guessed that a hero's true power is fueled by self-esteem? Ares, handpicked by a god, smashed the Demon King by flipping to a worthless move, the one he mocked himself with. He begged for help, but he'd never accept it. During their chat, she fired back and clashed with the protagonist. No way, those kids were raised to save the world alongside the hero one day, and MC shot back that he'd had the same idea. Dirt once thought he could trust himself to come through, but he was dead wrong. Dirt is too dangerous to rely on. One wrong move and everything turns deadly. He thrusts his hand onto Romary's head and he blurted it out, remembering her hat. Now it finally hits him. She had been staring at him on purpose, like a witch weighing her prey. Gawked at him, totally stunned and lost for words. Said, okay, they're not going to tell Ares about his abilities once they wake him. She stared at him, at her allies circling him like a storm, and realized, somehow, he'd won them over. So the choice was made. They were going to save the hero. After that talk, she felt crushed inside. Ethica slid into the seat beside her and asked. He asked if she was confused, and she admitted, yeah, she'd totally lost her way, and the whole thing felt weirdly out of place. She kept pushing ahead, just to chase everyone else's wants, and Ethica lit into her. Why fret over the unknown when the Holy Maiden was already hungry for new possibilities? The elf even said it with a grinning like, go ahead, each of you will land a strike on Ares. Disha even choked on her words, staring at the sheer confusion twisting across Ethica's face. She begged, please forgive me, and you could hear it in her voice. She never thought someone like her would ever say something like that. The elf looked sheepish and said, really? Because sure, she'd been all in on the plan with her merry crew, but somehow she just knew Slade had a different scheme in mind. For the hero besides saving the world. Disha shot to her feet and blurted, this feels so strange. They'd only just met today, yet it felt like she'd known her for ages. Then she burst into a bright smile and blurted, good, she's a one-of-a-kind fighter. After they awaken the hero, they're all going to swarm him and beat him down together. Shicha stared, stunned. What can she possibly be thinking? She can hear all that? Honestly, that's hilarious. She's gonna land a critical hit, right? Right? After things finally simmered down, Disha leaned in and told the protagonist, like this. So let him rescue this idiot. He flashed a grin and announced something important. Urgent mission on his shoulders, he strode up to the door and rapped 3 times. Like always, he slipped inside the mansion and then shouted, Little Nightmare! The moment the air cleared, a fairy burst into view right in front of him and said, she let out a shaky sigh and told the traveler, with sadness in her eyes, that it was time to move on. Then she sniffled, trembling. The protagonist froze in shock and blurted, "What's wrong?" And Little Nightmare shook her head. I decide before I even speak that I'm agreeing because the witch herself wanted him to show up, and then the holy maiden stood there, swallowing her pride, waiting for his apology. Because this hero was unlike anyone they'd ever seen, and MC finally asked, "Can I see my dream?" The fairy shot back, "Maybe, but she sure wouldn't recommend it, because what one person craves most, another could fear most." Nightmares. Each one is the owner's secret kingdom in their head. So tell me, does he still want that? She lunged into the shocked Slade's arms and hissed, "Some souls should sleep forever." And they will. They'll get the dreams they've been craving, and once it kicks in, they can't touch a single person in the real world. Those words sent shivers down his spine. Still, he insisted, "No, that's not what this is." Their hero was the only hope, the one salvation standing between the world and the Demon King. Little Nightmare snapped back. Then the doubt hit like a punch. What if sacred power isn't the only force that can wipe out those ancient? What then? The protagonists slammed down their decision, no matter what came next. "Ares, who he'll awaken?" The fairy stared at him, totally lost, like she couldn't even follow what he was saying. He kept going. They still don't know what to do next, but one thing's for sure, they've got to bring him back. Tanyon's trusted him, and tell me, does he even have the right to run after all of that? The question is it over? Not a chance. Little Nightmare said it with a heavy sigh, and the protagonist nodded, asking. He asked her if something was weighing on her, and she snapped back in total surprise. Was it really that easy to spot? He nodded. Yeah, it was true. Yeah, right away you could tell by the way she carried herself, because the fairy was bristling with indignation. How was he even able to do that? No shame at all, digging into someone else's life like it's his. Someone else's heart, straight up, and the MC was furious, hearing it from a mind reader who just said it like it was truth. He actually cared. She cared about her feelings too, so the fairy snapped that he was impudent and shameless, then declared that all he wanted was to get under her skin. After a beat of silence, she shot back, "So what? She's trying to strip down in front of him too." Let him witness it. Radiance tore through the air so blinding that the protagonist snapped his hand up to shield his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the whole world vanished under the glow of a beautiful night. Beneath a sky packed with blazing stars, Little Nightmare erupted, shouting into the night. She screamed at him, pulling back her real face, and the night sky spilled out, like her dream was too amazing to even breathe in. He blurted out in shock, staring up at the stars. Then a question tore through him. What the heck is happening? He pushed forward, ready to blurt his guess. Then the fairy slapped a hand over his mouth and cut him off mid-word, and snapped at him for calling them victims, because she's the one who helps them chase their deepest desires. And they are. We're here because some cruel reality clamped down on our lives, and fate hit us like a sucker punch. The MC was about to fire back again, but the fairy cut him off mid-sentence. She looked straight at him and said she finally understood what he was trying to say, because so many lives had already been lost in this world, and none of it had ever meant a thing. Anything, because she's got a cherished wish too. You can't see it, you can only feel it, and it's her dream to invite every single one. Everyone in the world poured toward her home, and she promised them endless, sweet sleep. Then the fairy's eyes. Her gaze sparkled like emeralds. Then horror froze him in place, and doors started blazing through space all around him. They slammed into each other with a brutal, bone-rattling crash. He threw his arms out and started shouting for her. Little Nightmare said, not even glancing back, "Yeah, this applies to you, too." Two, no exceptions. Slad screamed out, but that dream, just like that, was gone. He was so cool it hurt. Then the last thing that flashed in his mind, the door. And not long after, a caretaker. A carrier pigeon swooped in and delivered a message straight to the ruler of the me. Of the kingdom of Saywood Cassive, Saywood Belcroft, when the postman finally came through. Snatching the letter off the pigeon, he raced to the king and blurted out the urgent news. A desperate message from the hero's sacred maiden slammed into his hands. He read it out loud, and the hero's team immediately faced a brand new, never-before-seen monster. A nightmare fairy, yet a specialized thief rallied a crew, and their swift intervention snapped the witch and the holy. The plan finally worked, and the hero's third strike on the enemy's hideout paid off, freeing him at last. The porter is down and unconscious, so they race to the king, Cassive, who'd been scribbling, and the moment they speak, his hands tremble as urgent help is demanded. The speaker pushed on, confirming the hero's condition was stable, and his mind had finally cleared, while the king cut off the assistant and seized control. Wait, did he just drop the porter's name like it was nothing? As the girls fumed with anticipation for the protagonist and Ares drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Disha caught a loud cracking sound in the middle of her sleep, then snapped her eyes open. Her eyes widened in pure disbelief. She screamed as the mansion vanished into thin air. As she stepped out, her friends shot to their feet, and there it was, the mansion looming right in front of them. They just watched him seem to vanish into thin air, so fast they couldn't even wrap their heads around it. So, they couldn't understand what was happening. Then, out of nowhere, they spotted the protagonist sprawled on. He crumpled in the grass, remori's gone cold for the count. Pointed off to the side and blurted, "Ares is here too!" Confusion hit her voice. Did they really come or not? Did they lose? Disha snapped. What's the point? Shisha just went silent. Confused as hell, Ethika dropped a straight-up truth. Something real just happened in that dream. The mansion vanished, but those two still slipped out. So it couldn't be about losing. Not like that. Sheech sounds totally baffled. Yep, the boys came back alive, but they still haven't. He hasn't even woken up, and it looks like the Slods have crashed into a full-on coma. Fear gripped her tight, like even a forced healing spell wouldn't stand a chance here. Right there, bam, rain started hammering the sky, and she threw her gaze upward, whispering his name inside her head. She couldn't shake the feeling something happened in that dream, because when the protagonist snapped at the little nightmare, she shouted that this dream was just too cruel. Cruel, he hissed that she'd be alone forever, and the fairy shot back, "Yes, it's true." Then everything went dark. Dream. Dreams have nothing to do with each other, yet somehow they let him connect with someone inside the same dream. It's like you're arguing with your own thoughts in a silent room, trapped in the kind of sleep that turns everything into permanent solitude. Everyone spends their days living it up, never even bothering to take a peek. Peeking into the shadows, so everything's fine, she thought, and the mansion suddenly felt like the perfect world. This world felt like a dream come true, until she met him. He blurted in shock, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Talking about everything up to the moment she met him, Little Nightmare's story cut out, like it ended mid-sentence. Exactly like that. He was the only one who stepped through the Mac, and somehow didn't lose a single memory. The mansion's doors swung open, and the protagonist, baffled, finally blurted it out. He's the only one inside. Nobody ever spoke to her, she shot back, that some people only came here to talk, and yet they weren't allowed to eat. Even before they could remember what sleep felt like, they all crashed into her dreamscape at the exact same moment, everyone together. She snapped around mid-flight in space and admitted she'd completely lost track of wanting to talk to her, because once a dream gets forgotten, it can't. It finally clicked in his dream. Everything felt wrong, like he didn't belong there, and the MC couldn't believe it as he swept in to find that this little nightmare looked thrilled to see him. For her, this felt like pure, unheard-of joy. She kept going, and somehow, only with him could she finally talk. Fueled by his burning desire to see her, he finally managed to make another one of her dreams come true. Dreams. Everything before was a total mistake, and talking to someone who never sleeps is straight up the most fun. Fun. She didn't even see it coming, and bitterness laced every word. When he stared back, pity hit his face like a punch. The fairy kept going, chasing her dreams, and with every wish, she carved out salvation for someone who needed it. But the truth crushed everyone. So many souls just lost their loved ones forever. When those words hit the air, Little Nightmare was already breaking down in tears. Crying her heart out, Slad couldn't take it anymore and pushed through toward her, unable to stand by and watch her pain. He came right up to her, and before she could even react, he wrapped her in a hug and begged her for forgiveness. He always felt the dreams she spun were hiding bad intentions. But after the crying finally slowed, she showed up with nothing but kindness. With tears streaming, he begged her to believe it. He was lucky. Maybe the automatic debuff hadn't erased her from his heart yet. Because the illusion wasn't meant to be made, the skill only judged the danger of its power, then shut it down. Activated it? Little Nightmare snapped back. No, his skill didn't just mess with the illusion. It hit something deeper, its power turning out to be simply... She just kept weakening because she's immortal, so age can't touch her at all. The protagonist caught himself muttering, shocked as he realized. So that's the truth. So she said the automatic debuffs hit like nothing at all against the Demon King. She said, exactly, yeah, that was the whole point. But his skill clamped down on her unique power and threw it out of sync. So if he nails that skill, he'll be a weapon against the Demon King too. And if he can take her down, then there's no way he can't. There's a real chance he can beat him too, and the protagonist is thrown into confusion, not sure what's happening. That tiny nightmare in her chest was screaming everywhere she went, because wherever she tried to head, her abilities slipped right out of her control, and she made damn sure he knew it. Guests kept vanishing into the dream world with zero answers, and she begged him, right there, until he finally touched her. She leaned in with a challenge, offering him the chance to prove whether an immortal could actually be killed, and she watched his face light up with pure shock. The fairy leaned in, voice shaking, saying there was zero reason to doubt it. He'd still slip right into the hero's dream, no matter what. She had to do it. There was only one way to wake this child, and she promised herself she'd rather be destroyed by him than leave with regrets. He felt. It hit him like a punch. He was seconds away from crying. So Little Nightmare flipped it into a grin and told him, "Don't wear that sad face." And somehow, this was amazing. MC snapped, furious and firm. "No way, this isn't wonderful at all." And the fairies just beamed back, smiling, saying, "He shouldn't be furious. She hates that. It ruins everything for her." So he shot back, indignant, and she fires off more of those hurtful words like, "Seriously?" That was way more brutal than anything else. How in the world could she ask her friend to kill her? Little Nightmare gasped in surprise, turning to her friend, because, yeah, they were friends. The protagonist nearly burst out, "Yes, they're friends! How could they not be after everything they'd survived?" First of all, still, he couldn't bring himself to kill a child drowning in guilt, so the fairies just shrank back, embarrassed, and asked him. And forgiveness wasn't what she wanted. She was begging him for something cruel. But he didn't get a choice. Suddenly he blurted, "I haven't..." He finally spilled his idea then, when she stared at him with wide, shocked eyes. He quickly cleared everything up. "Do you get it?" the fairy blurted, totally stunned. "How could that even happen?" He shot back, "Yeah, I do. 1-0-0-1-0. He doesn't know for sure, but he's banking on teamwork. She's skeptical, yet if it fails, he'll die. The protagonist said he'd come to the dream world to bring his friends back, so now there's no way he's leaving her alone. Not after everything. So this time, he's going to chase a dream, because her real name is Night Vision, and she has none she can't make real. Little Nightmare stared at him, stunned, like she couldn't believe the words were about to come true. His eyes flickered as he asked, and she immediately nodded. "Yes, I get it." That's right. When those words hit, she commits to every dream and turns each one into reality. Hope flared in her eyes as he burst out, thrusting both hands up like he was begging, so just let her be. She dug deep and trusted herself. Then the fairy flipped through the air with pure joy, screaming, "I can do it!" as she kept insisting that everything would work out, and she trusts his faith in her, so she makes room to hear his deepest wish. MC pushes her to let him speak and asks her to be his partner. The fairy vanished out of nowhere, and he blurted her name, stunned, like his thoughts had frozen. Did it work? Right then, blood erupted from his nose and his strength started to slip away, right on the edge of his lips, and dropped unconscious to the ground. Hours ticking by while they lay there. Time passed, and then he snapped his eyes open, shot upright in bed, and stared straight at him. He spun around, baffled, like he couldn't make heads or tails of what he was seeing. Wait, did someone just pinch the royal chamber's secret slide-pinched history? He pressed his cheek hard, hunting for a dream. Then, right then, he heard a tiny, Little Nightmare's bright little voice popped in and asked, "So, how'd you sleep?" Magnus lit up the moment he saw her. Then his smile vanished in an instant, because she was still stuck in that same state. So was it the same dream? Or was he about to find out? The fairy shot back. Nah, not anymore. This wasn't a dream. Everything around them felt painfully real. He could barely process it, so he shot back, "Is this really true?" And she burst into laughter, yelling, "Yes!" They pulled it off, just like he promised, and his jaw dropped as he realized it. This skill actually works on her. "Little Nightmare," he murmured with a grin, because yeah, they really did it. He did it, and he actually believed his own breakdown. The automatic buff really had hit her, so the buff had to work too. First, the plan was simple. Him and the Little Nightmare. Mary struck up real friendships, and her magic power skyrocketed. Thanks to his skill, it only got better. Then she finally managed to control. So if he could control her powers, all that was left was to pull that move, because the rest was on her to decide. He asked, "But why did he just fall asleep?" The fairy's smile crumpled into sadness. She apologized and admitted her power had suddenly. It blew past its limit, and she couldn't get it under control in time. Then he crashed into a heavy, hard-to-fight sleep he couldn't shake. MC blurted out, laughing, "Wait, why am I like this when we're right here in the real world?" Then she cut herself off. "Yeah, it's incredible. She barely got her mansion rebuilt, using the look she pulled straight from his memories. And just when you think that's the end, she's about to blow everyone's expectations wide open. She'll slip out of reality the moment she dreams, and she can hijack anyone's dream at will." The protagonist grinned like he'd just been handed a miracle, and his thoughts lit up. That's for sure. This species is unlike anything else. And when she finally unleashed her full power, the fairy's display was straight up astonishing. With a grin, he turned Ares' dream into a full-blown nightmare, then snapped awake fast. The protagonist said, "I feel for him, but if this were real, why is he here?" Little Nightmare snapped, saying her friends came to see him. "So we better go ask them. She'll take a quick stroll for now, and he doesn't need to rush." He tried to stop her, but the fairy vanished before he could blink, and now he's left wondering. I couldn't help wondering if it was really smart to hand that kind of power to a monster from such a rare species, and when I thought it through, it was painfully reckless. Right then, Ethica burst in to catch him, and MC lifted his. She stared at him, stunned, not even understanding why his heart was hammering like crazy. Then she cried out, and he jolted awake. The elf didn't hesitate for a second and sprinted over to him, wrapping him in a tight hug. She clamped onto him so hard he nearly choked, and Slade's body shot into panic. Then the self-blame hit like a hammer. "What am I doing?" he snapped at himself. He'd only just used the adventurer service, so why was he losing control like this now? The protagonist yanked Ethic back and roared, "I can't take this anymore!" And Slade kept cutting off his. Suffocating panic hit her. She shot out of bed, bolted for the door, and screamed, "I'm calling everyone, right now!" The protagonist lunged to stop her, but the door slammed shut behind her before he could reach it. Totally lost, he started spiraling over what he should do next. And even though panic still burned, he made himself breathe through it until he finally steadied. Rachel stormed in first and immediately asked him, "What's wrong?" MC forced a grin and told her everything was fine, but the girl just stared, placing. She set a platter of fruit in front of him and told him she'd already peeled the apples, and Slade nodded thanks, saying he'd eat them later. Then Disha stepped in with a grin and eyed him like she'd clocked everything. Sure enough, the hero's comeback had taken a heavy toll on him. Shicha noticed, and even Ares snapped awake almost right away.
Ethica and Romeri blurted out in tears, staring through watery eyes, so scared that even the protagonist had to ask, "Wait, but what?"
While he was out cold, something happened. And now everyone's here. So what exactly went down, and why are they all in this place? So where was the hero now? Disha and Shicha locked eyes, nodded in sync, and agreed they had to spill every last detail to each other. The whole thing, yes, it was a massive, long story, like the Holy Virgin had warned. But right now, the only thing that mattered was this one bombshell. She had to tell him the latest news. After the awakening, Ares stormed into court and spilled that they'd quit the team because Tanton betrayed the hero. So it was basically treason. Yet the protagonist blurted out shocked, "Wait!" as the accusation kept coming. The brutal accusations of treason. Yeah, he really was a total fool. And Disha didn't stop there. He sued the people who saved his life, so he better shut up and listen, because this is what really happened. During that month, he barely slept, and when the MC saw what happened, he couldn't believe it. The Holy Virgin clocked the time and confirmed he'd been asleep for that long. They pitched their tent right by the fairy's mansion, and the rain came down like a storm wall as Ares dropped to sit down by. He leaned over his bed, slid an arm around Romeri, and watched her closely as she kept an eye on him, right up until her. Slad's condition, and he said it like it was nothing, he just can't figure out if it's a fake mansion or a haunted house causing it, because he sure can't sleep. For so long, then Rumori snapped and swung her fist, slamming him right on the head. He gritted his teeth, raging at the unfair fact that he woke up while their comrade didn't, and the leader kept needling him without mercy, snapping that it just pissed him off. So this guy just ran off on his own. Then why did he need to come back at all? Disha had made a remarkable... And yeah, right then the protagonist leaned in and told them he'd been kicked off the team. Ares is furious, and the team just won't get answers. He refuses to explain what's going on. How could her words possibly make sense to them? Had they really forgotten who they were meant to trust no matter what? Finally, the Holy Virgin snapped with sarcasm. The man who'd taken off running instead. The leader barked in rage that he's a useless porter, and it's all because he failed to save them. What difference does that even make? Did it even matter whether he showed up or not? Sheja said MC was laying out the enemy's weak points on the battlefield, and Ares snapped back. He didn't need. Chattering because he knew he could end the enemy with one strike. Then Rumori said he was ready to throw his life between them and danger, and the leader snapped and shouted in rage. Rage burned in his chest, turning him into cannon fire. Is the best fate for a blockhead, and the girls shot him down in disgust, telling him that. If Slad hadn't swooped in just in time, he'd be 6 feet under already, he snapped back, irritated, claiming it didn't belong here and that they're trash anyway. Now they can finally explain what kind of elf this really is. Ethicus blinked in total disbelief, then finally answered. Replied, "She's Slade's friend." Ares blinked in shock. Then he snapped into laughter, blurting, "Wait, are you serious? That useless guy has a girlfriend?" And kept roaring as the words hung in the air. He strode up to her, snapped his fingers under her chin, and sneered as he spoke. "She's getting yanked around like a puppet on a string. This lazy idiot is only good for snatching other people's stuff. Let her listen, and don't stop there. Let me finish. Admire him. Lord Ares is a hero like no other. So tell me, wouldn't it be smarter for her to team up with him? Here's the truth. To get in, you need to be at least A rank. But he'll bend the rules if she agrees to be his lover. Ethica. Frey." Fear hit her like a punch. Then Romeri bolted over, threw her arms around her, and soothed her tears away. The elf wiped her tears away and between shaky breaths realized it truly was a slat. Lat had spoken, and right after that, Ares froze in shock. Wait, what did you just say? Tears glassed her eyes as she stared at him and whispered, "He really is a poor man. He's got feelings for nobody but himself, and the girls just stand there, stunned, waiting for him to snap into action." The leader flashed a grin and went, "Slad, seriously, say it again." And again, what the hell is that? Elvish or something? Ethica stared at him, totally baffled, and Shicha kept shaking her head like, "Nope, that's the name of the guy you called a blockhead in trash." Delhi. The leader clocked it. So that was the whole game. Slad. Is that really his name? Romeri snapped his head toward him. I snapped back, sarcastic and annoyed. "Tell me, do you even know her?" When Ares finally hesitated, the witch snapped. "Is that your answer? He won't tell me?" "No, he can't. He's never said her name out loud." The leader's voice stumbled, panicked, and snapped back. "That's not true!" But then he trailed off. Wait, what was? But what was her name? Really, huh? Ethica stared at him, totally lost, while Romeri, Disha, and Shiza shot him hateful looks. Then the Holy Virgin snapped. "So she's claiming he couldn't even be bothered to remember our names?" To him, they weren't comrades at all, just personnel. He doesn't even know their names, and after one film, he shuts down every doubt like it never mattered. In a sudden swoop, Ares waved it off. What did it even matter? It was nothing, just a trifle. Then Shicha marched up to Ethica and lifted her hand. Handing him the news, I said, "Oh, she's officially part of Team MC now." Romeri slid up and backed it with a firm nod, promising she'd stand with that choice, and swore they'd crush the Demon King together. He blurted out, totally baffled, what on earth was wrong with his comrade? The comrade wrapped his arms around Ethica, blocking her from harm as he let out a nasty, evil laugh. And he basically threw up his hands like, "Yep, that's it. That's the whole thing." Slad's so good it kept them awake all night. So it wasn't just sabotage. He realized they weren't out to help at all. They were about to stab him in the back. Rumeri clenched her fists, stormed toward him, and let her indignation blaze. Significantly, she hit him so hard he got launched clean across the way. Sheech yanked her blade up toward him and told him, cold as steel, to back off. Way back. Cold as ice. Enough. Shut him down now, and don't let him get the chance to compare. He muttered it to himself, and after Disha said that, she added, "And honestly, Sheikah looked insanely cool." With all that said, right to Ares, she snapped her attention to the thug and blurted, "If you were embarrassed, why didn't you tell me?" She told him everything herself, and when she spun around, the holy maiden stared in shock. She was already gone, vanished into thin air, and that meant she had no choice but to spill the rest of the story. Story knew she had to rest too, because even Ares needed a camp for the night. But here's the real question. What on earth did he think the leader had actually done? He lunged for Ethica's tent, but she hucked him out of the camp like a cannonball. When they grilled him on how he even came up with something like that, he just smirked and shot back. So what? So what if they weren't on the same team? Overnight rendezvous wasn't banned, so why couldn't they? So they teamed up to mock him right there as punishment. She stared gloomily at him and asked, like a gut punch, whether losing his, if it all would have finally taught him his lesson. With a bold scissor finger gesture, Romeri pumped the moment up. Then Disha said, "All right, let's test it right now. That curse doesn't mess with the hero's power one bit, but it's seriously hard to look at, so we better wrap this up before the protagonist shows up." She jolted awake, snapped her head toward the girls and demanded, "Are you starting?" Ares, pale as a ghost and shaking with terror, spat out, "Starting? What exactly is going to—" Disha jumped in, and the competition finally began. Then each of them took turns smashing him with brutal hits. Shadisha cheered her allies' crushing hits, then flexed her fists and barked, "Now let him clench those teeth!" He screamed in pure terror. Doesn't she get to use her signature move? Or is she about to? She taunted him, saying she couldn't make out his mumbling. Either way, he'd never make up his mind. But she closed the distance, and he jerked back with pure fear. Disha dropped into a crouch in front of him and blurted. She said there was no need to pull out a critical strike. Killing him would throw everyone into chaos, so don't get so reckless you pass out before you even finish the job. Consciousness clung to the edge, and one final candidate still stood in the spotlight. Rage was boiling in her, and she came charging back with a new marriage, screaming his name like he had to answer right now. It hit him so hard that death felt inevitable. A brutal shove yanked him into the sky, turned him end over end through the air, and then he slammed into the ground, and Disha grinned, like she knew it would happen from the start. Because of a one-of-a-kind skill and power nobody had seen before, Romori let out a delighted laugh. Disha smiled at the memory of that story, and the next morning, he slid on. She hadn't even woken up. She just pushed them to keep going to the capital, since that was the original plan, and they were desperate to find a way to rouse him once they got there. When they finally rolled up, Ares was still twitching like something inside him wouldn't let go. With a jittery little tick in his voice, Shicha snapped at him, irritated and impatient. "Is he still here?" Rumeri snapped. "We've got to get the—" The protagonist bolted out of here fast. Meanwhile, the leaders were screaming, "Shut up!" like they'd lost their minds. And why are they all smiling so hard? On the road to the capital, they ran straight into a miasma-warped monster, and only Ares truly suffered in the fight, because while he slept, his auto-buff skill kicked in on its own like a silent lifesaver. Mary snapped, "That's it. The hero's team is gone." Ethica grabbed Disha's attention as Disha lugged MC on her back. She admitted she was worried sick about him, but she figured no outsider could just waltz into the palace, so she told herself, let her handle it. So the holy maiden made a promise, then turned to Ares and demanded, with a sharp smile, what the heck he was laughing at. The leader threw his arms wide, strode forward, and declared, "I'm the hero." He'll march straight to the king, and when they finally see him there, every single one of them will regret betraying him. And now. And just like that, they're hit with treason. Slad goes still and listens, then whispers, "I." So that's it. He stared at the ceiling and couldn't figure out how he'd managed to sleep for an entire month. Was this really about him? Disha murmured, her voice breaking. She never saw it coming. Waiting for the king to finally hear Ares out and slam down a trial. That legend, King Cassif, a brilliant XSS-ranked adventurer, survived on sheer courage and razor-sharp wisdom. Humanity would have been wiped out long ago by the Demon King, because the whole plan started with the king himself, who cooked up the idea to create a hero. That's exactly why her team was training to take down the Demon Lord, yet she just couldn't make sense of any of it. She paused in silence, then admitted she had to understand his choice, though she doubted Ares' foolish arguments would be. Once he'd been fired up, the trial would hit in 3 days, and right after he woke up, he had to show up there too. Anis just went quiet, swallowed by his own thoughts, while Ethica admitted she didn't know much about humans, but she was sure they— Disha Rose tried to believe they'd be safe, but her hopes snapped the moment she worried they might get executed, tears burning as those words hit her. She sprang up from her chair and announced she was siding with the heroes team, then swore she'd guard them with her life. Remery asked if she was really sure, because when she shows everyone Ares' true colors herself, there's no going back. Ares probably won't be able to keep up his heroic acts, she stalled for a beat. Then the protagonist snapped into resolve. Nope, there's no doubt about it. He couldn't, and he didn't need to. Don't sweat it, really. Either way, it definitely wasn't the worst thing that could happen. They might just stumble into an even worse disaster, Ethica snapped, baffled. Wait, what are you saying? MC called out Disha and Remery by name, then dropped a way too calm remark like the understatement of the century. They understood, because they'd already seen brawls rage and watched city taverns get robbed before. Spilling out of the aristocrats' mansions, Ares dodges the punishment for everything because memory itself blurts out that he's a hero. Slade snapped. The guards caught him again and again, and then that was the end of it. Ares wasn't even sent to prison or forced labor. A hero always walks free, no matter what. He might be a total fool sometimes, but when it's time to protect himself, he's weirdly smart about it. He probably knew the whole trap from the start. That's why he pushed for a trial. What he still can't wrap his head around is the king's intentions. If he'd just bent to the hero's wishes, he would have dumped them all in prison, but he didn't. They're living in comfort right now, and he's got absolutely no room to judge anyone. His own situation's too bad. That's why he refuses to drag Ares down. He only glanced at. Ethica, clinging to Rumeri's comfort, finally looked up and asked her. She demanded to know what he was doing inside the royal palace, and when she finally met his eyes, she stared him down. He blinked in confusion, then pushed on. We got summoned here for the trial, right? He can't shake the feeling she's got nothing to do with all the chaos the hero's team is stirring up. The soldiers barreled into the hotel and the elf blinked, utterly baffled. The hotel crew told her straight up, if she was going to be in his squad, she'd have to roll with them. The protagonist insisted Rumeri wasn't with her, Etika shot back. Yeah, and I was like, wait, I think. I swear she was out there shopping when he spotted her. Wait, I get it. So they hauled her into court, and she answered with this nervous, confusion slammed into her. She couldn't forget what they told her in court. Answer every question they throw at you. Then Tisha blurted, so shit! If she's a witness, she can't show up, because once they're branded for conspiracy, there's no way she'll be allowed to testify. The protagonist muttered to herself, if they're forbidden to talk, then she's basically under house arrest. And right then she paused, because her thought was going to unravel. If he really meant to give a fair trial, then maybe, just maybe, this time the hero wouldn't end up going unpunished. Ever. They punished him, and then the day of the trial finally arrived. And the allies burst into the courtroom, where everything was suddenly tense and loaded with danger. Packed with spectators, like the whole crowd had shown up to watch the action unfold. Ares locked eyes on them and smirked, dripping pure sarcasm. So Erica, Shicha, and Rumeri stood there, staring dead ahead like they were about to strike. He lurked behind the podium as the judge brought the gavel down with a thunderous slam. Slam the gavel on the table and roar, "Let the beginning of..." At the hero's trial, Kasif declared they'd start with the plaintiff's demands. Let Ares, the hero, stride forward, while the leader can't wait. Raced to the middle of the hall and planted himself before the king, His Highness hanging in the air like a challenge. He declared it like a thunderclap. He insists the witch and the thug ditched his team on a whim. So it really wrecked you, right? Ares grinned, and in that smile he confirmed, yep, dead on. And just as he was about to say it, the king slammed him shut mid-sentence. So he blurted, "Enough!" And the leader's face pinched with confusion. Then he wasn't done yet. Kasif bared his teeth and snapped at him to step back. Then the boy stared at the king, frozen with pure terror. Not seeing this attitude coming, the ruler declared, "Next up is the holy maiden, Disha!" And the king leaned in and told her, she was the last one still standing on the hero's team. So did she actually buy into the hero's claim? Desha snapped, "No way," and said the hero's words were straight-up lies. Ares came charging in, hurling insults at her, but the guards slammed into him and held him back. The king snapped his fingers and ordered the court mage to slam a forced silence over the hero. When the mage acted on his command, Kasif immediately shot back that only the people who actually saw it firsthand could speak, no permission needed. If it happened again before the spell ran out, he'd storm right out of the hall. Ares burst in, completely caught off guard. Like the moment he saw it, everything changed. Disha's wild turn of events finally fell quiet, and the fallout came with a price that kept piling on. So the holy maiden snaps that the hero is lying, but the truth hits harder. 3 members of his team already walked out. Ares snapped his teeth like he was ready to bite, but no words would come out, so Disha leaned in and begged the king for permission to start the story. With approval in hand, she kicked off her story. Then she dropped the final bombshell. The porter's sled got thrown out. The team scattered, right after the hero himself cut the message off, and the protagonist swore she'd explained everything perfectly. While hiding his power, the Holy Maiden snapped that the hero had ditched the witch to be swallowed by a wyvern, leaving her stranded in a nightmare. Witch Rumori stormed out the moment she couldn't stand his behavior anymore, and the king just smirked and said, "Heh." And just like that, it clicked for him. Then he swung around to the protagonist and demanded, "You got anything to add?" The protagonist froze, completely caught off guard. Was he talking to him out loud? No, he didn't say a thing. And the moment he realized what was happening, fear hit him so hard he flinched and shut down. Ares yanked at his voice again, but the spell he'd thrown slammed his shout shut. So MC Sidine's mind screamed, "God, I can't calm down, not even for a second." The king slammed his fist on the table and declared that since the Holy Maiden's testimony lined up with the accused, they'd move forward with this. This is an internal fight. Stay out of it. So the accused walked free, and the allies were cleared too. They were thrilled with this call. But Ares wasn't buying that decision for a second. She was anything but satisfied. Decision? Just like that? The accused couldn't even process it, like the answer was too easy to be real. Cassive said it, and now they're diving straight into how they're going to slash the hero's power. Hours passed, and the MC snapped in frustration. He just knew it. The real reason the king dragged this whole mess into a trial was hiding somewhere else. Subordinates hustled in with stacks of papers, dumped them on the king's desk, and the cost was even. Steve snapped that complaints about the hero Ares had piled up, then grabbed the very first one he could find and tore into it, and kept rolling forward, only letting through the messages he personally approved. Any complaint that sparked doubts or suspicion got shut down, no questions allowed. Shicha stared at the mountain of complaints, completely stunned. Why were there so many? Rumeri let out a heavy sigh and finally uttered She said the name of her old leader. Then Cassive stared the hero down and hissed that it was finally time to own up to his sin. Sins piled up, and Ares forced the ruler to face the truth, but all he got in return was stunned confusion. King slammed the moment forward, saying it was time to drop the small talk and get down to ending the hero's authority. So when the protagonist thought, Ares is so calm, it didn't feel weird at all. It just made perfect sense. Until the next act. Accusations rained down on him because somehow only he can save the world. What's the king about to do now that you've summoned Shicha? Come on then. The cutthroat nodded. Yes, very well, and stepped into the spotlight. Straight into the room's heart, because the overlord had sworn she held a one-of-a-kind. A mind so sharp it could stash every detail. Right, she had that super memory skill. And still, she bowed her head. She nodded and said, "Yes, you're right." And the protagonist let out the thought right away. He was stunned. She had never told him about those skills. The king declared that only a true hero could break the rules. He got way more freedom than everyone else. And then he said, he'd say the same thing, wouldn't he? He'd keep talking because he had to confirm if Ares was really hero-worthy. Shicha confirmed it. Yeah, she heard it herself, right with her own ears. The MC's like, wait, so that really happened? It was such a basic cliché that he couldn't even remember saying it, at least not in his head, because in his mind, everyone, even Ares, sees. Ares just brushed it off. Money kept piling up, costs kept climbing, and that decree kept getting shaken harder and harder. He became a hero, then abused that freedom, ditched his duties, and started doing exactly what he wanted. His sins just wouldn't stay hidden, and he spun to Shicha, telling her that every one of the hero's deeds had been seen by her. So could she replay those memories exactly? With the court mage's lie revealing power, she stared straight at the truth and started cutting through every lie, right at the king jolted in shock and blurted, If you want it, go ahead. And Slad thought the same. Stared in shock. Holy crap! What happens if you mash super memory with exposed lies? You're about to witness the most lethal testimony ever recorded. The Court Mage Act starts now. He snapped his skill into action, and Kassav cut in. She said she'd have to drag her help to another room just to document the hero's deeds. Later, the hero got blindsided again. Wait, wouldn't this shock him too? Now why dig up exposed lies now? The ruler snapped, pressing the issue and demanding answers. Shicha forced herself to answer honestly. Was super memory really her own power? Her confidence flickered, and she hesitated, then finally blurted, "No, it's not." Honestly, the protagonist hadn't seen that coming at all, and stared at her, totally baffled. The king leaned in and told her, "Don't be scared. I'm not here to accuse you of a thing." A girl skilled enough for a crime like this, how did she even learn it? With her shame and confusion crashing down, the girl finally blurted out the truth. She'd stolen it. With her unique skill, she started stealing everyone's power in front of them, turning the whole room into stunned silence. MC stared in disbelief, completely blown away by what was unfolding. He had no idea she even carried a trump card that gorgeous. Then, finally, he started to realize it, right as the moment hit. Kassav thanked her for telling the truth so he could finally figure out what the king was plotting, and fired off one last question. Could she actually steal the hero skill from? Ares grabs her own power and transfers it straight into someone else. To the next person, she muttered with a shy shrug. My ability? Skill stealing. The king just needed one answer, whether it was even possible. Let her answer him. She nodded and blurted, "Yes, it's possible." Kostif let out a faint smile and shut the conversation with, "No more questions." So let her forgive him for dragging her back into every one of those brutal, painful memories. It was free then, as Ares' silent spell finally snapped off, he burst out shouting, "Make them back off. Give him a shot to explain what happened." He barreled toward Shika, then slammed the brakes at the last second. Beneath her icy stare, the protagonist realized the silence wasn't empty. It was packed with pressure. His strength wore off, and for days he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Until now. And Ares finally had protection. Because he'd been protected by his... Then his hero skill wasn't just being ripped away, it was getting snatched up and handed to someone else, too. Ares' last stronghold crumbled, and the king snapped that, under any other sky, he would have never let it happen. They ordered him to bolt from the court, but he swore he'd finally hear them out, because the leader was roaring, "This time, you'll change." And he was desperate, begging them not to strip him of his hero status. "Don't let them do this." He dropped to his knees in front of the king and pleaded for mercy, and Kassav said he truly believed a person has... It's got 3 chances to hit the reset button. Ares blurted out his cry, praying it'd work. The king furrowed his brow, jabbed at the towering stacks of complaints, and barked a stern demand. Honestly, in his eyes, that pile of papers looked like it was only 3 sheets. Paper. He'd pushed it way too far. Everything was stacked in his favor. The best setup, the best comrades he could have asked for. Then he threw it. Threw it all away, along with his massive potential, like it was nothing, like it was just a piece of trash. The protagonist and Disha stared at the king, totally lost and wide-eyed. Confusion crashed down on him. Ares, utterly broken, started to plead for forgiveness. Kossav cut him off again. "It's too late," he declared. And he would. The king slammed out the final sentence like a thunderclap. He'd never forgive him. With rage burning in his chest, Ares crumpled to the floor in terror. Then he forced himself back up. He slumped against one of the tables and tore into everyone with curses. The guards yanked him on the spot. Kassav swore he'd pass Jay. Any second now. Judgment hit like a hammer, because in his mind, the rest of his life was already locked away in an underground prison. Guards yanked him off the floor and hauled him away, while Ares snapped and cursed through his teeth, and he fought like fury against every last of it. He fought for peace, and now they repay him like this? That's pure unfairness. He fought back with everything he had. He screamed whatever the world threw into his brain, but no matter how loud he yelled, it still got him nowhere. The moment the door slammed shut behind him, everyone inside still heard his scream echoing for what felt like forever. The king rose to his feet, let out a heavy breath, and announced that the trial had dragged on for ages. It dragged past schedule, so he pulled his allies in and told them they'd get a full 3-hour breather, meal included. Once the comrades finally got a moment to themselves, Ethica snapped. Ares is finished! And it all happened so fast it barely felt real. She blinked, barely felt a thing, like she hadn't even lifted a finger. And then Rumeri clapped Shicha on the shoulder and said, "Well, she's incredible, and she should have unleashed that awesome skill on the leader way earlier." The MC shot the witch a look and said, "Enough. Don't even bring it up." Shicha threw them an apology, begged for permission to go, and the moment she walked out, Rumeri just stared, utterly confused. Did she say something wrong? Slab snapped back, saying the whole topic of skills, especially rare, unique ones, is way too touchy. He'd always thought Shicha was the most sensitive person about it, until it hit him. She'd been dodging any talk about them for a long time. Mary mumbled, defeated. "I'll apologize later." And he couldn't help but wonder if this nightmare would ever end. It was about to strike again. Then the protagonist shot to his feet and said he'd go hunting for Shicha, and Rumeri shrugged like it was a total lost cause. Pointless. She'd never take his support anyway, and He shot back. "I already know." But he couldn't stand leaving it like this, so he told them, "Both of you stay here and wait for me." He'd be back any minute. Right after he stepped into the hallway, he heard. A tiny nightmare grabbed his attention and called out to him. Then he froze, stunned by how she looked when she finally appeared. The fairy guided him to a door, then urged, "Come inside." The moment it happened, the next jaw-dropping scene slammed right into his view. Shisha sat on the floor by the bed, a bag sitting right beside her, while everything else lay scattered everywhere. Scattered everywhere. Then the protagonist froze, mind racing. A travel bag? Is she really about to vanish on them without a single warning? The fairy told him he had to race and grab that kid before she slipped away forever. She snapped her skill on, and before anyone could react, her allies were swallowed by roaring flames. They spun through the void, and boom, an unknown room snapped into view right in front of the MC's eyes. Eyes. He whipped his gaze around and muttered, "This place has to be Sheet's dream." Then, suddenly, she suddenly materialized right beside him, and Slade snapped, "What are you doing here?" The girl stared, totally baffled, like, "Wait, why am I the one asking?" She beat him here, so he spun around again and searched the room, like he couldn't believe she was already there. Again, he shot the question, "What is this?" Sheeta answered, She shattered the joy in one brutal swing, so he just stood there, utterly lost, and demanded the answer again. She shattered her own happiness, then the ruthless cutthroat leaned in and demanded he listen. Back when she was running wild as an adventurer on the old continent, she went by an alias. That skill thief alias? Just like the name says, she didn't borrow it, she stole the skill. She snatched brutal skills from the wrong crowd and turned them into power to save people. After what happened, trying it again would be pure hypocrisy. Back then, she never even imagined it could turn this bad. Bad people still have families too. One day, she caught sight of a family. Just a woman and her 2 children stood at the grave, all 3 sobbing like their hearts were breaking. She'll never forget the moment she realized she was the breadwinner. Ever. Of course. She snatched a man's super memory skill, and no matter what she told herself, she never saw him end his own life coming. She only wanted one thing, teach that shameless criminal a brutal lesson, and she planned to give his own skill right back the moment he finally got it. She finally clocked her mistake, but it didn't hit her until he was gone. Then she understood that skills are part of a person, and they don't. They don't just vanish, they're made to belong together, Cutting them apart is pure cruelty. And that's why she swore she'd never steal skills again, right as the protagonist. Hagenus stared in shock, and that's when the king realized Shisha's skill wouldn't stand a chance. That's why he cooked up this wild stunt, pretending he was just checking to see if Shisha can snatch a hero's skill, then Ares might finally realize hero status isn't untouchable, and that belief can only spread from there. Shisha kept sending money to the deceased's family, even while their mother was still stuck in recovery. The kids crawled out of their father's shadow, grew into amazing people, and now, watch this, they've built families of their own. Slade leaned in with real sympathy. I see. Shisha let out a relieved breath, glad he finally understood what a mess like this can be. He couldn't even get the words out, and he told himself this was a shattered past, done and buried, with nothing good left. And then she snapped out that she knows it's selfish, but she still won't stop herself. She can't steal. Steal Ares' skills, she shrugs, like the king's opinion doesn't matter one bit. She just knows he believes that dropping the truth that skill theft exists is enough to end it. Then the protagonist blurted, "Wait, why are you planning to leave?" After a heavy pause, the girl snapped and said, "No." Didn't want the whole world in on that skill, so he swallowed his pride and let him forgive. "Let it go. She can't help it." He said, "Everything's cool. I get it." Romary couldn't just hold it in. She wanted to tell her how she really felt, and then, boom, she pushed it even further. He tried to apologize, but she only smiled and told him, "Don't worry about me." The protagonist shot back, she insisted. "No, you tell it yourself." Herself. She tried to snap back, but MC Stee, he stepped in front of her and said loud and clear, he won't let it happen. Plus, her choosing to stop skill theft is a solid win. Still, her urge to walk out feels off, and if that's truly what she wants, then there's no way we can stop her. Shisha tried to push her out, but he refused to let her go until Romary finally apologized, so she dropped her head and said, "He's striking right where it hurts." "It hurts," he choked out, because after that family chased her, she bolted, and now she couldn't stop asking herself, what if they never forgave her? What if she never deserved it? She begged to be forgiven and kept brushing it off, convinced she'd apologize someday until it was already too late, right? She just wanted forgiveness, anything, so she could finally have some kind of peace. So the real power move is this. Just quietly help out the family without making a big deal out of it, and that's the best kind of influence, right? Shisha, backed into a corner by the truth of his own words, burst into tears and cried out, "Yes!" That's the deal. She's not stopping, not for a second, and she'll keep running. Take the easy road, but stay alone. Alone. MC shot back, "She won't be alone." Then he watched her kick off. Somehow, she pulled it off. To keep her composure that day, didn't she? The girl pushed the question again, and he reminded her right then of what was coming next. Romary hit rock bottom when she spotted the hat in danger, and even after he finally found it, it was as still as a boa constrictor, because of her alone. Yet she couldn't stop blaming herself, even more than anyone else, and she wanted to. He wanted her to bolt, but he stared her down and kept going, so she couldn't run away anymore. Tears spilled down her face as she stared at him, stunned. Slad had just told her she couldn't rewrite the past, so she shot back, "But the present is mine, right?" Then she spun away and called him an idiot. Her shoulders jerked with tears she refused to let fall. Then she spun around sharply and he said it with a grin. He absolutely loves dropping that kind of wise advice, and he always hits the nail right on the head, and the protagonist couldn't help but smile. She shot back like, "Yep," and it's that simple. She just leads him to apologize for bolting out without a single word. After a while, the thug tore back to her allies, clutching them. Romary froze the moment she spotted her, then blurted, "You're here!" and the rest of the moment hit like a wave. She was furious, like she couldn't believe she'd just dumped them and walked away. If she went quiet like that, there was no coming back to life. She cleared her throat, kept her gaze down, and asked without lifting her head. Asked for forgiveness. Reme bolted over and slammed into her with such a tight hug that Sheikah nearly choked. And the witch explained. She finally listened, then let her forgive her, and Reme says, she kept firing hurtful words at her, and MC clung to the thought that somehow, some way, everything was finally settled. But Ethica couldn't hold it in, emotions bursting out of her chest. So she snapped at her allies that she didn't want to ruin their party. But she was bursting with joy. She sprang up and down with these words like she couldn't contain it. With pure joy on her face, she stunned the room. Everyone stared at her like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Right then, bam! A knock hit the door, and the secretary burst into the room, apologized on the spot, and blurted out the bombshell that she'd come bearing news from today's court hearing. The protagonist ended up buried under all those happy girls, and when one of them interrupted him, she looked totally flustered and blurted out an apologetic, "Sorry." Interrupting them, the protagonist snapped that she'd been misunderstood, and by the time the allies finally filed out of the courtroom, an exhausted MC realized today's hearing was mostly about exposing new areas as crimes against ethics. Even with the harassment testimony on record, everything mostly ran smooth until the day they caught him and her in bed, and the misunderstanding still wouldn't budge, so he just couldn't wait to get. They tore themselves free, heading home to finally rest. Then, out of nowhere, knights burst onto the scene, and one of them stepped up and spoke to Slade and his crew. The man announced they had to escort them by the king's command, and Ethica snapped her gaze up at him. His allies were panicking, and the protagonist let out a heavy sigh, like he knew deep down this wasn't the day fate would let him rest. They burst into the king's chamber and froze when they spotted Dish there. The holy maiden practically lit up when they arrived, then turned to the king with a stunned look like, "Wait, is it really him?" Right before he called. Even without an escort, he still managed to call out to so many people, and the cast burst into laughter like, "Yeah, don't stress. No matter how all of them crash into him at once, he's still got this." They wouldn't stand a snowball's chance. His words hit like a thunderclap, and it showed. A secret danger the allies could practically feel the whole atmosphere twist and turn around them. He stared at the protagonist and pressed on. "So what about him?" "No, I mean his abilities. He's already spilled all that to his comrades. Except for Ares." Casside lunged in, grabbed him by the shoulders and snapped, "Isn't this guy dangerous?" Then every girl in the room turned to stare. Right? Staring at them in pure shock. Then the king draped an arm around MC's shoulders like he owned the moment, and Slade called the king by name before he could even finish. He snapped in irritation like he was clocking a totally shady character. Then the ruler burst into laughter like, "Yeah, he really." He was a pretty strange dude, but let's not get stuck on that. He stared at the confused. Those girls burst into chuckles and said, "Whoa, we've got to clear this up. He didn't mean it like that. What he meant was that the protagonist has a crazy powerful skill." Honestly, they were dragging on with all these formalities, so he snapped at the guards and told them to get out. She just shook her head, totally stunned. She couldn't make sense of any of it, not even a little, while Ethica flashed a smile and checked with the king if it was okay to be this familiar. What a relief, because all this international language stuff was a total maze, and Rumeri noticed every bit of it. Disha bowed to Cassive and said, "Since when do people like us get to throw manners out the window when we talk to him?" Cassive let out another chuckle and leaned toward MC, asking, "So the Holy Maiden is always like this?" MC nodded and said, "Yeah, she's seriously strict." She smacked him on the back of the head, snapped that he should look at himself, and hissed that you don't talk to the king like that, because the ruler snapped that even when his old friend showed up, he'd better stick to every last bit of etiquette. So why are the clergy so strict? Those girls froze in confusion when the king's words landed, even though he was an old friend of the protagonist. The protagonist flashed a grin and leaned in to tell his companions that him and Cassive had once been. Teammates stared on, Then, right on cue, the girls blurted out in stunned surprise with not a single word needed. What was he talking about? He'd thought he was finally getting used to their shocked cries. And then the king broke into laughter as he said, "He used to be an adventurer. Then, out of nowhere, he seized the throne and became king. Just have them step up if the elder reaches out his hand." He swept his palm over that table of mouth-watering treats and said, "If they don't want it, then I won't drink any more either." Disha snapped her head toward the king, stunned and furious. But Romeri shot her a warning, hand raised, and then addressed the holy. The holy maiden, named so, said the king's permission is all set, and that's when the allies. As soon as I dropped into my seat and dug in, everyone lit up. Those dishes were so delicious they practically stole the show. Erica shoved food into the protagonist's mouth and barked, "Eat too!" And he lit up because, wow, it was insanely delicious. Disha then snapped at her comrades that the king had to start the meal first. Cassiv burst out in joyful cheers. "That's right, there'll be a banquet, so let them drink up and celebrate like crazy." This is the king's command, and KSV himself, the protagonist, Erica, is the one who's about to make it real. Rumeri lifted his glass, and Rumeri raised theirs too, while Disha and Shicha just stared, totally lost. After downing the drink, the ruler leaned back and sighed, saying, "If only they knew how brutal it is to juggle all these legal proceedings." So many wild twists surrounded this case. MC even told him, with a grin, that everything about it was just wonderful, of course. The king smirked and said, "Go on, tell them why," then laughed. "Yet you still don't get the whole picture." "All right, picture this. Cool, then let's have a straight-up, no-games talk." "So, what does Ares think of Romeri right away?" Romeri can't help but wonder. He blurted out right away, "No doubt about it, he's pure evil." Disha dumped useless junk on the ground. The kind of hero who says that doesn't exactly fill you with confidence. Cassie said that was exactly why the trial had to happen. He'd been a feared little dictator since he was a kid, chasing after every skirt he could. Then right when his so-called hero skills finally surfaced at his coming-of-age ceremony, things abruptly cut off at a sickening premonition hit, screaming that this was the start of history's most vile savior. And the wild part? He's a hero. This hero is undeniable because there's a proven pattern. Every time a hero steps up, they wipe out the Demon King's previous threats too. That's ancient history now, but one truth still hits hard. Everyone started to believe the legend, the priests, those big shots from the old continent, couldn't stop gossiping about the same thing, and his comrades, the ones who'd survived pure hell with him, kept pushing him on since. If a so-called hero is nothing but trash, then they should bow out, because the only way forward is to burn every last relative who's been twisted into an evil spirit. Spirits swirled around him. He tried to talk, but his voice died in his throat, and that left him with no choice. He had to step aside from his own feelings and still make Ares the hero. The protagonist spoke, so he rounded them up, Cassiv snapped back. Yes. That ruling in court? Yeah, it crushed everything, because what he said there carried real weight, and it left him proud of the people he'd pulled onto his team. At first, it all felt perfect, until his obsession pushed him toward that dark breaking point, toward the... Because of his so-called military wins, Ares had dug himself into the wrong path, proudly convinced he was still the strongest hero, and he had no clue it was all because of the MC. Like, that invite to the team? Yeah, it hadn't. Rumeri shot back that it wasn't, and Desho snapped that without him, the hero's team would have fallen, right there. Would have collapsed even faster. Then Shicha snapped back and said she didn't buy that assumption either. The king let out a baffled chuckle and leaned in to whisper, "Slad, the girls love him." The protagonist shot back like always. "Yeah, but don't act like I'm less popular than him." Ethica blurted, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine as long as Slad stays with us." And the king? The king burst out laughing and said, "Oh, so a little half-elf is about to be born." And Rumeri snapped that it was straight-up harassment. Disha said, "If the two of you are really going to marry, I'll give you my blessing." And the protagonist shot back, "Marked a calm, peaceful life in the elven thicket. Honestly, it sounds perfect." Then Ethica screamed in. Indignantly, she snapped into the conversation as it careened off track. Then she laughed with everyone and blurted, "Okay, what about the house? I know a good—" "That dwarf builder is rolling out a sweet 50% discount if she can play the go-between." And Ethica snapped in outrage, trying to shut the whole thing down. Everyone, then the king, still chuckling, slapped the moment back into place. So where were we? Right away, the plan shifted again, forming a team. Ares snapped that he wouldn't work with men, so he picked girls for the job, and from the boys only agreed to pick Sald as a porter. Rumeri blurted it out. She was a volunteer, and the king clocked it instantly. Her raw enthusiasm made her the perfect pick, but there was more coming. But the real bombshell? Her skill was absurd, so good the witch herself had to spell it out. And when Kusuv said, "Yep, unmatched," it landed like a thunderclap. It'd be a real tragedy if Ares ever laid a hand on his own comrades, because he's hunting for anyone bold enough to stand up to him. She should ask, and she did. "Does this hit you too?" The ruler finally cracked and admitted, "Yes." "Yeah, but that wasn't even the main reason. This temple is obsessed with strict rules, no exceptions." So he picked her first, and Sheeta huffed, annoyed and sharp as a blade. Was she really picked just because dwarves crush it in battle, right down to the king's orders? King chuckled and said it was nothing, just Ares' little hop. The protagonist couldn't shake the feeling he hadn't just lucked into it. Maybe he'd been betting on skill theft the whole time. And yeah, his insurance actually paid off. Kasov continued. When he heard their blazing zeal, he couldn't shake the feeling that all of this had to be pure coincidence, because everything had lined up perfectly. Yeah, but the more fired up they got, the more complaints piled in, and they already knew how the rest of the story would go. Ares' call to throw out that porter, who everyone praised, blew up in his face, turning into a full-on disaster. Disaster hit in a heartbeat, and Disha watched it all end before her eyes. The king leaned in and kept going. "So tell me, do they seriously think he can?" Slaying a monster unlike anything he'd ever seen before. The allies froze, staring blankly, totally lost on what to say next. The ruler chuckled like the next move would crush him. A tough job, right? And with a steady pour of wine into a glass, he snapped his plan into place, ready to let the hero. To be continued. Defeating the Demon King ended in total failure. Once the hero's faction finally scraped together a team, the cheering servants crashed into crushing disappointment the moment Ares was called. And it only sparked even more chaos. Those royal backers from the old continent who'd backed him were livid, furious that their name was now in ruins, and the elite started reviewing everything. They sifted through every complaint report, and sure enough, they came for Ares, pouncing on the counterplan he'd been plotting from the very beginning, while Disha stood there completely baffled. Kassav turned to his allies and said, "Quit asking me for a plan. Let's aim for peaceful coexistence." "Face the Demon King for the sake of saving common people?" Disha snapped, and pure irritation burned through her voice. "That's impossible." Remari snapped with a sour look and said she just couldn't accept it. "Fine," the king huffed with a heavy sigh and admitted the truth. "This isn't something anyone can promise, not even sacred power. It might not be enough." They didn't even get to beat their enemy this time. The acolytes just kept gossiping about how this skill wiped out the Demon King is no rare one-of-a-kind nightmare. He's a full-on monster, and he's already launching a brutal war on a massive scale, commanding an entire army of evil spirits, so you don't have to kill him. Win the fight against the army, force a peace treaty with the war's mastermind, and forget that hero versus Demon King fairy tale talk. Sheeta stared in bitter disappointment, realizing from the start it was all pointless, while Disha snapped in fury. If he thinks... She thought, why make a hero's team at all? Because she knew he had no real option, even if he'd been mulling it over at first. So what was all that fighting for if it meant nothing? None of the crowd's noise mattered, and none of the believers chanting could change a thing, because even if Ares was supposed to be a hero, it didn't stop the truth from tasting pointless. Kasif should have just ignored him. Then he paused, stared at Slade, and said, "Slade, tell me why." MC blinked and looked at the king, totally lost. The ruler pressed on. Then the moment he learned the hero was on this very continent, everything changed. A sharp thought hit him. Could it be him? The same guy who wiped out the fourth unique monster? 10 years ago, could the Dragon Empress pull it off? Would the girls be able to, except for... Even the thug and the ethic were left speechless when the words hit. He had just crushed the fourth unique monster. Monster? Shicha blurted, and the truth hit them. Neither of you had heard yet. The elf leaned in and said, "He told me before we ever met the Nightmare Fairy, Disha and Rumeri." Mary lunged at the protagonist. Didn't he have anything to tell them? He froze in total confusion because his comrades were fighting tooth and nail, already staring down death more than once, like they were about to say goodbye, for real. "Then they won!" Rumeri blurted it out. And with this dry little voice, he said, "Yeah, just showing up was enough." The king snapped. What is he even talking about? He's out of his mind. But that's exactly what he'd been praying for. Ares was clearly running on delusions, thanks to him. If only he could crush the Demon King and still keep getting fueled by these lies. But the thought cut off mid-breath. The plan unfolding, and in the end, it all points back to him, the one who's responsible. With those words, the king slammed his fist onto the table like he was confessing, and then he rose to his feet. He straightened up and begged for forgiveness, choking out how truly sorry he was. Then his allies stared at him and said, staring at him with sympathy, Slade told him, "Don't regret it." So, yeah, he pushed through and did what had to be done, because what mattered most was this: he was going to. Without this plan, he never would have run into his friends, and when the girls smiled and nodded, they backed him up completely. The king murmured, "This is on me." And though regret weighed down his chest, he pushed himself to apologize anyway. Thanks to the trial, he forged even stronger ties with the clergy and the royal family of the Old Kingdom, like the whole court finally chose his side. Continent. So now Ares is officially getting stripped of his hero title, because it's time he finally pays for every single one of his crimes. So don't turn this into a public spectacle. No need to rip away his skills in front of everyone. King snapped his gaze to Shicha and admitted he'd treated her badly, and the girl let out a little chuckle as she answered. So she should start pushing forward too, slowly but surely, no excuses. She didn't fully buy into his peace treaty plan, but the moment she laid eyes on the legend, she made it feel like the impossible woke up, right there in front of her eyes, like fairy tales were finally stepping into the real world. Kasif swallowed his pride and apologized again, then begged, "Can I use this power one more time?" After a quick moment of thinking, the thug looked at his crew and shocked them all with a simple, "Okay." After a while, she finally mastered the Ares skill, the breakthrough she'd been chasing. The protagonist yanked the window open and breathed in that crisp, fresh air. Right then, Ethica slid up to him, ready to say the next thing. He pointed it out, staring at her flushed face, and demanded, "You okay?" Then he worried the alcohol had finally hit her hard. The elf only grinned and said, "Don't worry, she's fine." She set the glass on the windowsill and leaned in, asking, like the answer mattered, "Was this really the right call? Wasn't it?" Wasn't it? The protagonist finally admitted he had no clue if it was truly right, because deep down, he couldn't be sure. Ares was meant to bring peace to these lands, but instead, he spun Cass of a convincing tale and won the right to stay alive. So they handed him the complaints they'd seen in court, and right after that, he found out that Ares had injured. He'd hurt way too many people, and still, he never even bothered to apologize to them. And somehow, the world had to swallow the fact that they couldn't stop Ares because he was a hero, and that's the only reason they didn't drag him to prison or the mines was precisely this: arrogance in every step, selfishness in every breath, and no gratitude at all, to the point where he couldn't even manage a simple, basic sentence. Thank you. He treated women like nothing but tools, just to get what he wanted, caring zero about the people around him or even the idea of being human. Humanity would lose its hero, and fast, because soon his title would be ripped away. Ethica leaned in and said, I see. He always had his eyes on everyone, making sure nobody got left behind. Even Ares. Maybe he'd forgive him. The protagonist blurted, Don't worry. He'd never, ever forgive him. And the truth was, he hadn't apologized once. Not to his comrades, not to anyone at all. Cursing kept spilling from his mouth, and every single time he messed up, he swore it was someone else's fault. It wasn't his fault, never his fault, and that's exactly how he knew her. So MC spun around and... He thanked her, and the girl looked totally confused, like, wait, why are you only worried about him? Slad said it was for helping him decide, and right then, Ethica asked, confused, wait, decide on what? The protagonist grinned and said, and told him it was way too soon for him to call it quits. He'd keep chasing adventure, reaching out his hand as if the next quest was already calling him. He asked her to join him, and she stared at his outstretched hand like it was speaking a language she didn't know. She spun her illusion into words and admitted, before I met him, I knew nothing about the outside world, even though they hadn't been together for very long. For years, he'd poured everything into her, and she knew that meeting him was just the start of something way bigger. She shot him a warm smile, reached out her hand, and practically giggled. Yes, go on. Let him take care of me. And then, sometime later, when the protagonist sprawled out on a plush, cozy bed like the world finally slowed down. A sharp knock hit the door, and Disha leaned in asking if she could slip inside for a minute. Then he cracked the door open and peeked out. He burst out of the room, rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, and demanded why she still wasn't asleep at this hour. She asked with a shy little smile if she could come in, MC. She blinked in shock and burst out, Of course! Then he let the girl in, brewed tea for them both, and just stared in silence, waiting for her to talk, until Disha suddenly slammed her head onto the table and begged for forgiveness, leaving Slad completely stunned and utterly bewildered. Wildement, what's got her so wrecked? The Holy Virgin didn't even look up, just said it was all her fault. Lord, how reckless she was. What made her think she could actually control that? That monster clicked in his mind, so of course she went and read too. After seeing those angry complaints about the hero, Dishak snapped back with furious pride. There's no room for someone like him in the world of the living. She should have ended him with her own hands. Then maybe all those people wouldn't have paid the price with their suffering. She lifted her head, and tears carved down her face. Years. He confessed, cheeks burning, that he still didn't fully understand the cruel things he'd done, and even Shicho. She was stuck in the dark, so of course she couldn't know everything either, and the girl shot back, no, maybe none of them could. But she should have realized the temple was the only thing shielding the hero from punishment he never even stood a chance to face. He finally turned his back on Ares after worshipping him so fiercely for so long, because that kind of power, that hero's skill, was always a gift from the gods. And if they handed it to some monster, then the gods had totally screwed up. MC felt that sting in his chest, because what church out there would ever want their god admitting mistakes? Isha snapped, Gods don't get to play judge like that, and she swore it was the temple shielding the hero's atrocities. Then he shot back, so this is what those skills are doing? Puzzled, the girl leaned in and said the temple had always been wild, and that an organization inside would still back her up, even against the odds. Ready to do anything just to prove the gods are superior? So if the gods really had their hands in it, that's exactly why they couldn't see what was right in front of them. Noticed Ares' antics, he stared back with an awkward, sheepish look, and she kept going, because, honestly, she had. She once had to lean on their help, too, even though her job in the temple already gave her a direct line to its central power. Power. She never saw the strings being pulled. As a saint, she was only blind to one thing, her duty to guide them. She kept pushing the hero forward, but she made it clear Ares wasn't just her burden to carry. He was to blame too, after all. They were comrades, but they barely even talked. He quit way too soon, threw in the towel on building a real bond with him because they could have done so much more if they'd only kept going. He should have begged Shicha to keep tabs on him, and even Rumeri looked like she was about to turn. She ignored his crazy stunts to chase her own goal, and Shicha couldn't take away his powers because guilt crushed her for the mistakes she made back then, and in the end, every single one of them shared the blame. Desha blurted in pure confusion, "How could that possibly be true?" He pushed on. No matter how hard he begged, his words couldn't pry her guilt off her. Hand on her shoulder, he leaned in and promised, "Remember this, no matter what, I'll always be." To be right there beside her, because that's his special gift, isn't it? Don't stress. She just snatched his hand, slammed it to her chest, and blurted it out like a vow. She swore. She vows, right there in the temple, that she'll carry out those reforms for real, and you'd better believe it, let him. She made him trust her. Then, before he could react, she dropped him onto the bed, and Dae-sa wrapped her arms around him. He kept repeating it, giving her words room to sink in, and he nodded along with a shy, sheepish grin. The official confirmed it, and the girl shot back, "She'll never let him down." Then the protagonist blurted, completely shocked, he'd never expect her to be this fired up. She works her hardest every time, and when she speaks her mind, it hits straight and loud. She kept saying she'd smash him with everything she had, but everyone knew she was only blowing hot air. The Holy Virgin. The Virgin leaned in and asked if he could recall what they dreamed up, because she'd finally uncovered her own burning desire and the road she'd chosen to walk. Chosen. He grinned and cheered, "That's wonderful!" Then the very next day, starving, he trailed forward and thought, "The scars are..." These Ares that remain in this world are standing at the edge of something huge, because they'll step up and pay for his sins. He walked out of the hero's trial with his innocence intact, but now he's stuck carrying the weight of what everyone decided about him. Now his new adventure is hitting the city. He's already bought almost everything he needs, double-checking his... In his notes, the protagonist scribbled that he still needed slime jam and every ingredient for apple pie. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden noise snapped his attention. He barreled through the crowd, grabbed answers about the commotion, and found there wasn't even a fight, just one thing. The hero was getting hauled away, and he'd already been judged guilty at the trial. They shoved Ares into a cage, and dozens of guards barely held it steady as rage blasted through him. He shrieked, "This is unfair! Why are they all staring at me? They don't have the right to keep..." "Hold him here, right now. Let them release him. He's the hero." Ares suddenly locked eyes on MC in the crowd and took off, right then. Then he erupted in rage, started screaming that he'd kill him, and somehow wore the guards down. Fed up with his wild antics, I swung a few punches just to snap him out of it, but even then. But the former hero still tore into Slad with a scream because he believed it was all his fault. Ares clenched his fists, trembling with pure fury. To smash him, he was about to swing. He tore out of the guard's grip, screaming that none of this was all that it. He took the blame like it was fire, then charged at Slade and swung his fist. He yelled that they betrayed him and sold him out. The moment he needed it most, his talent kicked in on its own. No warning, just instant power. And Ares lunged in time before he could land a hit. Then everything happened in a flash. Suddenly, everything started to crumble right before his eyes, like the world was losing its grip on him and the protagonist. Clutching a bag of apples, he stared at the fallen fruit and thought. Got it. He snapped back into that ethics mindset like always, scanning everyone like a hawk, including Ares. Maybe she'd finally forgive him? He rushed in and told her, "Don't worry," like he could promise everything, because he'd never do something like that. Then he locked eyes with the wrecked former hero and thought with a jolt, yeah, Ares? Definitely not a co-Ares. Comrade to him, and even worse, that automatic buff was still going like nothing happened. Still haunting him, the former leader crumpled on the ground, motionless. Twitching in total helplessness, Slad lunged for the MC, trying to reach him. Vlad dropped into a crouch in front of him and growled, "Now he's finally safe," saying goodbye. He stood up, stared those surprised areas down for a beat, then turned and walked away. The guards sprinted straight at the former hero, ready to grab him fast and break his momentum, and yanked him in hard. Then the head guard barked at his men, "Why aren't you keeping him in check?" The guard had him under control, but if he slipped, civilians would pay. Catch him now. The former hero spat insults straight at the guard, no fear left in his voice. The guards came at them, and when he threatened to slaughter everyone, the protagonist's heart sank with dread. His target shifted, so the automatic debuff snapped off. And now, Ares isn't just throwing attacks anymore. He's swinging in like a storm, attacking him, then everyone else too. No targets left in sight. He's gone off the rails. No longer a hero, he turned into a monster. And when he finally came back home, the girls froze in shock. Girls burst into smiles and greeted him with a table set just for him. Rumeri leaned forward and demanded, "What's the big deal out there?" Shichir snapped that they were sick to death of waiting for him. Disha told me he wanted to try apple pie, and just like that, we finally got it done. He froze, utterly thrown off, and just as everything went silent, Erica barreled in, wrapped him in a tight hug, and snapped at him to stop acting so cold. This was their long. 2 weeks had finally passed, and the wait was over. So Shicha snapped, "Let him sit at the table." No more endless bickering, they'd grab a drink instead, Etika agreed. And with that, everything finally fell into place. "All right, everyone together now. Bottoms up." The protagonist stared at them, grinning, because Disha had just come back to the temple and started training with the monks, and the priests had already warned her that a holy virgin wasn't allowed to do that. But she'd already picked her road. Rumeri got whisked into the royal palace, where she brews potions for the frontline warriors, and she's over the moon because this time she's not just taking on monsters, she's also fighting back against discrimination aimed at half-breeds. These days, she and Etika are inseparable, bouncing from stall to stall like best friends, until Shicha's new life with Kashi kicks in. She's stuck doing grim, dirty espionage, and after the skill theft incident, that monster of a debt is hanging over her head. So now she's showering the king with all kinds of services, free of charge, and honestly, she's basically Luck's favorite, while this little nightmare has been sneaking around the capital like it owns the place. She's supposed to bring sweet dreams to kids, yet every night she storms into his head and turns his sleep into a nightmare, like she picked him as her new home. And yeah, the ex-hero getting sentenced to death? Everyone saw that coming. With the number of crimes he'd racked up and the sheer weight of some of them, like harassing an aristocrat's daughter, he'd finally lost everything. No more hero skill. Shicha had ripped it right out of him, and Disha had been put on guard duty beside him, like the last piece locking into place, so the hero's team was basically done. Shicha, Rumeri, Disha. They'd completely lost the spark of their adventurous life. Then, later on, the allies. The allies were busy gathering herbs when Ethika closed in on him. With a bunch of herbs cradled in his hands, he shot, "Is this enough?" But his words got cut off as he froze in place and stared up at the sky, mortified, while she smacked his back and asked. She leaned in and asked what was wrong, and right away something eerie crawled over her skin. He stared up at the sky, then bolted straight for a towering cliff. Right there, he saw that a brutal storm swallowed the castle whole, and Ethika shouted, "Slide it!" And horror hit him as he snapped that something was seriously wrong with the sky above, like it didn't belong to the world anymore. Over the city, a weird chill crawled up his spine. Then she blared out that disaster had struck, whole crowd stunned. A screaming wall of zombies and clattering skeletons closed in around the capital. He stared at it, and the sacred part of the message hooked him, like a chilling thought he couldn't finish. A hard barrier shot up around the capital, sealing it off in an instant. How did they even make it through? She rushed to go help, but he snapped and stopped her. He stopped her and couldn't stop thinking that the zombies and skeletons were wildly terrifying. He was weak, sure, but they kept coming in waves, not just a few, not 10, not even 100. There were tens of hundreds of them, like around 10,000. They should hand the attack to the undead Kuseyev, because right then, someone flew in. Next to them, on top of that gigantic monster, someone shouted at him and demanded an answer. Wait, could that be the porter from the heroes team? He dropped in right beside them, flashed a huge smile, bowed like a pro, and said it was an honor to meet them. Selhard the Sixth, commander of the Demon King's undead squad. He stared at him, thinking, so this is the Demon King's commander. An insanely important guy, and even the undead can't beat the bear? Just when the barrier seemed unbeatable, a summoner of demon souls stepped in, and everything flipped fast. With the forbidden skill driving their power, the undead suddenly became something far worse than before. They cast the summoning right by the capital, and nobody even saw the monsters rolling in, because the real nightmare wasn't the undead at all, it was the summoner who could command a horde that big. This is what a top-tier commander of the Demon Kings can unleash. The king's army closed in. Ethica yelled, "Wait! You control these undead, don't you? Then why are you doing this?" With a stone-cold, serious look, he told him straight up he'd come to help the hero. No games. A hero surged in just to yank him away from execution, and the protagonist froze, dazed, wondering if this rescue was really for Ares, or if the whole thing was a trap. As he stood there, staring ahead, he threw those words right in front of them, bragging that the hero had caught their master's attention, then sneered. An arrogant human, a dark spirit even the undead avoided, and enough monstrous fighting power to count as a hero, all wasted. This guy belonged in the Demon King's army, not some so-called hero role. He held his hand out in front of her, sure that if he just thought it through, he was right, because his soul was so pitch black that, if he weren't a hero, he'd be leading the dark army instead. Zelhar dropped that line like it was obvious. He was a scout, plain and simple, and if they still wanted any shot at salvation, they better start running right now. But what good would that even do? He realized fighting wave after wave of enemies was going to be brutally impossible. This thing was brutally difficult. If he was alone, he could have somehow fought it through, but the automatic? She had a debuff on her, but she was right there, still. With a crowd that tight, there was no way she could slip the distraction. He got yanked off guard by a nasty provocation. Tossing stones at him won't do a thing. Something has to happen right now, or she's going to get hurt. He whipped around to face her. She grabbed his attention and shouted, telling her to get away and run. But, without warning, it hit them hard. A surge of raw power hit the room. Ethica snapped into action, calling on the spirit in. And then he blared out that Ares had stacked up too many atrocities. He wouldn't get away with it for even a second. MC was thrown off, completely stunned by what came next. He slams the question down and roars, asking what on earth just happened. She planted herself in front of him and blurted that Sylph blew the undead out of the... He stopped in shock and blurted out, "When did you become..." She pushed back so hard that she said they ran missions for a whole month while he was gone. He was gone. Of course she'd leveled up and grown stronger, and soon they'd finally sit down and talk about it. Later. Right now he had to strike a fire, trust her, and race fast before everything falls apart. He slammed together a torch in seconds and couldn't help but grin at how awesome it felt that he'd had it all along. He hauled the enchanted flint with him, then shouted for her and asked, "Wood?" "That's perfect, right?" She nodded, and Zelkar shot up into the sky. Then she broke into a grin and said, "She." She actually caught him off guard, but it won't matter, he shot his staff up above. With that wild smile blazing, he snapped his head toward them and yelled that if they still hadn't figured it out, he was the one who possessed. Slad had a wild suspicion. He was hearing about the Soul Master skill for the very first time. He said, "Yeah, you probably already guessed it. This was a totally unique skill, and he could call up and command an army of undead that dwarfed any normal soulcaster. It was brutal to see them fall apart alone, but he could fix it, and he would. We unleashed a whole swarm of zombies. Zombies swarmed together, forming one gigantic monster that roars loud enough to shake the ground. He declared that the Golem of the Dead was fully charged and ready to smash into battle. Can she really whip up wind strong enough to blast away a monster that massive? He swung his staff and barked at the golem, screaming for it to smash the two to pieces. Right then, those two, while the fire from the torch in his hand suddenly blazed brighter and brighter. Then, out of nowhere, a fresh spirit slid in right beside them. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he blurted out, "Wait, is this really what the spirit of—" The salamanders unleash a blaze of fire. Then she calls up another spirit and— But Sylph didn't vanish at all. Ethica stayed ice calm and said she'd already mastered multiple summoning techniques. He was blown away by it, and he couldn't help thinking this felt like something he hadn't seen in ages. He snapped his gaze to the side and the thought hit him. The Golem of the Dead had turned into a smoking pile of ash. Zelhard stared at them. Grinning like he owned the night, he laughed hard and said, "Pfah! That fire is the undead's Achilles' heel, but right after that, in." But in this case, it's pointless. Everything is just— Nothing matters to him while he holds the Soulmaster skill. Everything else feels pointless. They can't win. He resurrects a golem and launches this monster straight at them. They showed up again, and they were totally shocked. She leaned in and said, "It really was reborn." He stared them down and told them straight. For the most part, his skill is endlessly he summons the dead at will, so he can bring that golem back to life again and again, no limits. The protagonist froze in shock, totally convinced that was way too far, she snapped loudly, that if it came to that, they'd just burn it. Set it ablaze, clean. Her courage surged, and she lunged right back at that massive monster. But it bounced right back so fast that he couldn't help bursting into laughter. He burst into loud laughter and swore it was all pointless. She lit up with an idea, grabbed her bow and arrows, and blurted, What if they ripped out the one thing steering the monster? Then she fired, and the monster's control went flying with her, right on cue. A brutally powerful arrow flew. Then he snapped out of the way and told him it was. And honestly, bringing that arrow ward with him ended up being the smartest move of all. Just in case, she set him off, and rage exploded in his chest. And he swore the arrow ward had magic power, stopping material projectiles like nothing. Physical attacks never stood a chance, if only Romeri were here with that. Long-range magic. So the ethics committee fired back, asking whether he could slap a debuff on him. MC said he had to make sure the attacks locked onto him first, because he didn't think this demon was actually ordering them to strike. The golem. Like every undead, it just can't stand the living, so it lashes out at its own kind. On his own free will, he insisted, if you let the golem hit me, the skill might finally kick in. But there was no way it could. There's 0 point, because even if he manages to knock down the golem for a moment, he'll just summon more undead right after, and she said that's exactly how it works. Then what? He'd just have to make do with her power. So he swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted that if his debuff wasn't automatic and he could trigger it on command, he'd be able to fix everything right now. Right now, she cupped his cheek and told him he didn't need to apologize. She'd be totally fine. She just had to dig deeper and push a little harder. He blinked in shock and fired off a question. So, what's your plan here? Right then, a giant golem slammed into them, and she snapped back with a burst of magic, then blurted out her command like it was the final word. She realized the opponent was his, and her lungs burned as exhaustion crashed down on her, heavy and relentless. And he couldn't help wondering, was his mana actually slipping out of him already? He wasn't even out of breath, so what's going on? Did he not bring the golem at all? Raising fresh zombies after all the dead? Which then fused into him, like fate settling in his bones. And now he can't be in. infinitely powerful. But hold up, if his Soul Master skill can summon undead forever, then why isn't he still wiping everyone out? But before he could finish his sentence, Ethica's strength finally snapped, and the whole world of her began to collapse under fatigue. She begged him to forgive her, then admitted she could barely hear the spirits' voices anymore. He carefully set her down and said, "Even with all that, you're still just incredible." Then she went on to say that she's way more amazing than you'd think, because she's still a beginner, yet she throws the spirit's power around like it's hers, even though it isn't. The spirits tore into the Demon King's brutal army because she stood beside them, and because he was right there with her, she started to ask him what he still didn't get, just for him to follow her lead. He leaned in and told her to make him listen, saying his comrades were incredible only because of him. He's got every reason to be proud of his power, because she's already done her part and played her role. Please finish this scene. After those words, she lost. Zelhar watched his consciousness and the spirits vanish in an instant, and then a huge grin cracked across his face, and he blared that she'd finally hit her breaking point. He's probably already drowning in despair, right? So he doesn't have to worry, does he? Right now, with all his kindness burning bright, he'll guide both of them straight into the afterlife. He didn't even get to finish. Slad blurted out that the fifth monster's middle name was a one-of-a-kind species, the Lord of the Dead. And in that instant, he finally saw it. He'd been nothing but a liar. He told himself it was just one tiny slip that exposed him. Since the army was infinite, he should have been able to raise a whole swarm of undead at once and recreate dozens more of the deceased gold. Golems. Why was he dragging this fight with her, like he was stalling for time? Because deep down, it proves his summoning and control aren't truly limitless. His Soul Master power doesn't just target the living. It can summon ghostly, incorporeal undead too, like phantoms and wandering spirits. But when it's his turn, he only throws out zombies and skeletons. These techniques come with special names that match how they work, so Dead Master or Corpse Master would have made perfect sense. Then, boom, Soul Master. Why that exactly? And what's up with the way it performs way too well? The Undead Reconstruction skill drinks up the exact same stamina as using the Soul Master to command the dead, and it's honestly weird he still hasn't shown up with the usual simping. Zelhar was laughing as he wondered out loud, so if he's suffering from a mana shortage, does that mean rebuilding the undead doesn't burn through his magical power? When he heard it, he swore he knew everything that was going on. And those details are usually the kind only the undead summoners manage to pull off. They, the summoners of the departed souls, bow and worship him. Then the protagonists hiss that he carries an iniquity. An endless stream of rebuilt undead, just like the Lord of the Dead. So there's no way. The reward from the 16th Demon King was said to rival the afterlife. And when he heard that, fury erupted in him, loud and unstoppable. So what did he just say? Even if he shaded the truth about his abilities, one thing's clear. He's fit, no doubt. He's done, and he blasts his voice out to the golem of the departed, demanding it crush this this freak. Right when the moment hit, the monster lunged at him, and he snapped at the top of his lungs. Does a simple porter? So he thought he was a hero? Honestly, he should have grabbed his legs and run. Fast. Don't go! Get out of here! MC, stop! Hold back the monster's rampage with just one hand. Unreal energy is blasting through the room. And then, bam! Zombies and skeletons started dropping to the ground in heaps. Zelhar hit the ground, completely stunned by what just exploded in loudly. He couldn't believe it, someone demanded. What is all this about? He calmly pointed right at it and asked, so what's wrong with him? He can summon a whole army of undead anytime he wants. So yeah, he's got to do it. And with a fierce breath, he hoists his staff high over his head. A tense look twisted across his face, and he blasted it with a loud bellowed at the undead to rise. And because of that, the hordes of zombies and skeletons started backing away from the city walls, like something out there had snapped their courage in half. He stared him down with a steady, calm look and told him, straight up, that apparent? Turns out they weren't coming up at all. He was yanking them in with his staff because what else is he supposed to do? The Lord of Souls can only pull magical power from the dead at a specific distance by ripping the deceased souls into corpses and taking control. And if those bodies get wrecked, the ghosts snap back to him, fully refilling his magic, because the possessed. Death slipped out of reach, too far for him to refill his strength completely, because he never got the chance. He spotted the chance to crank up his combat power, so he blasted for reinforcements from the capital. And then it escalated fast. He swore this wouldn't happen again, then swelled the monster bigger, feeding it with the souls from every golem the wind had shattered, because he refused to fly. Too far. If this kept going, he'd crush through them with zero effort. Then she snapped, calling the salamanders, and so. And that's how the fight kept grinding on, because his army's limit is 30,000, right? That artifact is the absolute best you can do for pumping his magical power higher. And that's how he rips souls from the dead, refills his mana, and drags the undead back to life with the Soul Master skill, turning his limitless power from a lie into a weapon. Zelhart snapped to attention at what he heard and blurted out right then and there that, with his razor-sharp analytical skills, he couldn't possibly be some ordinary porter. So tell me, who the hell was he? Slade shot him a hard stare and jabbed a finger in his direction, shouting his name with total seriousness. So who was he, really? Said that the man who tore down the Dragon Empress Tiamat 10 years ago was an SSS-ranked adventurer. He burst into loud laughter at what he heard, and then doubled down with even louder laughter. I blurted, "What kind of nonsense are you even talking about? There's no way!" Even someone like him had managed to beat the Demon King's mother. He said it all with a calm, chilling voice. He couldn't believe it. This wasn't just any Demon King. It was born straight to a dragon. And an empress. He shrugged it off, then told her plainly that the army that had arrived by the thousands. Didn't he realize that maybe it would have been smarter to just... With a grim look, he demanded answers, ready to grab the elf and make a huge splash. But first, who had ordered him to smash that porter just a minute ago? Then it hit like a bolt out of nowhere. Right away, Zelhar's dragon crashed to the ground and blurted out, loud as thunder. He stared at it, and the words burst out. It must have run out of strength, so he'd have to quickly remember everything. He rallied his warriors off the capital's walls to save it, and right then he was gearing up to shout something huge. Then, right in the middle of it, booming explosions tore through the forest, hijacking his focus instantly. And his focus slipped, because now he feared what his endless army could unleash. And the protagonist stepped up to him, saying it looked like even Ethica had finally clocked that his powers weren't capped. Limitless clenched her jaw and bet everything on a risky move. She called for reinforcements early, before she should have. With Nilf's spiritual wind magic, even her first cry carried sound like a signal, straight to the message she was sending. He shot the message to his comrades, and right then, he watched the results unfold with his own eyes. Zelchar spotted his comrades getting swarmed by monsters and ripped the silence open with a loud, urgent shout, asking, "Is that the witch and the holy maiden from the heroes team? Since when did they get this strong?" He just stared, stunned. Stood there and told him, straight-faced, that they'd only ever followed the hero, back when it was still that simple, more precise. Sicily Ares kept blocking their growth, so he sprinted toward her, furious and unstoppable. He blurted toward him in rage, snapped that he'd kill him for sure, and then, right there, everything cut off. I didn't even get a chance to reach him. Someone slammed into him, then snatched the staff right out of his hands. He spotted Shicha and blared, "So when did some noble thief show up here?" She stared at the staff, then declared, "We can sell this to the guild as research material." They stumbled onto someone brutally poor and right. Then a whole horde of zombies crumpled to the ground, and it threw him for a loop. He bellowed that it only listened to spellcasters of departed souls, and she leaned in hard. She strode right up to him and smirked, calling herself a noble thief, sure. The stolen skill had its limits, but it still ignores. He tossed aside the operating limits of most artifacts, and in the blink of an eye, the limitless army slipped out of his grip. He panicked hard, and that's when the deep messages started coming in. He hit them with debuffs and shouted, loud enough for the whole place to hear, calling them freaks. Right after that, the MC crumpled onto the ground and blurted, "We had—" She'd somehow pulled it off, and the second she caught his eye, she grinned, then admitted their date was way harder than it ever looked. He shot her a disgusted look and snapped that picking medicinal herbs wasn't some easy game for him. Then, wait, had she been hiding there the whole time? She could have jumped in way earlier because she was shaking. She shook her head, refused to back down, and asked how she was even supposed to help in a mess like that. Then he just stared back, utterly confused. And then, like, "Hey, you could steal one of his skills from right under his nose," she started to say, but she just trailed off, like the moment hit too fast. Chicha shot back, "So you're just messing with me, right?" Unique powers don't come from stealing skills, period. It was totally out of her league. Then, at that exact moment, the rest of the team came sprinting over, and Disha blurted out loud, frantic, asking if everyone was okay. Right, she sprinted up to Etika, checked her over, and blurted out how thrilled she was, because it turned out Etika wasn't in trouble at all. She was just running low on mana. He called her, thanked her for answering their call, and she told him it's like he talks like this victory still hasn't. It didn't come easy for him. He even admitted it was true. If he just stood still, that debuff wouldn't touch every undead, and it forced him to push harder. Romary flicked his gaze sideways like she'd spotted something. Notice. She spotted Zelhar crumpled on the ground, opened her mouth to ask what happened, but he cut her off and insisted it was a demon. So she stepped closer. He leaned in, locked eyes with her, and demanded, "So tell me, what does a half-breed want from me?" She stared him down with a serious face and asked straight up if he knew a demon called Karn. He shut his eyes and swore he'd never heard that name. Then she said, "So—" She didn't need a single thing from him. Then he grinned and called her a half-breed, but she had the nerve to sneer at him, so why was she even hanging around with the very people who hated demons? She stared at him like, "Fine, I'll grant you a quick death." Comrades pushed him away, and he cackled like it was the best news, saying, it turned out she wasn't stupid at all, because taking his life solved nothing at all. And yeah, this Demon King didn't just fight. He could resurrect the dead. Disha's jaw dropped at the news, and she blurted at the top of her lungs, "Can he really resurrect the dead?" The dead Shicha snapped her head side to side in denial, insisting he was just lying and needed to quit. Then he raised. They lifted a trembling hand and told everyone they could think whatever they wanted, because honestly, it would be better that way. That's how the king passed down his mother's gift, an ability to seize control over life itself. And yeah, of course he was the commander of a whole squad of departeds. He went for started souls, not some pawn, and when he moved, his hand slammed down to the floor. He threw a sharp gesture to the side and swore he'd be revived for sure. When it happened, he came hunting for their souls, so they froze, shocked, and demanded if the Demon King could really resurrect, because if he could, then he could resurrect their mother too. Mom, but could something like that even be real? There's zero artifact out there with powers like that. If that's true, it means taking control of life turns into a disaster for anyone who messes up with it. Slad looked totally thrown off, then snapped back, saying he wasn't lying because the Demon King can't. He can bring the dead back to life, but he didn't think he'd ever be allowed to earn that kind of honor. At the same time, in the Dragon Demon King's castle, Shumgar. He slammed the question down. Did Selhar II really get killed? A servant stepped up and told him point blank that yeah, it really seemed to be exactly that. He froze in shock and demanded, "How could I possibly lose? How?" He clocked him instantly, the commander of a squad of dead souls. Clutching his rare gift, he stared at the overlord with a puzzled face and demanded to know what the hell he was planning to do. He said it with pure seriousness. Of course he'd bring him back to life. If those skills were worth their weight in gold, he snapped him up, called his name, and commanded him to rise. Just like that, nothing happened, and he snapped, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" The servant stared back, totally lost, like the words didn't even make sense, and asked what happened. Then he shot back, shocked, "I'm not reviving." "So why won't he answer my call?" The servant's voice cracked as panic flooded in, and he blurted, "I don't know." "Or maybe this master is flat out refusing to come back," he blurted, sounding fed up. He made it crystal clear that his orders were absolute. No one could bend them to their will. Then he frowned like he couldn't quite understand what was happening and said confusedly, there was no other answer, so he kept hammering away at the resurrection, begging life to come back. But nothing happened. Nothing worked, so he snapped, shouting what he was doing wrong, and in the chaos, he slaughtered many. With that scream, demons swarmed in from everywhere, and the servant froze, utterly stunned. The servant jolted back to himself, opening his mouth to plead for mercy. In horror, Schumann slid into the seat in front of him and said, he claimed that he got brought back to life by him. With his gratitude burning bright, he dropped into a deep bow in front of him. He leaned in and told him, voice shaking with sincere gratitude that hit like a wave. Grateful flooded through him. He even called this choice the right one, and demanded to know if there really was no reason to doubt his power, then why in the world wasn't Zelchar? Responding, he shot a worried look and asked if he could ask something. He figured this might finally reveal the truth, so he nodded his approval and told him to handle it. Then he pressed for answer. With a voice trembling in fear, can the Master's legendary power really bring back anything at all, no matter what's been destroyed? When the words hit, he froze in shock, then blurted, if I answer, will you even understand me? He demanded answers, and when he stared straight ahead, pure terror hit his face. He admitted it might happen, but there was no guarantee. Still, he nodded and agreed to spill this secret, telling me there are 3 types. Types of creatures he can't bring back to life using the rare power he'd inherited from his parent. These are rare. The ones he's never actually met face to face, and those whose lives slipped away in the slow grip of old age. The servant snapped into stunned silence, then blurted out at full volume that Zelhar II had been killed. Back then, with each passing day stealing years from him, Shumgar demanded, so tell me, can anyone pull off something like that? He blurted, eyes wide with fear as he said, so yeah, that kind of rare skill was totally believable. He thought it through, nodded like, that checks out, and then he cut himself off. Much more. It was smarter than breaking his orders, so the servant swept in and raided. He lifted his head to speak, then the king unleashed a brutal surge of power that ended his life. Killed him, then snapped him back to life on the spot and demanded, did you just let yourself question your strength? He absolutely deserved it. He deserves 10,000 deaths, so he slaughtered him 10,000 times, and then said they'll stop right here, now he has to rise, and they have to march right back to that problem. Problems hit hard, and they still thought they'd meet the hero the way he wanted, but it totally fell apart. This job is a disaster. Same problem again and again, and they've got to find a totally new plan, right now. Another way, so tell me, is this guy really worth what he thinks, or is he getting played? The injured servant nodded at once and agreed to the master's orders, but you could tell he wasn't happy about it at all. That strike finished him for good. Then it ripped him back from death like he never stopped breathing. He got loud. He burst out, shouting straight to the commander-in-chief of the Black Raven, and said, I've got to grab Ares alive. Then he smirked like, piece of cake, he can handle it, right? Yeah, right there, the demon snapped in a deadly serious voice, saying that, because it's the master's command, he'll carry it out. No doubts, no delays. After a while, Kassav snapped, so you're telling me they're reviving the dead? And if that's real, then we're in deep, deep trouble. Of trouble. He called the protagonist by name and asked, Tell me, are creatures that burn through their lifespans really so invincible? Invulnerable even to resurrection, he nodded and said, if it's about the skill he got from the Dragon Empress, 10 years. 10 years back, monsters that got caught in his debuff rotted from accelerated aging and couldn't rise again. Yet the king still clung to his "I'm right" belief, while the Dragon Empress's army rolled forward with the strongest fighters who just kept resurrecting, again and again. But then his skill flipped the whole fight. He shouted that winning is pointless if you don't crush the enemy's military forces. So they've got to switch tactics right now. He steps up to him and snaps that the enemy's not wasting the skill like the Dragon Empress, who just throws it around. He only brings back 1 or 2 at a time. She just stood right beside him and said, resurrection is one wild, mysterious skill. So if the Demon King was so desperate to get Ares, why didn't he just take him the easy way? Disha squinted like something was off and wondered if it was really easier to just wait until he died from the execution, while Rumeri stood nearby and said that. Kasav said to stop worrying about what holds people back from coming back to life. Limitations or not, deal with that later. For now, the Ares situation had to be handled first, because what if he really got resurrected after that execution? You can't just kill him like that, recklessly. Honestly, Bisha snapped, but does it even matter? Because right then, the hero skill was already gone. Anyway, she basically told her that no matter what, he'd slip right into the Demon King's army like he was made for it. He leaned in close and sneered that without her help, he'd just be a pathetic weakling. Sure, he'd end up in the Demon King's army, but then what? Then reality would hit. He'd realize he couldn't do a thing. They started to feel their nerves snap, and MC leaned in like, wait. He told them, if it shows up, hit it with a debuff and make it pay for it. The king flicked his hand and told him he didn't need to become the executioner, and everything around him seemed to breathe again. For now, they had no choice but to push back his plans. Everything would have to wait. His execution, he snapped his hands together and he grinned wide and thanked them again, saying they'd just saved him once more, and he'd repay their kindness later, because he truly appreciated all the hard work they put in. She clocked out, spun to go, and told everyone it was finally time for her to slip out for good. Disha was already packing to leave, and she told everyone it was time to head back to the temple. The temple loomed ahead. Rumeri pushed in right behind them and told everyone bluntly that work was already waiting for her. She was about to spit out a confession, but he choked on the words, so they finally clocked it and all eyes snapped to him. He whispered to himself, parting isn't the end of the world. But why did he freeze right there and choke, so close to finishing his thought? He feels swallowed by loneliness. Ares kicking him out of the team is what started it all, and after that, he just let it happen, crushed by how blind they were to the skills he had. It felt like everyone was missing the real him, like they couldn't see past the mask. But now, the world's changed, because he's found people who get it, and they're ready to walk beside him, hand in hand. Him, true friends like that? He's chasing the kind of excitement he can't get enough of. He promised they could run it back, then leaned in and said, I've got a proposal. Want to team up again after this? Some time passed, and when morning finally hit, he was still locked in, reading. He grabbed the newspaper and read that these were where the so-called hero's last days were closing in. 2 whole months had already gone by since Ares disappeared. Was slammed with a death sentence. He went wide-eyed at what he read, then practically spit his coffee out. An Ethica slid in beside him and demanded, so what happened? He shouted that they'd finally reunited the team, but for the last 2 months, they hadn't gone on. On a single normal mission, he chased that win with everything he had. Then, right in the middle of it, his body started falling apart. At first, he stuck to his principles, but then, right at the end, greed swallowed him whole, and he exploited everything. They don't just get a house of rank privileges, they get everything that comes with it. But it wasn't just a house. No, it was a whole mansion, way beyond what they expected. Not just ordinary food. He piled the table with desserts, too. And then he took the king. The king's promise hits like a thunderclap. No need to stress about a thing. Before he could even blink, he got swallowed by a reckless tide. And he dragged her along with him, pushing her into a state where she couldn't even sense how big of the disaster. She stared at him, puzzled, saying they barely had any adventures, yet somehow everything felt amazing anyway. Then she smiled and asked, "This suit is cute, right?" He glanced back with a sour look, thinking, "It's cute. Yeah, all right." Sure, it was cute, but that polished life wasn't for rookies, so he slammed both hands on the table and barked, "Tell me this. How do you get all the perks of an SSS rank while wasting your time on herb hunting quests and extermination jobs?" She gritted her teeth and vowed to wipe out the goblins. Then she looked up and said he was right, and honestly, it was already getting boring. He nodded and said that. She told him to spill more about what she really thought, sounding genuinely confused as she insisted it was smarter to stick with. And just like that, the protagonist felt crushed, like she'd sunk into a hopeless, helpless child with no way out, capable of making decisions on her own. He slid his hands onto her shoulders and told her that today was the day they'd finally get down to the real work. Then, a little later, they slipped into the other room, and Erica slapped a note onto the office table and barked that they needed to tackle the task right now. Shisha stared and asked, Is this one of those other missions where they go wipe out goblins? She can't join them today. Today, Rumori told them she could help collect herbs, just not if it meant going with the goblins. Goblins. She snatched up the note with a bright grin and blurted, "You won't believe what we've got today." Then she started reading, leaned in and asked, "Wait, so this is the reward for slaying 30 beasts?" She muttered that it smelled fishy, then jabbed at the line and told them, "Look right here. The venturers are about to jump from E to D rank, and the real prize of the quest isn't loot, it's your shot at leveling up." She climbed up to that rank. If she pulled it off, she'd land at D rank. And as soon as the chance hit her, she finally understood exactly what had been calling her. Rumeri admitted she was on board, and she didn't miss a beat, still stuck as an E rank no matter what. "Seriously, why aren't they running rank-up quests?" she demanded, asking if that idea was even worth it. She was so overjoyed, she immediately assumed that meant she genuinely cared about her adventurer rank. He asked, "Can you whip up more potions this time?" And the girls practically burst with joy and started slinging Shicha around, then glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, wondering just how exhausted they really were of. For these goblin quests, he grinned and said he'd go, called. "While that's happening, grab the dishes and get ready, no time to waste." A little while later, he finally reached the town hall, right at the courtyard in front of it, where a full-on brawl erupted between several people and the crowd. They loitered around the place, and one of them blared out loud. He announced that Eska from the village of Renoa had won. Then he pushed right past them and convinced himself the search for a new hero was already over, until everything changed. Right then, after Ares got stripped of his title, people flooded in from every corner of the globe, all convinced they were the next hero who deserved that crown. And it looked like Disha hated the whole selection idea from the start. At that exact moment, she sprinted down the very same corridor. He barreled into the corridor and greeted him, then turned right around and greeted her too. He turned to her and asked, straight up, if she was heading to the laundry, then quickly offered to help. And she thanked him like she meant it. Then they crashed at the laundry, kicked off the washing, and he leaned in, ready to ask, "Why is the Holy Maiden out here doing laundry herself? Shouldn't the younger students be handling that?" She swore everything was fine, then decided to take matters into her own hands, and he just asked, "By the way, so tell me, why wasn't she watching over today's hero selection?" She shrugged off the whole idea of overseeing it, saying it would only drag them out longer, so they'd never land a good candidate anytime soon. This pick is made purely because people still swear by the legendary hero of the old continent. It's just a test of your body, but you can't become a hero by simply chasing your dreams to the end turns you into who you're meant to be, and you prove it by doing everything you can to protect the world around you. If you're just chasing the title of hero, the selection will slam the door in your face. Slade blinked in shock at how brutal it was, but with Ares breathing down everything, he knew there was no softer way. She snapped her gaze to him and asked, "So what dragged you here to me?" And he just shoved a note into her hands. Disha read it, lit up with a grin, and said, "Looks like Ethica is taking the job," then promised she'd help them too. He thanked her, then leaned in and demanded, "What about your work at the temple?" She gave a cool, steady answer and basically said, "Look for yourself. I'm not exactly swamped. The priest has it all under control. No injured soul who needed a holy maiden's help would dare show up here." Turns out it was a simple role, and deep down, she knew she could have been way more useful to them. Maybe, just maybe, she'll run into someone on the road who's perfect to step into the hero's spot. Right after that, they sprinted up to the guild building. Then she heard a voice boom out, asking loud and clear what she thought she was doing there. There he spotted Ethica standing at the counter, and the word... Then the worker burst out laughing and said it was all because of her hard work. Her grit and standout qualities made her the perfect pick for service personnel. She spotted him, vaulted over the counter, and bolted off at full speed. She sprinted toward him, then spun around with pure worry on her face. With a worried stare, she yelled his name and told him to run, because that woman was dangerous, and this girl had just turned. Turns out it was Selenia. She froze with a bashful look on her face and asked how long it had been since they'd last seen each other. Then she leaned in like, "So, how's he doing?" And the answer was simple. "He's all right." Right? He didn't even clock her, and she turned on her heel, taking a few steps away before saying, she told him she once made him a fiery, heartfelt proposal. The protagonist couldn't stop replaying those words in his mind. He blurted out the question loud as a siren. "Are you talking about that marriage?" She, clutching the marriage application, bowed low, introduced herself, and blurted out, "I'm so sorry." For not introducing herself last time, he snapped out loud in a voice full of shock. Why was she hanging around the Capital Guild? She burst into laughter and said she'd heard he always stayed right there in the Capitol. But she couldn't just let him walk away. No way. He had no right to be that rude, and she'd been grinding non-stop for too long to back down now. She kept pushing non-stop until she landed a spot in this branch, and she didn't stop there. She worked, too. To boost the sales, he leaned in, stared at her like he couldn't place what he was seeing, and then called her by name, saying that. Her love and grit were flat out incredible. Right then, he opened his mouth to say something else, but his teammates leaned in and said their relationship was straight up fascinating. So, are they really about to get married? Or is this secretly some shady affair on the side? When? And with his ethics on the table, something in him made her fists clench with a burning itch to strike. He spun toward them, eyes wide with pure panic, insisting, "I don't have any affairs. Heck, I'm not even dating." After dating her, he got beaten later, and when he finally talked, he swore Lady Selenia was the one who nursed him back after he got kicked out of the group. They had nothing left in common. Ethica sat right beside him, jabbed a finger off to the side, and snapped that this girl was inventing it all herself, then smirked and somehow made it sound easy. It was obvious, and still the MC couldn't swallow it, staring at them like, "Why did you beat me?" Then she marched right up to him, and he snapped that he was so boring, then shrugged like, "Well, I guess that's how it is." This time, she forgives him. She darts to his side and whips around, turning her face toward him. She spun around and flashed him a grin, saying she wanted to become the kind of good wife her future husband would thank her for. After those words, she bolted into the night, and his whole team stood there, baffled and furious that she'd vanished on them. When she made it back to the counter, she slapped the call through and got Ethica on the line. She got asked if, to boost her rank, she decided to take on the job and go wipe out orcs. He said, she said, like it was some bizarre secret, and she just smiled and shot it down, because she was a professional. She matched every job to each person's strengths with total precision, and second, no way she'd ever hand him a group that was so dangerously outmatched. A terrible task. Then the shock hit him. He spun around, stared, and blurted, Wait, when did I become the leader of this group? Who else, huh? Shicha looked baffled, like the answer had to be him. Slad froze for a second, staring at the weight of it, and thought, can I actually pull this off? After all, he'd never led anyone before. Selenia shoved a note in his face, telling him their job was to wipe out 30 orcs, and Disha read it with a sharp, annoyed look. She said this was a direct order from that royal army, and they had to hunt down and kill the Demon King's orc scouts. Pay was on piecework. Just wipe out a capped number of monsters, and suddenly you're way more impressive than anything the guild hands you. Plus, it helps them climb the ranks fast. First step? Track down the orc camp and annihilate them. We figured out that slaying just one orc paid him 180 gold, and finishing the task with another one stacked it up to 150 more, turning the whole thing into insanely profitable chaos. Shichu barreled up to her, hopped onto the counter, and blurted that no matter how many orders they piled in, nothing good ever showed up. They waited for it, sure. It looked like they'd wiped out a hobgoblin, but he still carried the same brutal threat as an orc, and the whole fight left them with hardly anything to show for it. She grinned and told them it was fine if they didn't want to, because another group had already sprinted off to find the camp, and the moment she heard what people were saying, she was so shocked she asked if they could take as many as they wanted. She leaned in with a wicked grin, snatched her head, and declared, "Yep, everything's right," then added that if the other group didn't wipe out the required orcs fast enough, Lady Ethica would be robbed of her chance to climb ranks. So what were they going to do? So what did she do then? With her face twisted in anger, she was furious about it, while the protagonist just kept his calm expression, thinking she was trying to squeeze extra money out of them, even though it didn't matter, because someone else had already stepped in to handle the job. And after all, some other band of adventurers would just pop in to finish the exact same job for the reward already waiting, so she started calling the royal army. She wore a sour look, and the rest of the team stared at her, totally confused. Then he stepped in and said he finally understood everything. Killing orcs wasn't some random hobby. It was the rank-up deal, plain and brutal, and the royal army made sure of it, pushing as many adventurers as it could to join the task. From these warriors, an entire new army was basically taking shape right in front of them. Shicha blared, saying that of course the king of adventurers instantly clocked their real plan. She just cackled and said, "I only got to the capital recently. I have no clue what you're talking about." But then she still pushed the message. Take this quest if you want to rank up. So do they agree? Yep, he agreed, and she snatched the seal right after. And he was right on the edge of slipping it on. But then she yanked his hand and sprinted out of there. She blared that she should stop, then yelled back loud and stared like she'd gone completely out of her mind. Crazy. So what do you even get for slaughtering mutants and hunting rare monster species? She spun. He turned to her with a worried glint in his eyes and told her they always charge the same for any job. With that smug little smirk, she basically dared, why chase monsters when you can just avoid them? All right then, She's convinced some D-rank crew can handle an orc giant or even a tyrant on their behalf. But Selenia's fear is already eating away at her. He told her to wait, then hit her with this. Adventurers should look out for one another and be the shining example the younger kids will copy. Shicha leaned in, clutched her head, and snapped that she was right, then warned that adventurers need to watch out for themselves before anything else. So the group gets to choose whether they jump into the fight, or are they really going to sit there and act like they don't even have the right to refuse? Nope. MC hovered off to the side, piecing it together like he finally got her meaning. Adventurers might jump in to help their fellow colleagues when trouble hits, sure, but nobody wants to treat it like a job unless someone's actually paying them. Because for adventurers aren't just fun, they're work. With a sly grin, she shrugged it off like, "Me? I don't care in the slightest." He stared at it and realized that even back when he was part of the hero's party, he'd learned the one rule that mattered most. Never step into her negotiations. Ares had lived by that same rule, too. She swept in, wrapped him in a tight hug, and told him straight, especially with him being an SSS-ranked adventurer and the kind of legend people revere, he deserved to be paid like one. Selenia shot back in sharp frustration, dropped her gaze, and said she got it if they took down monsters that were especially strong. She somehow talked her way into a deal with the guildmaster she'd teamed up with. Chicha grinned at that, said it was perfect, and they sealed the deal on the spot. Disha laughed and said she'd wipe out any extra mutant on the road. And right beside her, Rumeri snapped back, "No, it couldn't be a mutant. Not at all." She couldn't shrug it off because it mattered to her, so they started to head out, and she warned them that now they'd get an extra. A juicy extra reward for the monster they were about to hunt down. They realized they'd have to kill either way, and when it hit them, they froze in shock as he said it out loud. But she told them, loud and clear, that she didn't care about anyone else. She swore it was real, and you could bet he'd go straight into a fight. And once she's in, there's no staying away. Either way, they couldn't waste a second. They had to wipe out all of them. The orcs spilled forward fast, until after a while they were all crammed into a cart together, while Ethica started rubbing something all over herself. And one of the crew spotted it and shot her a question, asking what she was up to, and she just shrugged, saying she was smearing herself with it. She'd been cutting it down to the last drop, and lately she started chugging it before every mission. Rumeri came in fast. He slid up to her and told her he figured it was just ordinary perfume. She sniffed it, frowned, and admitted it barely smelled, but she couldn't quit it, and with a grin she blurted that they didn't want them. Want the fear of goblins and other monsters to cling to their skin like a curse. So the seller shoved this potion forward, and she made it crystal clear she wanted to smell amazing in front of him. Slad turned. He turned to her and swore that even if she reeked, he wouldn't utter a single word. Yet she blurted out how shocked she was, yelling that he still better not even think about it. And she stared at them from the side. He leaned in and praised him like he was pure delicacy, then warned how brutal it would be for her to marry him. She'd be in trouble, and everyone could see it. Stunned, he just blinked and asked what she meant. Like, wait, it was what exactly? Only those 5 went the first time. Maybe they should have brought a vanguard too. And she stepped forward. He slid up to her and told her Ethica could summon dwarves so there'd be no trouble. Then he added, "I'm the one they named." He could hold the front line all by himself, and the weight of that choice hit him like a punch. He was genuinely shocked. And she spun around and told him they'd already covered everything, while Rumeri added that a choice had been made during his nap, so he couldn't help but wonder why. They'd already decided it all for him, said that the enemy right in front of him would crumple instantly, and that it would. So fighting gets easier for everyone. And yeah, Disha has no idea about it, yet. He blurted it out loud in a single sharp word. With a worried shake in his voice, he admitted he'd only ever fought close up against goblins. Those things just grinned, carefree and loud, as if none of this mattered. Miles promised everything would be fine. Somehow they'd pull it off, while Disha sat in front and said it felt like someone was crouched behind those rocks, waiting for them. So she stayed right there, nodded, and said, "Bandits, I'm sure," then spun around and added that her demon. He wouldn't respond, and she couldn't feel that awful miasma, while the girls inside, all smiles, pushed her to say he should act, like this was his absolute finest hour. They jumped out of the carriage, and she warned, "The second those bandits show up, I'm drawing back and firing an arrow at them." He told himself this might count as tactical training, but fear still wrecked him, because nothing felt more terrifying than ending up on the same side as the bandits Sylph was hunting. He was aiming, but he was just an ordinary guy. No way he could handle this. Disha stepped up and asked them straight if they really planned to throw themselves into close combat with him. It was way too dangerous, plain and simple. Her heart lit up at her words, and she wrapped her in a fierce hug. Then Ethica said, he claimed that the second he became their target, a fully automatic buff would kick in like a trap snapping shut. Rumeri said that, but if he didn't jump into melee, nothing would trigger on time. She said that clear as day. Plus, they wouldn't leave him stranded by himself. And then Vaishya wrestled with it and snapped, "Weakening them right away is the move. even though rage was bubbling in his chest, until everyone told him it was totally fine, because they'd stand shoulder to shoulder with him and jump in to protect him if it came to that. And training before facing a monster that strong would only make things better. Good for him, sure. But rage hit hard, and all he could think was, I wish Romary was the one dealing with this right now. He agreed to charge into the front, and Disha stepped up, promising she'd heal his wounds if things got bad, so he had to stop taking so many hits, or else. So she'd throw a protective spell over him, and when he looked at her, he saw his mother staring back. His heart melted. He wiped his tears away, nodded, and told her, thinking she was the only one kind enough to him. And then he said, everything would. He glanced over, spotted the tiny nightmare, and his mind blurted, wait, is she here too? Then she nodded back and said, yep, this is our shared adventure after all. He said it was time to clue the others in about her. Then she snapped at him not to say a word, and warned them that if even one of the 16 pillars turned out to be standing among them, they'd start freaking out, and she wouldn't let that happen, because there was 0 time left. While he was still getting ready, his opponents were already geared up and itching to clash. They kept moving, and Shicha shouted for Romary, declaring the first strike would be hers. Then she surged forward and... Then he blasted the Scorching Mist spell. One bandit swore it was pure magic, and that's when he noticed a faint, slightly scorching mist used to spot enemies, but somehow none of. Not a single basilisk in the gang bought that pathetic excuse. Suddenly, once the spell hit, they all shrieked in agony and bolted away from it like their lives depended on it. MC realized her spells were still brutal. An automatic buff pushed her Scorching Mist so hard it became terrifyingly powerful that it would. The enemy struggled to breathe. She shouted that she and him would fight anyone who dared try to cross the bridge. Then they swarmed those who tried to flee and tore into them. Etika nodded, yanked her bow into place, and unleashed a volley of arrows. He rained down multiple arrows, all fueled by the summoned sylph. Bandits started shouting that they were pathetic freaks and made it crystal clear what they'd do next if they wanted a Couldn't hold back the urge to throw hands. If you didn't see it coming, you'd get exactly what you deserved. She leaned forward with a bright grin and said she would. She'd dash ahead, and he'd fall in behind her. Then he nodded and agreed without hesitation. And 2 bandits sprinted at her at the exact same time and simultaneously. She tore into him with her axis. No doubt about it, she didn't hesitate for a second. He leapt over them in a blur and snatched their weapons right out of their hands. Both of them just stood there, utterly stunned. Totally baffled, they stared at her like, where'd our weapons go? And then she grinned, lifted 2 axes, and shot back. Is this what you were hunting for? At the exact same time, 2 more bandits crashed in on Slade and blared, demanding to know why he was walking around. He knows this leaves him wide open, right? He stared them down and swore the fully automatic debuff would crush everything, so the power of any enemy attack hits for 0 damage, and still, fear claws at him so hard he can barely breathe. Panic hit him, and he fought to escape this place. A-S-A-P. Then one of the bandits. He rocketed toward him and shouted that this time he absolutely wasn't going to miss. He swung his sword in a brutal strike, but the blade of his sword. The sword snapped in half and crashed to the ground. Both of them were stunned, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this kind of magic just wasn't supposed to work anymore. Turns out the debuff's effect was unlocked by the holy armor, because that's exactly what it was. That slammed into him hard. Then, right away, he lunged and snatched the bandit by. With a flick of his clothes, he triggered the general skill, Throw, and honestly thought, after everything, the vanguard. The guard stood in his way, like it was born to block him, until Shicha snapped at the bandit leader and said he was totally alone. So was he really going to keep chasing this pointless fight? He shouted out to his comrades, worn out and shaking, blurted out, "Tell me, did we already lose?" He crumpled to his knees, begging for it all to stop, and she burst out in joyful cheers, calling Romary's name. She told him, "You'll be fine. Now deliver the final blow. And then she closed in on him, hurling that forced sleep spell to drop him instantly. The rest of the squad barreled up to them and shouted that they'd already taken down every single one they'd spotted, every last terrified guy. And a battered protagonist snapped, "Wait, who actually beat who?" Even she couldn't even. No way they could have guessed one fight would wreck him that badly. He begged them not to stare at him with that pity, and they just... that he shouldn't be upset because he wipes out goblins with zero trouble. Still, he muttered in a clearly annoyed voice that the Disha didn't get any comfort. She dropped onto a cold stone and snapped that putting him in the vanguard was a terrible mistake. From the very beginning, the idea never quite clicks. His physical skills are pretty mediocre. Yet somehow, he still manages to stand at the vanguard. Only because a fully automatic buff carried him. Tactics work great on stupid goblins, but they're useless against humans. Rumeri came up to him, threw out an apology, and snapped, "You never should have forced him into this." He shot back, "Don't blame." He blamed himself because he thought he could handle everything, and then she slid beside him, telling him that even so, he still wasn't just a bystander. He pushed the hero closer to her, gently stroking her head. Then he realized the sorrow still sat in him, but those words eased the weight just a little. Ethica yanked her finger toward the tied-up bandits and demanded to know what they planned to do with them. She said, "We're taking the leader with us right now, and we'll hand him over in the nearest town to the roadside guards." She couldn't believe it. She blurted, "Wait, are they really just going to grab the leader and leave everyone else here?" She flashed a smirk and said, "The leader always grabbed the biggest reward." Disha snapped back that they never could. To grab them all, no matter what, because if the guards showed up, they'd haul everyone straight to the gallows or march them off to atone for every sin before the... If the monsters tore past the guards, then they'd call it God's will, and every one of them would pay for their sins in blood. She could only help by dousing them in holy water, using its light and cleansing power so they wouldn't. If a monster devoured them after death, they'd claw their way back as undead, so she shot a worried look and said that meant they'd die either way. The bandit boss snapped awake, shot a furious look, and thundered that it was all her fault. Why wouldn't she feel sorry for them when they just leave the poor things to get devoured by monsters? That was downright brutal. They needed to split up for good. He swore they'd never hurt another soul again. All they had to do was untie them. And Shisha went right back to calling Romaria. So she came back, begged again for her help, and she sealed it with a truth spell. Then she leaned in toward him and... He asked what he'd do if they finally untied him, and the second he chuckled, he snapped back loud and clear. He'd do the exact same thing as before. Keep robbing, keep killing, because those were the best things life had to offer. Was about to lay out exactly what they'd do to him, but she snapped her hand up and ordered, "Shut up!" And then she said, swearing she'd heard it straight from the source, she warned them they'd never become model citizens, never march to the temple to beg forgiveness, and never cling to knightly vows. These guys are total Aries. And then, boom. They find joy in the worst things imaginable. So when she hears what happened to him, she snaps to action and pushes to leave at once, then exhales and admits it. At least he still helped them somehow. C thought he'd finally hit the jackpot. Ethica got it. Some people just aren't worth sympathy. And after a while they pulled over on the road, glanced to the side, and... Rumeri said it like a whisper. "Yeah, the orcs came down from these mountains, but they'd started up in the north. More precisely, that's the spot where the lands of orcs and demons sprawl out, waiting to swallow the unwary. They claim that until the Great War 50 years back, this land was theirs. Then His Majesty Cassive snatched those territories back. So, wait, this guy's not just a big drinker, is he? So this place is basically the Kingdom of Saywood's outer border, right? Yep, because the Idra Mountains are brutal, with terrain so nasty that no army can march in, so the only ones who survive and clear out the orcs and other undead are adventurers. So why not just block those mountain roads, slam them shut, and keep the threat at bay, right? The orcs would make it a stopgap at best, because one wrong move and they just start tunneling straight through, which would unleash even more chaos. Orcs aren't exactly geniuses. They'll spot an obstacle and just bulldoze straight through, like their brains didn't even ask whether they were supposed to reach the other side. He called Sheka and ordered her to hunt for signs of the orcs while they rested. Then, once she spotted something, she raced back and reported every detail. They pushed on, and she hissed that the orcs were so dumb they couldn't even hide their tracks. Tracking them won't be tough. There's an orc camp sitting right ahead. 10 of them. No mutants in sight. So what on earth were they planning? Rumeri. Mary's eyes lit up as she declared she could fry them with her magic. Then Slad shot back, a little uneasy. We came here so Ethica could boost her rank. She jumped to her feet with a grin and shouted that she finally got it, and she'd take care of them all by herself. He crouched behind a rock and warned her to handle at least most of them, then told her to stay sharp. She spun toward him and grinned, saying she'd planned to torch them all with a salamander. But if that's how it was, she'd grab the sylph bow. Disha said that. Rumeri said she'd cast holy armor on her, just to be safe. That she would use a magic title instead. Ethica beamed, then thanked them with a grin. They were embarrassed by all of it and insisted she didn't need to thank them. Then they trailed off like they didn't know what else to say. So this whole teen thing meant she'd train even harder to beef up her defenses, because you never know when muscle power could save the day. So wait, why not just use every single strengthening spell you've got? The protagonist glanced over at them and asked if going up against ordinary orcs was really too much for a fight. Shicha slid right beside him with a smug grin, and he just froze, completely baffled. What was wrong with him? With her beside him, she grinned and said that a familiar smile just lit up his face, like it was always meant to be there. He still wore that same smile while working with Ares, taking care of the others anyway. Now she finally got what he felt back then. He stared in shock, called her out of nowhere, and thought the past still had its claws in her, so not long ago, she kept everyone at arm's length. Then he lifted his head and flashed a small smile as he said he was genuinely relieved to hear that. After a while, they finally threw down their camp, and she slammed her knuckles on the ground like she was checking it for secrets. He dropped to the ground and said, "Ethica's fallen asleep." With a tiny grin, he admitted, it felt great. She burned through every last bit of energy, fighting off the orcs until she could barely keep standing. Rumeri stared at him and blurted, "What's wrong with you?" Then she heard him. So tell me, could she have been strong from the very start, even back then? Disha pushed him, demanding why he even thought that. She hadn't clashed with a single goblin yet, because she was still a total newbie. Rumeri said she didn't just show up, she absolutely outperformed herself in the last battle, striking every orc's own mind or heart that came with no hesitation at all. But yeah, he was doing it all because of his fully automatic buff, wasn't he? He stared into the bonfire and said, "I knew it. So Ares got one too." She got a buff from it too, but she's leagues ahead of him now. Plus, the former hero even scored a buff of his own. He wielded a holy sword, and Disha shot back that, honestly, he nailed it. Then he leaned in and started, "Once upon a time." Back at a party night, he'd been stuck hanging with a couple of E-rank adventurers, getting the buff too, but it barely packed a punch until he finally leveled up. She asked, "If it's true, then isn't it awesome that she's this strong?" He said it was great, and his smile lit up as he cheered her on. Then Rumeri closed in and asked him, so why did his face look like that? What was he hiding? He said she couldn't sense her own power because of him. The second she became an adventurer, she latched onto him and joined right in, so she's convinced she's won everything she has only because of him, the buff adventurer, yet he doesn't. He has no clue what he's capable of. Then she closes in and said, smiling, like they don't even realize just how strong they've become, how unstoppable they are. She stormed off, and he blurted. With a tiny smile, he said, ethics is rock solid, and honestly, he's only that strong because he's mastered his skill, and that's when it really starts to feel awesome. Cold bites hard. He grabs what he can and sprints off to fetch more firewood. He stormed off and she shouted his name. Right as he disappeared, she was going to stop him, but the moment cut her off. She screamed at the top of her lungs, and a huge grin spread across her face. That smile flashed across her face, and Disha instantly froze, completely lost. Still totally baffled, he blurted out like, "Wait, what's going on?" A little later, right in front of every single teammate, Romary stepped up and said, she barked for everyone to listen up. She had something important to say, and she'd called them here for a reason. She brought them here because she's got a brilliant plan she can't wait to share. She grinned and said it was the new hero's plan. Then she jabbed her finger straight ahead. They all gasped as he pointed right at him, stunned by what came next. After everything that just happened, the MC bolted up to her, ready to blurt out a question. Shicha called out to her, and right then he was seconds away from bragging about his skills. He blurted out loud that his one-of-a-kind skill was the reason. He even got booted from the squad once, and yet they still haven't landed a job because... Because of it, Disha flashed a small smile and said, "On this continent, they call him the Invincible Unemployed and stuck, Etika flat out told him he didn't have the skills a real hero would need. Mary told him he didn't need any fancy hero skills. He just had to act like a real hero. He didn't get a single word and blurted, "Are you saying I should use my bus more often?" But the moment he asked, she kept pressing him non-stop, and she admitted she'd been obsessing over how he should act, so people would finally crown him a hero. But tell me, is that even possible? Can we figure out a way to slap the buff right onto him? And can we wipe out the skill penalty too? She started cooking up an elixir to fix everything, staring at them as she blurted that she realized they didn't see things her way, and for mages, an adventure is basically an endless chase the answers, no matter how brutal the setbacks get, even when failure hits again and again. They just kept coming. Mages never know when to quit. It scared her to death, and it hit him then. He finally understood what her mother had been trying to teach her. She told me that the second she uncovered Aries' real identity, her hopes crashed hard. She was ready to give up, but she just wouldn't stop. To never quit, she chewed on every thought for hours, then smiled like she'd found pure joy in it. He loved brewing that potion, anything to put him off for. She didn't even bother hiding it. She had zero interest in the opposite sex, then casually dropped the bomb that she could be a real sadist. Romary slipped up to her and told her, with a heavy sigh, that since he was treated like a hero, he'd finally gotten his mind under control, so she had to rush in and beg for forgiveness. She couldn't believe it, blurting out what any of this had to do with her, then ducked behind a stone to keep hidden from her. She grabbed the stone and snapped, saying she had no clue what she was even plotting. But she begged for mercy, spun away, and snapped that she'd been distracted. She only wanted to stay alive. He was finally allowed to keep going, because the buff only gets stronger as he levels up, just like he'd warned, with a bunch of tricky little nuances hiding in plain sight. So she tore the plan apart from the ground up, realizing she couldn't trigger the buff ahead of time. She didn't want excuses. She needed power, pure and brutal, and the only move was to dump her massive strength into him, just like that, she said. Said she finally understood why she'd asked for forgiveness. Romary dropped to her knees, begged for mercy, and admitted she had nowhere else to run. She shrugged and said she didn't care like she used to, mostly because she owed him a favor now. Ethika's face tightened as she demanded, "What are you even talking about?" And she admitted, "Aries has always." He begged her to use her thief skill. She could snatch skills and turn them into candy, and if he ate it, he'd steal her ability. She was still down on her knees. She blurted out, begging for forgiveness, and admitted she hated having to use this power. She just had to ask for permission to steal her. She braced herself with sheer, massive power, stared straight at her, and said, "Now that you know, you're done. Stop fighting and surrender." She snapped her head up, blurted that she was a mage, and declared she didn't need that skill, then proved it by not using it at all. Still, this skill could have saved him, Slad called her in a worried rush, but she didn't pick up. She leaned in, raised her voice, and insisted she was sure he'd use it. Use it for good, exactly how it was meant to be used. because this is the kind of power you don't waste. It mattered to him way more than it ever did to her, yet she still nodded and agreed. He stepped up to her, flashed a little smile, and said they could give it a shot. She can always take it back from her if she needs to. Then she slammed the switch and activated her. Then he sprinted in and with zero hesitation, touched her butt. He reached in and grabbed a small candy, and Rumeri was absolutely. Shock slammed into her so hard that her whole body started to tremble, and then she crumpled to the ground, right when he sprinted over, grabbed her, and held her before she could fall away. Stared at the candy and said, "There it is, a skill with power that'll blow you away." He turned. He spun toward her and wondered, did she just snatch this skill for herself? Because there was no way she could pull it off so easily. She could steal a skill, so she lunged at her and demanded answers. "Tell me, you really had it since birth, didn't you?" Her body had to learn control, or she wouldn't survive long enough to live a normal life. Most of her body couldn't hold it together yet. Without this skill, her muscles just seize up and refuse to work, so she couldn't move like a normal person, so she lunged for her staff, fought to get upright, and snapped through clenched tension that she still intended to hand it over. They handed it over, and everyone could tell she wasn't just coping, she could actually stand on her own. But the moment Disha called, her fake smile cracked and worry started creeping in. And she said she didn't want to upset her, but without his muscles, she couldn't even move a single finger. She froze in shock, then snapped, "I already told Ethica this," like she was shutting the whole conversation down. "Skills can't be." Even if she swears she doesn't need the skill, her own body screams the truth, like her fate is already moving without her permission. So after that, she has to snatch her skill back right now. Then she slipped the candy back into her mouth, and after a while, at night, the organist burst out of the tent, marched up to her, and praised her for holding guard so well. Then she wheeled on him and demanded, "So why are you really?" It arrived right on time, and that meant it was still way too early for the guard change. He nodded, agreed, and said that somehow. He rushed to check on her, and she told him that Rumeri had already apologized for her, to remind her of old wounds. She's fine, really. She shoved the soup into his hands. He snapped back a grateful thank you, and she admitted she was the one who couldn't stop worrying. She grilled her about it only because of him, since she'd already run into skill theft before. And yeah, he should have seen this coming. Bringing it up would have sparked instant chaos and torn the group apart. Still, helping him mattered more to her than their whole crew, because somehow she didn't even look like he noticed it. He kept insisting he couldn't believe it. She treated every one of them as equal, and their whole group was one of the only places where she, a half-breed, could finally breathe and feel like she belonged. She leaned in and asked, "Do you remember how I ended up in the heroes group?" At first, she felt herself getting pulled. He was lured to Ares, but that sweet mask of kindness cracked long before a week even passed. He remembered it and swore it was real, because even after she finally uncovered the whole truth about him, he still had her back. Every day, he said that, yeah, forget it, he needed to help him get stronger. Before all this, he was just a sweet, good-natured porter to her. Then he hauled her out of the demons, and suddenly her feelings flipped, because she truly meant it. Sheikah thanked him from the bottom of her heart, then nodded and said their mindset had totally improved. The second she got the real story about his skill, her eyes lit up like fireworks, because now she finally had proof of the one she'd been looking up to. She wasn't just some kind of porter in his eyes. She was an SSS rank adventurer, and right then she spoke up, saying he wanted him to become a hero. Yeah, he remembers that, right? Back then, Rumeri dubbed him her personal jobless hero, and he had no clue what she meant. So she just blew it off, and out of all of them, she's got the biggest soft spot for that hero. So yeah, keep watching. She clearly wasn't about to abandon her plan. She slipped into the tent and wished him luck on his guard duty. And he staring at the soup in his hands, he couldn't help but wonder, would Rumeri see a hero or just another fool? They might call each other comrades, but he still doesn't really know a thing about them. That Ares incident fused them even tighter. Yeah, their bond got stronger, but they've got a long road ahead before they truly start to know each other. The very next morning, they tiptoed through the forest, and Disha warned, "There are..." 6 monsters, drenched in miasma, blocked the way ahead. So Shicha bolted forward and he told me she'd check right now. Then the 4 of us just stood there, gushing like, "She's seriously so cool." But wait, why bring that up out of nowhere? Why not say it straight to her face? Even she couldn't deny it. Stealing skills looked unreal to her, too, and Ethica flashed a smile as she said, Just think, she can steal people's skills, hand them right back out to others, and maybe even..." She snatched them for herself, swore it was mind-blowing. But then yesterday happened, and what came next shocked her even more. After yesterday, she was so certain, so locked in, that she could beat anyone on the spot. And when the others turned to her and asked, "So just how strong are you?" she realized her power was real. She even thought she was overhyping it, and she swore she could prove it with a crystal-clear example. What happens if she steals her spirit priestess skill? She gasped at what she heard and blurted it out loud. Then she blurted out that Disha would never treat her like that. Disha froze, totally confused, and suggested they just assume it, because she didn't even want to picture what that would mean. She insisted they couldn't stay friends, and to top it off, the spirit priestess lets you talk to other spirits. So basically, she's about to lose it all. Everything. The MC's eyes widened as he realized, with a jolt, that this... She said, "People say it's a common kind of logic, but why does it still feel like it's tearing me apart?" She said, cool as ice, that she'd wipe out every one of her class skills, too, down to her spirit. At the summoning, he nodded along. Her holy power, that witch-quality glow, felt so right that he couldn't doubt it. And that's how their wild adventures began. Like demons draining power, they grow stronger from the class skills they've earned on their journey or from finishing what's like. Forbidden missions, she declared. The witch quality would let her wield every kind of magic. But then she cut herself off like, "There's nothing to." They lunged toward him, crawling inch by inch, and she snapped out that one-of-a-kind. She was going to take it from him. Those skills couldn't be stolen. Plus, he didn't even have a... He admitted flat out that he had no class or class skills to back him up, then blurted, eyes wide and worry blazing, that he could still provoke or throw. That those skills could be stolen too. Rumori just shrugged and said they were the kind she already had, no problem. The girls clung to each other, and he stared, suddenly stuck, wondering why it felt like he was about to. Like an outcast. Shicha charged back in, and the girls snatched him up. He grabbed her, and she snapped, "What are we even doing?" Then they blurted, "You're the best, we love you, and you did an amazing job." But she cut in, loudly and unimpressed, that they were way too close, and dread crawled up her spine. Disha watched from the sidelines with a sly smile, saying she was grateful she stayed a good person, and never would. She planned to weaponize her gift against the people she loved. Then she blurted, asking if she could report what she'd already seen. Ahead of them were 6 figures, all high orcs, and she said, with a tense, worried stare, she wondered, who would have ever guessed they'd end up in the kingdom's lands? But then, she'd already laid eyes on the royal army, and all she'd say was what their gear looked like, nothing else. Ethica spun around and demanded, "Are you guys really that strong?" Rumeri answered coldly, "High orcs are demons." Slad knew most people got it wrong and just called them mutated orcs. But when you looked at what they truly were, they weren't ordinary monsters at all. These were demons. Ordinary orcs were sorted by their jobs, but the high orcs still got one label, fighters. And then he said, they. And that's exactly why they needed to be feared for their class skills. Ethica's eyes flickered with worry as she said, "So yeah, after that, they'd better be extra careful." And Shicha, grinning the whole time, told her, "Don't sweat it. You've got nothing to be nervous about." They had no clue they even existed, which meant Disha could hit them blindsided, and she warned that victory wouldn't come easy. Easy win, because they had every advantage. Rumeri waved her over and said she'd snagged their honey before, so they could. He could handle this too, Ethica grinned, and said she'd already battled a demon before. Then, right away, the two of them charged straight at the monsters, smashing through with brutal magic that hit like a roar called. Ripping through the air with massive explosions, the rest of that plan, caught mid-chaos, just trailing off. The team slammed their hands over their faces, the dust exploding up into the air and stinging their eyes. And he snapped that it looked like they didn't even need their help. They stared at the wreckage their attack left behind and demanded, "Is that it?" She was right. This was too easy. Disha said, "Ever since Ares vanished, mowing down those monsters got way easier thanks to Ethica." The protagonist couldn't stop grinning about finally landing the finishing strike because it kept her from unleashing her big spells. She only laughed and said, "If you need extra protection, don't worry, we can always summon the gnome." The moment Mary suggested he should be thrown onto the front lines, he snapped no right away, because the enemy hadn't even had time to make a move yet. They got shut down before they could unleash that destructive magic, so now the only thing left was to stop the remaining orcs from slipping away and escaping. They used the wind to crank the fireball's power, and it worked insanely well. Thanks to that, the whole team became unstoppable. Ethica suddenly blurted out that it hit her in that moment. He wasn't just some guy, he was their local strategist. Rumeri nodded and said he always comes up with killer tactics, and she lit up with joy. She pulled him into a tight hug and whispered that she finally understood. Disha tipped her gaze down and said, "Think about it. This whole tactic? It was him who cooked it up." Ares lay there as bait, and she spun around to ask, "Didn't you think of that?" The MC shot back that he'd rejected every single. So he grilled her for a plan, begging her to lay out a strategy, and that idea got fused straight into his wild, reckless tactics. He could only pull off those plans because the sacred armor gave him the power to make them real. Closed in on him with a grin, then blared the truth. He wasn't just part of the game, he was the power broker, pulling the strings behind the scenes. He stared, baffled, and blurted that without the context, it felt like he was being treated like some kind of villain. Then she waved it off and called him her hero again. And he insisted it wasn't only his strategy. Those orcs probably weren't as tough as everyone thought. She just flat out said he was wrong, and in that moment, their power proved brutally real. She went in for the appraisal, found out their weapons could back it up, and that was that. And the armor was top tier, built for war, and to top it off, they carried gear that boosted their magic resistance. She ran into the Overlord's elite fighters, and then, right after, she uncovered a written command from the Demon King himself. He couldn't shake the fear that all of this was just a scheme to pump their ethics rank. But then, right at the end, they uncovered something that mattered more than anything. Disha stared at her, feeling something off, because whenever she spots something valuable, it's never like this. She blurts it out to everyone at once, until the moment she hears the demon's order, and suddenly, her voice vanishes. The Demon King charged at her and blurted, "Hold on! Is this really—" "It's basically a joke." She clutched it in her hands with a tense jaw and blurted that the Overlord must have handed these high orcs some secret mission. Because once they dug into what they found, they'd finally be able to follow the Demon King's army movements. And that pulls up clues, each one pointing straight to him. After a while, they ripped back to the guild, sharing everything with each other. Selenia snapped, loud as thunder, "What did you just say?" And then the question hung in the air. What happened out there? And the other 6 were completely ordinary, so that sudden mismatch grabbed everyone's attention, right as the story slid into something bigger than it looked. With a worried stare, he couldn't stop thinking, could it really be that hard to believe? Rumeri unleashed her magic and dropped a whole pile of items right onto the floor. She stepped onto the floor and said she'd love to sell it too. Yeah, she was really something. Her eyes widened at what she found, and she snapped that it was high orc gear, crafted from threatening mithril. So carrying them wouldn't be a problem. He figured the magic she used was called hyper-compression. She shrank the items down for easy hauling, but kept the weight the same. And somehow, it matched their insane, never-before power perfectly. Selenia snapped with shock and blurted out, booming, that they were headed for the district near the capital. Then it all cut off right there. So why were they anywhere near the Idra Mountains? He nodded. Her worry made perfect sense. The E-rank crew finally pushed up to the mountains, right as demons started pouring in. And these weren't ordinary ones. They were decked out with special gear. If the less ready adventurers had been here instead, they would have been wiped out on the spot. Right there, Shicha stepped up to her and said, "Oh, and one more thing. Besides the gear, we also found..." She stumbled on a message from the Demon King, and her shock hit hard until it all clicked for her. Etika grinned like she'd been waiting for this and said, "Don't tell me you forgot the bonus for going after strong monsters." And she calmly, and the protagonist was sure she'd be rattled until it hit him, that it was nothing like he expected. Surprisingly, she took it like it was nothing, smooth, calm, unshaken. Selenia started to say, "The Guildmaster. Master isn't here right now, so can we hand the reward tomorrow?" Disha nodded, and Shika agreed with her. With a slightly annoyed look, she said everything was exactly how she'd feared. She'd wanted to bring them to the Guildmaster from the... Right from the start, Edika's eyes widened. Then she shot back, asking if they truly didn't benefit from grabbing that extra reward. She flashed a small smile and agreed, yeah, in general, that was true. They still had to meet the Guildmaster and talk about the reward amount, but she'd already tried to introduce herself to him way before all that. At least their interests didn't clash, but she was fuming, swearing that in the end, she'd been the one who duped them. She played them for fools, but when the truth came for her, she snapped back, insisting she'd hauled in a huge reward for them. She needs to remember how to negotiate for mutual benefit. Calling the shots like a dictator is a sign of unper. Professionalism, Selenia said with a smile, like she was apologizing before the words even landed. She begged to let her take them out for dinner tonight, then sprinted right up to him. With a bright grin, they leaned in and told him to finally rest up and dig into that food after the brutal journey. Erica snapped, annoyed. "Get your hands off him!" Then smirked like it was nothing, claiming, just like before, that there was nothing to fear. Later, they stumbled into the tavern, stuffed their faces, and drank like there was no tomorrow. Shicha lifted her mug with a grin and demanded they toast to her new ranking. Disha stared at her, and that uneasy worry just crept in, right there on her face. With a worried look on his face, he blurted out, "So, how many mugs have we already used?" Rumeri shot him a glare and snapped that she was drinking like an old man. Then she leaned. He leaned in toward her and demanded who even bothered drinking that sweet stuff. And she shot back that it was actually Allswile, yes, a dangerously strong drink. She stared them down and snapped, "You can't pour them anymore. Watch what happens next." But Ethic was already slipping, sick to the core. She started hiccuping, cheeks blazing red, and insisted everything was fine until she admitted, right to his face, that it wasn't. Then she called him and snapped, asking why he didn't keep his eyes on her. MC loved that fancy luxury hotel wine, but the booze he shared with his comrades blew it out of the water. He never imagined he'd get to feel free again, just take a drink in a tavern, acting just like any other run-of-the-mill adventurer. Then she shrugged and said, no matter what, they were. They closed in on their goal, and Rumeri snapped her head toward her. "Wait, are you talking about ethics rank promotion?" She slammed the denial, roasted her for being stupid, and declared her mission was to turn this group into S rank. Disha started to say, but if they were ready to follow orders, all they needed was a rank. She smiled and said that once they turned into an S-rank group, they'd bury every last bit of bureaucratic hassle. They refused to let the world chain them to its rules, because whatever they chose, they'd throw their whole hearts into it. Her heartbeat barely had time to settle before a man swept in, threw out an apology, and asked if he was Sir Slad, like right then and there. He spun toward the voice with a look of pure fear, nodded in agreement, and then his courage cracked. Sums. A weird feeling crawled up in him, and with that smug smile, he said he was right. What luck! Then he turned his gaze on this. This guy stared, and it was like he was breathing out pure darkness, so thick even the darkness itself looked like it didn't stand a chance. Nothing even came close to this all-consuming darkness, until it stabbed through everything, sharp as a raven's piercing stare locked onto his soul, the strange. Stranger leaned in close and told him he'd brought the most incredible news imaginable. He shot him a nervous glance and blurted, "So, are you and your whole crew celebrating your rank upgrade right now?" This totally hooked his attention. He said they could talk about it later, but right now, he already had it. He demanded an SSS rank, then nodded and said this wasn't for him at all. This was for his comrades. With a deep, thoughtful stare, he asked for the benefit of the doubt. This crew didn't deserve to be called his comrades. He needed real allies who could climb to the top. Shoulder to shoulder, the protagonist snapped. Rage surged the moment he heard what they were saying. Punched his hand into a tight fist and said loud and clear that he had the nerve to insult him. He tore into his comrades with vicious insults, never even bothering to introduce himself, and when he finally asked a question, it was clear he had no idea what he was talking about. It's him, Weiss, the one calling the shots as the leader of the Feast of, from the Triumph clan, feared across the land as the Black Crow. He bowed with a smug grin, then snapped, "Do you remember me now?" And with a straight face he shrugged, thinking a clan was just some kind of club of a bunch of adventuring crews. When they teamed up, they split the guild orders between themselves and tackled joint missions that only clan members could access. It was the guild let it slide as an unofficial, tolerated kind of setup, yet with a stone-serious face, he said he'd never heard of it. He'd heard his name before, and that shocked him. Then she casually cut in, saying, "The bank." The Triumph Banquet was thrown by one of the kingdom's most powerful clans, led by a tight circle of elite rank and file. He studied her coldly, then sized up the whole group of rank adventurers with a sharp, displeased glare and he said, "Right now I'm dealing with this gentleman, not with any of you." She told him, "If you're trying to take our leader, then hear this. This talk is about you, too." She slipped her hand behind her back and hooked her index and middle fingers into a secret cross. Fingers MC clocked it instantly, and everything clicked. Figured it out. People like to stick together in groups, almost every time. Inside the crowd, you could spot little signs, coded like secrets, only the group members could read. And this one was the perfect example of what that meant. Weiss basically told them, "Don't let them bait you, talk it out, and don't fall for the provocation." If they really understood who they were, they'd know meddling was a terrible move. She said it with a calm, unshaken look. She couldn't believe it. The Black Crow leader himself showed up to recruit people, and she had no clue why. So then, who out there tipped him off about this? He smirked and said, "My source wants to stay anonymous. No names, no faces." Man, those details were a rich man's luxury. Only a selected few could see them. So he spun around, blurted his name, and demanded, "Tell me, are you?" He'd let him tag along, but he shut that down with a stone-cold serious look and said he was. He couldn't stop smiling with the group he'd ended up with, turned around and said, "That's when So if he wanted out for today, he'd have to pull the plug later, but first, he should really get to know them, and only after that, he'd decide. Out of nowhere, Ethica, looking furious, hurled herself forward and splashed out. She spilled the alcohol from her mug straight onto him, and panic hit him so hard he couldn't stop thinking about why this was happening, like it meant something way bigger than he wanted to admit. Even though she knew the code gestures, the alcohol had wrecked her brain. She couldn't make sense of a single one, and she blurted out. She snapped out loud, clearly annoyed, insisting she had no idea. She had no idea who he really was, and she still refused to let him take him. Rage hit him like a punch to the chest. Rage boiled in him. He clamped a hand on her throat and snapped that since he could. See, she had zero manners, so he had to find out how many vulgar outfits like her love could be bought with just this one suit, and Slad's temper erupted the moment he saw his behavior. Xavier snapped that he'd get his filthy hands off her, because if Xavier had to say it twice, he'd make sure it happened. He better rip his hands off his comrade, because that strength hit him like a shock, and the next words that tear from him are simple. Let her go. He nodded politic, then swore he never wanted to become his enemy. No chance, not ever. Those words snapped Shicha's attention like a trap, and she couldn't help but wonder just how much. How much this guy really knew about him. Then Weiss marched to the exit and apologized, saying she was sorry their first meeting had turned out like that. It did, though one thing was clear. He wasn't telling them goodbye. Not yet. With a cocky grin, he told himself it wouldn't be long before it all came to him on its own. Ethica shot to her feet and roared that she'd make him regret this, pay him back 1,000 times over. And from that moment on, no matter how many times passed, that kind of scum like him would never lay eyes on him again. He strode up to Selenia and blurted out that he was sorry for the whole mess. Then he handed her the big. With a quick flick of his hand, he dropped the money in her lap and said she could treat it like an apology. Shicha took a deep sip from her mug and told him that one of the reasons. She wanted the group to reach S rank, so those freaks wouldn't even have the nerve to open their mouths. Toward them then, just a little later, the protagonist hauled a totally drunk Etika over his shoulder, and she blurted out. She stepped right up to him and said, "You're insanely strong now." And he couldn't shake the feeling that she'd been grabbing him like this way more than once before. He forced himself to snap out of it, shouted for her to stop, and grabbed at hope maybe she'd let him handle this alone. Only for her to swear she'd always stay right beside him. He remembered Shicha also had teased him, telling him he better not try to eat her on the way. He figured the back streets would get him there quicker, until he realized he might run straight into... To bandits, given how she's doing, it's safer not to take that risk. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take it, because several bandits were closing in. He blinked at the request and asked if they could help him carry the girl, totally thrown off and trying to figure out what kind of stereotypical trap they were setting. These weren't just any killers. They closed in on him and told him they could escort him, too. He practically shoved them toward the bed, and by the end, it turned out they didn't just get away. They were even dragged into trouble right on the main street. He told them not to waste a second on people like this, said they shouldn't even make him act modest, and then claimed this girl will only get a... We block the path of some pathetic weakling. He should have let them do it all for him, and I'm not exaggerating. Then she woke up, heard it, and snapped. Say what? Did they really look at her and call her a burden? Saying that kind of thing to a girl their mother never taught them was forbidden to say? To a girl and what is not. Then she called up a massive spirit, and that power. It tore through them, blasting straight up and out, so high into the sky, it vanished from sight. The air went still. She surged toward him, hopped onto his back and said... He told him to compliment her for that, and he nodded right away, thanked her, then moved. She shrugged it off and promised herself that one day, when she got drunk, she wouldn't dare do that again. Weiss found them later in an alley, and they still couldn't bring themselves to say a word. He drenched them with water and boomed that they should. They had better wake up, because they crumpled to their knees in front of him and shouted that they begged for forgiveness. And still, it didn't work. With a hard stare, he snapped that he didn't give a damn, and honestly, he'd never expected them to pull it off anyway. He figured that everything crumbled off script, but he refused to trust assumptions. He had to see it with his own eyes, because it was all so automatic. That debuff was the talk of the town, so without wasting a second, he snapped and ordered them to kidnap the elf. He started thinking hard, asked if they could really summon spirits, and one of them nodded. Then he said that it felt like just yesterday this elf was stuck at E rank like the rest of them. So now the question burned in their minds. Could they really summon the same spirit? One of them screamed in pure horror that they'd never, ever be able to. Even if it was only for a moment, Hernomo was still absolutely massive, like standing next to a mountain. At first, he genuinely thought they were heroes, until they turned around and chose to keep tearing forward as adventurers, and that's why people call them seriously strong. just not her. So tell me, can this rookie girl with zero experience really pull off power like that? So what's the deal? Does he have real power, or is he nothing but a walking automatic debuff? He was plotting to use her as a hostage, but he wasn't running out of power yet. He still had more trump cards up his sleeve. And then he said this SSS-ranked adventurer was already his. And then, later, the moment finally hit. The MC stood outside, convinced he'd finally put that whole ethics mess to rest. And man, he was wiped out. So much had exploded that day. He prayed the cool night air would snap his thoughts into place and quiet the panic in his chest. So what exactly did they just buy? Bothering him, maybe it was him. Right at that very moment. He vanished right beside him, snapped his name out loud and blurted, "What a coincidence this is!" Then he stared at him in shock and blurted, "What are you doing here?" And he shrugged, saying it was just an accident, nothing else. Still, he couldn't help thinking it was impeccable. It was impossible, because the Feast of Triumph's headquarters sat across the city, and he had to follow them anyway, all while time kept slipping away. He grinned and asked if he wanted a drink with him, but the guy shook his head. He couldn't stand that. Not at all. He couldn't stand this guy, even though he hardly ever felt that kind of hatred, because, honestly, he had no clue why it hit him so hard. He hesitated, then tried to walk away, and he shot back. "Don't you want to know why?" So he pressed the truth on him and begged him to hear about the Feast of Truth. About his triumph. No, the part that hits hardest is him. He should think of his comrades, too. Wouldn't this intel help them? No, you've got it wrong. He's got zero evil in him, and he's not trying to cause trouble. Just like before, he refuses to become the very enemy he's trying to outrun. Then boom, enemy on their heels, and after that, they finally stumbled into a place where the waitress swept over, dropped the dishes on the table, and poured the wine. Weiss told him straight up that if he wanted that hostess and planned to spend the night, he just had to say the word, and this bar? It was his clan's. Slad couldn't stop praising the place. Beautiful girls, mouth-watering food, fine wine, and top-tier service until the thought crushed him, however. He shot up from his chair and flat-out refused to join his clan, then settled back with eerie calm, saying it sure looked like they really hated him. He told him that his own comrades had already filled him in about the Feast of Triumph clan's leader. Known as the Black Crow, he's ice-cold and ruthless. He'll use any trick to grow his clan, and he's got tight ties to the Thieves Guild. He runs with the guild and teams up with them constantly. Plus, he knows half the aristocrats in the kingdom, so try ordering him around and you'll realize nobody gets to tell him what to do. "Why?" she asked with a sly little smile, because getting praised by him like that felt like the ultimate honor for any adventure. Would he really rethink it? This adventurer with 3 titles and an SSS rank? The kind of offer that hands him total freedom and a mountain of money. And yes, even more money? Money, fine wine, women, everything his heart wanted, and the life of luxury was guaranteed. He demanded to know why he wanted him of all people and said, "Come on, wasn't it obvious? It was to rise." Even higher, because he wasn't just chasing the moment they'd label him an S-rank adventurer. He craved bigger fame and relentless wins, like it wasn't enough. What other mission could an adventurer possibly want? All he had to do was get his name officially filed in his organization. With that alone, every other clan would have to look at them with respect. The protagonist pushed himself up from his chair again, and it hit him. He finally understood why he'd been feeling that way. Hatred burned through him like poison. He couldn't stop glaring, and he demanded answers like, "So what are you?" Weiss asked, calm as ever. "Was I just furniture to you? Or was that just... So what's the point? An automatic debuff is just eye candy for him, right? It's basically just a side note tacked onto the skill. Wait, aren't? Skills are basically luck. Get lucky and they're yours. Get unlucky and you're left with nothing. He didn't earn it at all. He just got thrown into the right luck, that's all. He's probably furious that their values don't even match. But if he slips into the clan, that tiny problem won't matter. He can keep hating me for all I care. They hate him and call him a venomous snake, but he doesn't even flinch. If he wants, they'll never lay eyes on him again. This crew matters to him more than anything. He's ready to accept them too, and all he needs is for him to... So he should just step into the clan, only that, nothing more. Yet every time they drilled him with the exact opposite. He felt like, sure, he didn't need the skill at all. He only wanted the name and the status. MC called him out and promised to tell him everything straight to his face, and he just shrugged like, yeah, he's always been lucky. He could just sit there and let the enemies drop dead on their own, yet it was about to get worse. Because it wasn't fun for a second. Weiss leaned in and said the final words right there with him. He leaned in and said they'd finally reached a deal. And yeah, he was in too. Didn't find any of it exciting at all. Then after that, the whole adventure started getting cumbrous. He slid down the street, and right on his heels marched a member of the feast. At the Feast of Triumph clan, an A-rank thief named Bertha leaned in and said, "This is going to be This is seriously wild. There's a young man who flat out refuses to do what the clan leader orders.